Hello, friends, fellow traders, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. With an all-star lineup that we have each and every day of the week, real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in their trading. You're not going to find another show out there like ours that has everything as far as education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is opening call. He's Sun, and I'm Shine, and we're your official sunshine of this Top Step TV morning. We got an exciting and informative educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We'll be your trading buddy, trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, is your game plan ready?
Check.
Is your checklist checked?
Checked and rechecked.
Thank you very much. How about that journal?
All ready. A blank
Coffee pot
page all ready for you.
Ready? Okay, good. How about that coffee pot? Filled to the brim,
That's
ready
full.
for some more? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
ready. Got a nice hot cup of coffee right here. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. As always, our focus here on the opening call is seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Good to see everybody today. Always grateful to be here with everybody.
Yes, and it is everybody's friend and trading mentor, that handsome guy, John Hoagland. Take a swig of that. Take a swig of that nice, juicy coffee. All right, Johnny, you doing okay today?
Yeah, doing a little better every day. Feeling pretty good. I'm ready to see what these markets have to offer for us today.
All right, and boy, we got a special day today, folks. If you haven't checked your email, check it, because this is going to be one heck of a fun day. So let's fire up the news here, get this party started. Futures hovered over the flat line today after last week's artificial intelligence rally showed signs of the previous session slowing. Lowe's is due to report its quarterly earnings, with investors keen to find out how the home improvement retailer is navigating a pullback in spending by inflation squeezed shoppers. Little talk yesterday in our community about Bitcoin. Well, Bitcoin has hit the $57,000 mark, and Disney announces a shakeup in its live action movie studio unit. Main averages today, we did see the S&P dip 0.4. We got some news coming out. Lots of news today, folks. So we got to be ready on that. We did see the S&P dip 0.4. We had the NASDAQ shed 0.1, and the Dow fell by 0.2. Weighing on these sentiments, Monday were comments by Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank President Jeffrey Schmidt, who was giving a policy speech for the first time. And Schmidt was the latest Fed official to sort of say, no rush. He's preemptively bringing interest rates down for more than a 2-decade high due to the, once again used, sticky situation. We're also going to be watching, I mentioned Lowe's. Lowe's is going to unveil its results for the 3-month period that ended in January. And Home Depot, the DIY, do-it-yourself goods retailers, have offered a relative downbeat on assessment of customer demands. I mentioned Bitcoin, the world's largest cryptocurrency, jumped by 10%. Token was less than 14,000 away from its lifetime high. Over in Disney, Walt Disney unveiled leadership changes in its key live action movie studio, following a string of recent box office flops like Haunted Mansion and Jungle Cruise, which honestly I enjoyed both of them. David Greenbaum, who previously served as president of Searchlight Pictures, will replace longtime Walt Disney Studio motion picture production president Sean Bailey, Sean, no relation to George Bailey, Beetle Bailey, or Pearl Bailey. And John, what else do we have here today? You're on mute, my friend.
My apologies. Good morning.
Sunshine, come on,
uh,
sunshine.
I know, right? Well, as far as economic numbers this morning, the durable goods numbers came out, all of them a little worse than expected. They were looking for the January month over month to come out at minus 4.9%, came out minus 6.1%. So, not good news for durable goods demand there. As far as the 8 o'clock Case Shiller and FHFA home price indices, largely coming out pretty much as expected or as they were in the past. There were some revisions from past numbers, but nothing too shocking so far as far as the market's reaction to those. Probably the most important number today is going to be the consumer confidence number. That's at 9 a.m. Central Chicago time, as well as the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index at the same time. At noon today, there's a 7-year note auction, and the money supply call also comes out at noon today. I don't see any talking Feds on the schedule today. I know we've got plenty of talking Feds for the next 2 sessions, so we'll have to wait and see what they have to say about things. As far as earnings are concerned, Lowe's beat expectations on earnings per share as well as revenue, but they did have a kind of a downbeat view as to lower guidance into the future here. The VIX is a little bit lower, 13.63 last I checked. Dollar index 103.76, also slightly lower than the settlement price from yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year a little bit higher this morning at 4.29%. So that's what we've got as far as economic numbers and earnings. Those Lowe's earnings did beat, but with some lower guidance into the future. So we'll see how these treat the markets today. I know a lot of traders, investors, and everybody are looking forward to the GDP number tomorrow, as well as the PCE numbers on Thursday. So a lot of probably hedging and positioning over the next session or two here as we get into get close to that PCE number. A lot of eyeballs are going to be on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Eddie.
All right. Yes, thanks, Johnny. Dude, where's the crude? Well, oil prices rose today, unlike the beginning of the week here on Monday, extending the prior session's gains as fears of tighter supplies have supported this week's prices. Still, crude remains largely within the $75 to $85 range. Taking a look at it right now, crude making a nice run as we are speaking. And any major price gains were held back by concerns of, once again, that, quote, sticky inflation and higher for longer interest rates demand. We did see the expiring April climb 0.3 and WTI also advancing 0.3. Goldman Sachs said in a recent note that they largely expect oil to remain around $70 to $90 a barrel in the near term. Johnny, you like hockey as much as I do, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Not sure, but collectors out there, check this out. Heritage Auctions called it the greatest unopened find in the 21st century. An unopened case, right? Case, not a pack, not a box, a case from 1979 to 1980. O-Pee-Chee, which contained 16 unopened boxes, was sold for, check this out, $3.72 million after a bidding war this weekend.
Wow.
So now the thing is, many of the cards might not be worth much. If you're a collector, you know that in hockey, O-Pee-Chee is a little bit rare, more rare than Topps. It's the same card, just with a different one says O-Pee-Chee, one says Topps, but these are O-Pee-Chee. And with many cards worth next to nothing, the Gretzky rookie, yes, the almighty Gretzky rookie, are worth a lot more than their weight in gold. So one of them sold almost for $1 million in 2020. Later were sold for 2.9. It was a gem mint 10 level, which means it's a perfect card. 2.9 for a card. My goodness. So check your collection, kids, and you might have one of those in there. Crazy stuff. But speaking of the opposite of crazy, let's go to reality. James, you got our tip of the week, and that is, remember, practice with a demo account. If you can't get a demo account, we talk about paper trading. Now, paper trading, similar to demo, paper trading involves simulating trades on paper. Yes, see how that works out, paper trading. And using a spreadsheet without actually executing them in the market. This method allows traders to track performance, also analyzing outcomes and refining their strategies before the real money comes into play. So get yourself some practice out there. Johnny, anything to add on the tip of the week?
Yeah, for using a practice or a demo account, even after you've had a really good trading day and you feel like you want to keep trading, but you want to keep those profits, why not just move into a practice account, keep that money, and continue just trading on that demo account, reserve that capital, and see how you do after a good trading day. Just always have that demo account or practice account handy to check new strategies, practice patience, all of those things. It's just a good idea to practice in a demo account.
Right. It's like going into the batting cage or the practicing at the golf range, or you need that practice. All right. Let's without further ado, Johnny, let's hit the charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So as we all know, we've got GDP and PCE coming out tomorrow and Thursday, respectively. Well, we're looking at the daily chart here in the S&Ps, and obviously the upside structure remains. Yesterday's pullback was a little bit lacking in a couple of categories. Volume was pretty low on that pullback yesterday. We also lost approximately 18,000 in open interest, and the delta was congruent with direction. So it seems as though a little bit of long liquidation probably occurred with that loss in open interest, and delta was congruent with direction, indicating probably some shorter time frame, shorter time frame long positions were being liquidated yesterday. The one thing about the daily chart, Friday's excess looms large above price right now. It just is showing that the market overextended itself to the upside, at least for the time being. If we do, spend some time consolidating, that can even out those inventories. And of course, this market can always continue to move higher, as is in the structure that this chart is telling us. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Let's get this scaled so we can all see. So there is our all-time high. That is that excess high on the daily chart. It's not very much excess on the profiles. However, it has put in the high for now. What I'm kind of looking at is the fact that, yesterday's lower volume, lower open interest has started to set up what I would call a bull flag. Bull flags are, off a high, lower volume, lower open interest, lower value, but not really aggressive selling, nothing that's going to break the market state or the current market state. So the kind of pullback yesterday, the overnight puts in, well, maybe 2 points of contact up here, really just kind of showing that we're in a bit of a pullback, but it's not bringing in new volume, new open interest, new business. It's cutting off open interest. It's cutting off volume. So we'll kind of look at this trend line as kind of a go, no go area. If we're going to break out of a bull flag, that's going to be the level that is likely to occur. If it were to happen right now, we're looking at around, 50.92, 50.93. Remember, all of these levels are zones. Nothing is finite in futures trading. We did come down and recheck the point of control from Thursday's session in the overnight. We haven't checked it in the regular trading hours session just yet. However, that is entirely possible. Overnight inventory, I'm kind of looking at this as relatively flat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not seeing that we have a lot of overnight inventory that we have to deal with. We're opening in range, and close to value. So it's going to suggest to me trying to stay a little bit patient this morning. If we do open in range and in value, there's little change in the perception of value. I'll be much more focused on this upper trend line here for a potential breakout or continuation. The VWAP, it does have an upward slope. It has been showing some signs of support. We'll keep an eye on that during fast markets, and we'll take a look at that as time goes on. The profile yesterday was a normal variation day neutral with a late spike to the downside. Now, the late spike is when price leaves the previous range and value, sometimes substantially, and then closes down there. It's not a very deep late spike, and the base of that late spike is 50, 80, 50, 50, 80, 50. Basically, the settlement level, 50, 80 quarter is settlement. That's this yellow line right here. So, looking for some potential support at the base of the late spike. Remember the base of the late spike rules. If we open above a late spike to the downside, that's rejection of lower pricing. Nothing is for sure. Anything can happen. It's just one of the nuances that we look at for getting into the trading day. So look for a possible move back down to settlement and or the VWAP level down here, and see if we can hold those levels to see if we can finally get some upside structure that we've been seeing since about midnight last night, and seeing if that upside structure can break us out the top of the bull flag that seems to be beginning to form. Now look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ always has a little bit of a different story to it. Upside structure, of course, we all know that remains. We've got what is coming into be a 3-day balance area, not so much a bull flag, more of an area of balance. Well, that's good because balance does even out inventories, and if we can even out inventories, this excess high here from last Friday doesn't look as ominous as it might. So we added 1,700 in open interest yesterday. Volume was again pretty low. So I'm not looking at open interest as being all that impactful on the positioning of the traders coming into today. Now, remember, we do have important information tomorrow and Thursday. A lot of traders are going to be just posturing and positioning themselves for anything that might happen tomorrow and or Thursday, I think, is really the big one. Here's the 30-minute chart. And so overnight inventory, if there is any, it's maybe a little bit to the long side. We've got the market ready to open right in the middle of the range from yesterday. Here's the range from the previous day. So we're coming into we're coming out of an inside day in regular trading hours. Here's Friday. Here's yesterday's range. Right now, we're right in the middle of it. So again, that suggests to me, try and stay patient. There's very little change in the perception of value of the NASDAQ 100 stock index right now. So overnight inventory maybe a little bit to the long side. One of the differences between the NASDAQ and the S&P is the NASDAQ did not put in a late spike to the downside. It was a normal variation, neutral day, which sometimes indicates that the market is seeking new information and or seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Remember, the market's job is to facilitate trade. So if we're going to use that up here, the market can go looking for new areas to facilitate that trade, and what's probably going to happen tomorrow and or Thursday. Let's take a quick look now into crude oil, which is very range bound in the medium to short time frame here on the daily chart. Let's get this scaled. So, and where are we in that range? We're right smack in the middle of it. That rally that we had yesterday off the weekly kickoff low lost 7,000 in open interest. That to me says that we had some preemptive shorter time frame sellers in this market looking for a break of structure from this area of balance to the downside yesterday. They did not get what they were looking for, of course. Again, we lost 7,000 in open interest yesterday. So low volume also. We didn't have a lot of volume yesterday. So a lot of preemptive shorts got squeezed yesterday. And it's an indication, not only in price action and where price is, that this market is largely in short time frame control. The rejection of weekly kickoff low, preemptive short time frame shorts just got squeezed and squeezed hard yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So here is where the market opened out of range and out of balance and below weekly kickoff low. It closed the gap almost immediately, accepted range and value from yesterday, and then continued its push to the upside throughout the day. It was a very emotional profile. There's lots of single TPOs and those areas of, some people might call them fair value gaps. The single TPOs can be decent areas for us to look for opportunities. We'll take a deeper look at that in the opening in the fast markets segment if we have the opportunity. Good short squeeze, a lot of single TPOs, emotional upside move yesterday could provide clues or at least opportunities to limit risk if the market does bring us back down to those levels. The market has opened, looks like it has left the opening range at the low of the session. So the failure to break out below the weekly kickoff low will sometimes indicate a potential swing move all the way to the upper end of the range of the current area of balance, which could bring us all the way back up to last week's high, 78.92, or even points higher than that. So we'll see if this move to the upside continues to grow some teeth. As far as gold, I love gold. So yesterday, an inside day, we lost 1,000 in open interest. This market is seeking new information, as many of these markets are, knowing what we have coming out this week. Going to take a quick look at the 30-minute chart here. And do we have any real overnight inventory? We did open with a gap. We've closed the gap. Now the question becomes, do we have value acceptance from yesterday, or do we have value rejection? There is a point of control here from Friday that tested overnight, has not yet been tested in the regular trading hour session. The profile from yesterday was a B shape indicating long liquidation. The loss in 1,000 in open interest does support that. And again, really for me today, the market, is it going to reject range and value from yesterday and can maybe come up and take out this naked point of control? Overnight inventory is holding longs right now. So far, they seem to be holding in there pretty good. We probably lost a few on this gap close, but we'll see if this upside move continues to move higher. We do have the VIX kind of ratcheting to the upside, kind of sort of being ignored here so far this morning. And, that's what we're looking at. So take your deep breath, traders. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And please make sure you say a prayer for peace. We need all the prayers we can get. Looking forward to having a good trading day for all of you.
Awesome. All right. Oh, I see somebody coming up the path driving look at this, a 1932 Duesenberg. Wow. Oh, hey, you know what that is?
Prepare to be astonished.
Here they come. I think you know who this is, and it's Rips.
Hey, Rips.
Ooh, keep that doorbell stuck. We got to fix that. A little light on the volume there, Rips, but love the car. 32 Duesenberg. Wow.
Light on the volume. Somebody must have me turned down. Let me see here. It should be good.
You sound good.
Yes, you are. Welcome, Rips. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How about you, Eddie?
I'm fine, ready to go here. Exciting day, filled with all-stars, especially starting with you leading the pack. And I'm going to pass the torch to you. And what do you got? What do you see what we got coming up here?
Well, just looking at my chart here, we did have an interesting trade this morning. We did end up taking a short in a combine account. We took it short from this 18,018 level. This is the 15-minute chart. I'm going to go ahead and change this over to the 1-minute chart so you can kind of see what happened here. But we had this beautiful break and sort of retest at this level, and then a flush of C to it to the downside here targeting that 994. And live on my stream, we traded that and we basically took it short from here. And we covered most of it right around that 18,000 level. And it was a really, really nice short. So what I'm seeing now, however, is this 1990, this 994 and a quarter level here has been holding pretty strong. We have a point of control that's kind of sticking out in this area where we've had a lot of transactional volume taking place. But the volume shelf is what I'm looking at here. The collar up at the tippy top right here at about 35 and a half. So what I would like to see was a push to the upside here and a confirmation over this push, breaking above 41 and 3/4 and potentially getting us up to that 71 level up there. To the downside, same type of deal that I was looking for this morning. I'd want to see this 18,018 level failing to the downside, breaking below, retesting this level, and then skittering lower to that target of 960 and 3/4 there. It's anybody's ball game today. We do have a lot of potential on the board. We have a lot of news that's going to be coming out today. In fact, at, I believe, 10 a.m., we do have some news releases that are coming out. We have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. Consumer confidence is going to be important out at 10. We have the Richmond Fed February business conditions, which is going to be a little bit interesting. And then later in the afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern time, we are going to see the Treasury 7-year note auction. So a lot of volatility today. We also have Mr. Michael Barr, who was speaking a little bit earlier. He started speaking about 15 minutes ago. So we'll have to see how all of these volatility events will be affecting the market. So I'm very, very excited to take today's trades. And I'm going to be either trading these in a combine or maybe in my live account. We'll have to see what happens.
We shall find out. Big day today, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, we do have a fire drill coming up here. Lots to share with you today. We do see a lot of people joining us today. So if you like what's going on, remember, hit that like button, subscribe, be part of the TopstepTV community. And I think we've got. I'm looking here. We've got we've got Michael and Andre ready to jump in here. And James, you want to bring him in? It's cold out there. There they are. All right.
Oh.
Welcome, guys.
Hello.
Whoa.
Hey, we got real quick here. Let's get our ponies in the gates.
Yep.
And we're going to bring on Michael and Andre. Very nice to see you, gentlemen. And good luck and educate us.
Let's go. What's up, fellas?
I think we have Mr. MP on mute today.
Yes. All right.
By design, Rips. By design. No, Michael, you're on mute or the mic's not on.
Ouch.
Give us a thumbs
There
up.
you go.
Michael.
I got it.
I got it. What's up, guys?
What's up, Andre?
Good morning.
What's up, MP?
Whoa. Wow.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Eddie,
Fire Drill Tuesday.
where's Eddie? Yeah, where's Eddie? Eddie, no luck involved here. Well, every now and then, but skill,
Skill, baby.
Yeah. Skills to pay the bills, Michael.
Yeah. I know.
So, Rips, I'm looking at where the NASDAQ is as far as the range from yesterday, and it's basically right in the middle of the range. Does that have a tendency to kind of, I mean, maybe I'm looking at things in a longer time frame. Does that have a tendency to keep you kind of patient this morning?
Yeah, I do want to see a breakout of that range, and usually we're going to see a fake out. Usually when we have a lot of business conducted like that, we have a lot of kind of resting orders from people who are looking to get filled. Most of the people that are in that type of kerfuffle usually want to end up being a little bit more neutral or a little bit more to the flat side. So I do want to see, this is the area that John's talking about right here. I'll just circle that with a box there. But this area right here, we're kind of seeing that carry over to what we're auctioning right now, which is right here. So yeah, I do want to see it kind of break out of this range and then potentially kind of reverse and then head back down. Or I do want to see this tucking lower and then heading back up to the north side. I'm going to be kind of watching the Magnificent Seven to guide my trades on this stuff. And I'm looking for the S&P to be very strong above 5,100. If we get above that level and we see some strength, then I will be long and strong today. If we are going up towards 50.90 and rejecting, we might have some early shorts looking to pay in this morning session here in 15 seconds.
Wow. All right.
What are we thinking? I mean, that's good. Breakout. Range bound yesterday, eh?
It was. If you made money,
Yeah.
good on you.
Markets are open
$1,200,
here,
Andre.
folks.
1,200
done.
sluggaroos.
That's pretty good, man. In yesterday's market, pretty damn good.
I think I made it only in the first hour. So other than that, the market seemed like the window of opportunity. I don't know. It was there.
On the flip side,
It was
that
there in the
sucks.
morning.
If you're down money in that first hour and you can't make it back, like that's that feeling sucks.
Yeah. It
Now
used
we
to be
are
a lot easier
flushing down here in the NQ. We are kind of doing some business lower here. I do want to see if we can catch some support either at 18,000 or 994. Some big chunky orders are going off here, and I'm not seeing much of a roll in equities. Microsoft, small roll. Microsoft and Google rolling just a touch here. NVIDIA is still holding up above 790. So I'm happy to be hands off here as this kind of shakes around here.
All righty.
So, yeah, the 1800s holding up. We got the value point. No, hold on. We got yesterday's value area low right around there.
Hook stepped off for a minute.
Settlement.
It's interesting here. It's interesting that 18,000s, we're holding above 18,000s. S&Ps, we are not above 5,100. Yesterday, those were kind of like correlating. Now it seems that NASDAQ is a little bit stronger. Rips, am I seeing this properly, or what are you seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, the only strong one out of the Mag 7 right now is Tesla. Tesla is off to the races here, trading above 205. So if we have everything else kind of, Apple's kind of tuning up here as well. If we have everything else kind of come into the pocket here, we could definitely see some interesting price action. Right now, Microsoft, Google are the laggards of the Magnificent Seven. Amazon is lagging just a touch here. So I am happy to be hands off as we are kind of conducting business in the same area that we talked about at the top of the call here with Hogue.
Yeah, same prices.
Hey, TC Fader, stick around today because we have quite a few TopstepX, I would say, invites coming.
We got 1,000. We're going to use.
Whoa,
yeah, there you go.
1,000. Boy.
1,000 today and 1,000 on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, right?
We have that. And guys, just so you know, that's we're passing through the data feeds only on the new platform, TopstepX. So it's 450. That's level 1 data from the CME, direct from the CME. That's what we pay. That's what you pay. Pass through.
Crazy.
So you pretty much got the bat, ball, and glove for a coffee a month to sit there and watch.
That's pretty good.
You blow out the account. If you blow out the account, it's a regular reset. So don't blow out the account. And I would highly advise only get one of them. I don't advise people to get more than that. So do what you want, though.
To each their own, Michael.
Right, 18,000. 18,000.
Yeah, we did auction down to 18,000s. We tapped it and then we went straight back up. So it is looking a little bit stronger here. Meta is off to the races. If we did have some strength coming out of Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, I could be convinced to look for a long here. But I am looking for confirmation above 35. But it's very tricky because we're in this very tight range of liquidity where we have a lot of unfinished business from yesterday. So a lot of tomfoolery going on in this area, not a lot of good area to read the market or price action since there's so much unfinished business from yesterday still.
What do you mean by that, Rips? Unfinished business from yesterday?
Well, when you have a high trafficked area, you have to imagine that there are people who did not get filled at their prices. So when we have order matching like this in this zone, we're going to have a lot of those folks getting filled. And like I said, usually when we have high trafficked areas where we spend a lot of time in the prior day, we usually like to see a lot of those folks going close to delta neutral or just neutral in their positions, I guess you should say. And you'll see a lot of people coming off of their positions and closing shorts, closing longs. And we get kind of this tight range bound area until we have one side kind of protruding from the other.
Thank you. Unfinished business. I like that.
I mean, you think about the market's job. The market's job is to facilitate trade. As soon as this area that the market is in fails to facilitate trade, the market will auction to a new level to seek business, to seek trade facilitation. And right now,
correct,
it's still facilitating trade in the range that it was in yesterday.
Yes, it is. Same prices.
Yeah.
Yeah, and looking over the Mag 7 here, we had talked about how Apple was quite the laggard of the bunch. There has not really been much good news out of Apple outside of that one AI headline that they talked about where they're going to be competing with Microsoft's Copilot. But outside of that, we've seen a lot of struggle out of Apple, and Apple is the number one weight of both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. So when we have trouble from Apple and we also have trouble from Microsoft, it makes it harder for this auction to start to perk out and seek some highs here. And that's kind of what we're seeing in this auction right now is a lot of struggle. We're seeing it both in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps right now.
We are.
Ooh, I accidentally double clicked. Okay, I'm short from 12.
All roads lead to VWAP.
Yeah. All roads to we're at it in the S&Ps and just almost there in NASDAQ.
Yeah, we just touched it in the NASDAQ barely.
Kiss. Yeah.
What's going on with Meta right now? RIPS, Metas are just ripping to the upside.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any headlines that are suggesting that, but I do think it's kind of a play that's kind of coinciding with what we're seeing in crypto right now. Meta generally runs when we see crypto names running, when you see Coinbase running, when you see these other crypto names, related names, Mara, Riot, those names run. Then we'll see Meta run as well. So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of perk out of that one right now, and I'm not seeing any specific headlines that are suggesting for that.
What's the correlation between crypto and Meta?
I don't know. It seems to always run in tandem for some reason. They did have that Libra coin or Lira coin that was going to be coming out, and I think that's kind of what sparked the in tandem moves. So
did not know that. Okay.
It's not something that I'm willing to jump into yet. If we're seeing Microsoft move as strong as Meta was right now, I'd probably be long in the NQ, but we're just seeing a lot of weakness from Microsoft and Apple right now. Tesla's pulling back as well, back below 205. Nvidia is struggling to hold above 790 right now, and Amazon has just not made up its mind. We are seeing the S&Ps flirting with the VWAP here and a potential break of VWAP. So I do want to see if we have a test down here in the NQs at 994 quarters. If we do, and that shows us some strength, I could potentially be looking at finding a long here. But this just looks like what we talked about at the top of the call here, indicative of unfinished business and a lot of matching of orders going on right now.
I'm short from 17. I'm short from 17.
Yeah, buddy.
What?
I knew you were in something. I knew you were in something over there. You was talking all these goofy crypto names, and you didn't take the bait on any of them, so I knew you were in something.
I don't give a shit about crypto.
I know, but some of the names of them, I figured you'd jump all over that. Crude new highs.
No.
Crude new highs.
I'm not getting any crypto. But yeah, I was just short 17. I was just, that double click got me down 200. Now that the short that I got, I'm up $70.
All right, back to scratch. Let's go.
If I'm not mistaken, you can trade mini Bitcoin futures on Topstep here, right?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
And mini Ethereum futures as well.
If you want the Grand Canyon of bid to offer spread, then sure.
Yeah. Oh man.
So we are seeing some weakness right now of the S&Ps. We have failed that 50-80 level, but we're not sailing down right now. We're not seeing a big push to the downside. NVIDIA is broken 790 here, so we are looking for 785 to fail next. I'm still in no position here because I'm just really happy to see this range get chopped up a bit. I don't want to be the person who's getting chopped up in the middle of this range, so I'm just going to be hands off here until we get some clear direction of what the market's going to be doing. And I think that the first move is likely going to be a fake out. So if we did dip down and gather liquidity to the downside, I do think that we'd see the markets pop up here simply because I'm not seeing big rolls in equities right now.
Hey, Rips, you seem like I know you have live a pretty disciplined life, and I feel like it carries over to your trading. Do you ever catch yourself over trading or just pulling the trigger too much in the markets?
I mean, maybe if it's on something that doesn't mean something, like if I'm trading on a practice account or something like that, maybe when it's that situation. But I used to be a very active trader when I traded equities, and I learned a lot about, you journal a lot by doing that, and you start to see patterns and correlations start to emerge, especially with a large data set. And I traded for, millions and millions of shares. I mean, even in single days, I'd be trading millions and millions of shares. But, it started to lean into, this is probably not the best use of my time. And I found that when I limited my exposure into the market, that's where I had my best days. So I became a patient trader through analyzing my own data set.
You really are. Yeah.
We're not holding 18,000s. We're not holding it. I was just long 94s, but I scratched.
We got until nothing until.
Big flush there below 17,990s there. But this could, again, like I said earlier, be a liquidity grab because we're not out of the weeds just yet. NVIDIA is flushing heavily here, looking to test those 780s on the lows now. Tesla is coming down as well. As bad as I want to jump into this thing short, I just don't want to chase it. There is room down to 960 and 3/4 in the NQ here, but I'm not seeing a big flush out of equities or the S&P right now. So that's keeping me out of the trade, hands-free here.
I'm long 1 from 83. I'm long 1 from 83. We will hold this one. This will be very, very light and tight.
So keep in mind, we do have data coming out in about 20 minutes here. We're going to have the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index and the Conference Board Consumer Confidence, which is going to be leading into what we have later in the week, which is the PCE deflator, which is going to be very, very important for the Fed. They use that statistics. They use that a lot to guide their hand on what they're looking for these next rate cuts and when they're going to happen.
All right, hands off. Stopped out. Down $70. There we go. Great risk
management.
Put the toe in the water. Got it about up to the ankle.
And we're seeing some violence now out of Apple and Microsoft, which is ideally what you'd want to see in a short. When I'm talking about violence, we're seeing a violent move to the downside here. Apple is looking to test 180 halves. Nvidia is cleanly below 780s here, so that could definitely bring us lower. I'm watching here at the 60 3/4. If we have weakness in this area, I will look for a scalp short below the 60 3/4 level. So just watching here, Nvidia sailing down. I'm going to take a short here, looking for 60 3/4 to give out. This is an area where we could see a bounce, but I'm looking for a breakdown trade of this area here.
Look at the downside here. 50-50. Go ahead, Johnny.
Just below yesterday's low in the NASDAQ is where we're looking at this short down here. We've got the overnight low ahead of us. Down, where is that? Down around 17,930 approximately.
This is a beautiful flush here, up about $1,000 on 4 contracts. Looking to see if we can get this continuation fade.
We got some sellers.
I gotta get a part of those continuations.
Covered 2.
Yeah.
You sold 12s. You sold just above 18,000.
I
right?
sold 959 quarters, so right above that 60 level that we're tracking there.
Okay.
Yeah, RIPS did 959 quarters. I was way too early.
Covered
22
one more there,
18.
moving my stop into the profit at 54 halves.
Wow, sellers are in the house.
Yeah, I know. I gotta learn to hold. I've got to learn to hold.
Yeah, that's
And stopped out there. So we are up $847 in our live funded TopStep account. That's for you, Michael. Always
Nice work,
for you,
Rips.
buddy.
This is for us, buddy. US, us, we, WE. There's no I in trading except when you're not tuning into TopstepTV and you're in your parents' basement, and that is just you trading by yourself.
Mike, I'm going to have to say, I think we have to get rid of the soapbox. How do you feel about that? I feel like everybody got the message. I think that everybody kind of gets the message around here, right?
Yeah, Rips and I go on rants, and those are ended.
It's just so damn fun sometimes, but I think that we kick the soapbox off to the side and we just give everybody out there the tradertainment that they deserve.
I like all the traders out there in general, so
more sellers
for the most part. Yeah, and I could have a beer with
more
you.
sellers in here. Just a quick check on my charts. We are looking at this area that we are, we did that business. We talked about early on in the call here. We were doing this business here yesterday and we did business here today and then we failed that level. So I was looking for a clear short below those 60s and we got that tag, but I'm going to be looking to peel off lots as what's happening here is that we're coming down into this area here, right? This area down here is where we had a lot of traffic, where we had a lot of bids showing up in the prior session. We saw it in the overnight session here. We saw it in yesterday's session. So that to me raises a caution flag and says, hey, Rips, you might want to be looking at getting out of the trade here. And this is probably we're going to find a floor at least temporarily here. And you'll often find this when you're looking to the left of your charts. If you're super laser focused on just the trade like this, you're just seeing this come down. You don't have the market information and the market wants to show you these things. So it's best to look left and see where did the market catch last time that we were down in these areas. There's a good chance that we could flush below it. If we break 918 quarters, there's a chance we could find more pain. We're seeing the exact same thing here in the S&Ps. We're coming down to this area where we had a lot of bid support stepping up. So if this bid support does break, we're going to have stops that are below that. We want to make sure it's not a liquidity grab, but we could have a second continuation play on the table here.
What are you laughing about?
Very nice, Rips.
No, people want rants, but we're going to move on real quick. They do like rants, but that's not the point.
Don't do it. Don't go to the dark side.
Just don't go to the dark side. You can go on rants just as long as it's for positive. But 59s. So you sold 59s. I did not like that trade, and that's why you're out of the gate seeing. Well, you're seeing it better than I am. I did not like that trade. I'm like, no effing chance, dude. That was 60s. What 60s? I felt like it popped right above 18,000 to do those little head fakes, and everybody thinks they got the tiger by the tail. And and then it paid. So what did you see that I didn't see? That's trading buddy talk right there. What'd you see?
Sure. Yeah. So just going over into my screen here at Bookmap, we'll go into the area where we had those 60 quarters kind of pumping and jumping around here. Go back to that area. It's right around here. So we had this kind of, it looks like a rock kind of skipping. Whoop, zoom out a little bit here. We had what looks like kind of a rock skipping on a pond here. Right here, you have a test of that level, a break below. And then this right here was my key to enter here. This is a weak bounce. And I hit market sell the moment that I saw that. And that's where we had that big flushacito to the downside. So I'm particularly looking for a pattern that I've traded many times over the decade of my trading career. Go ahead, Michael.
What are you looking at right now? Besides your
this is bookmap right here. This is bookmap, and this is liquidity right here. The larger the bubbles, the more volume that's contracted in those areas. So what I'm looking for specifically is that we have a specific clubhouse level. These levels I track all throughout the day, and we give out these levels every single morning in the morning memo. If you're on Thinkorswim, you can get them for free. You're on Webull, E-Trade, all of that. You get them through the morning memo, and they're posted there every single day. And these levels are big confluential levels where we had a lot of transactions taking place. So that 60 3/4 level I've been tracking and I've been watching come to that level, and we're still showing weakness. That to me is a trigger point that I'm looking for a short. In this case, we had a double bounce above that level, and this weak bounce right here that I'm circling with my mouse, that is the area that I'm looking for. That's my snap reaction to that trade. That's a weak bounce, and I want to see that failure. And that's exactly what we saw, a snap right through that level, and then I'm looking to peel off onto that flush, and that was the trade right there.
Bam.
Okay, so the trade right now is back up. It's back up to the where you got in, right? You got in at 59s or 69s?
59 was my average, 59 3/4.
Okay, so it's right back up here. What are you thinking right back up here? 73% NASDAQ folks that are trading here at TopStep are long. 73% of folks that are trading.
So I do like the longs, but not from this area. I like the longs after we had a failure to the short side there where we couldn't even get below 40s. And I like the risk reward there. It may not be the right trade. We might end up failing back down, but I like the risk reward in that trade more than I'd like taking a trade from here. Even if we failed this area of the auction again and we came back down, there's a good chance that we could catch, gather more liquidity on the bid side and rock it back up to the top side. So I like the long trade more, and I did not get my entry. So I am again hands off here.
I like the long down here too.
Yeah, you guys are seeing things better than I am. Okay, cool. I'm gonna sit on my here.
What do you see, Michael? Michael, I can tell. You're saying they're seeing it different than you. What are you seeing, Michael? You trying to get short?
I'm not seeing it well right now, and I'm down $35. So I don't want that to be 350, nor do I want it to be 350.
That's not a bad.
Only down $35 is incredible risk management. You have to give yourself props for that.
Good for sure.
Absolutely.
You like the post-it note on the head there.
Thanks guys. There's a winner, then it was a loser, then it was a winner, then it was a loser. I'm going to put this back on my monitor. I have one thing on my monitor, guys. I have this post-it notes of patience, and then I have a huge wall board of a 200-foot yacht that I'm trying to go for. No, I'm joking.
I was going to say.
I used to work for this guy. I used to work with this guy cold calling in California, and El Segundo. Yeah, El Segundo. And I'm like, I want to work for a broker or a guy. So I went and worked for him. It was him and his buddy in a big jacked up pickup truck. And they just gave me a stack of like note cards. And I had to call these people. And these people were like, take me off your effing list. And I'm like, I mean, what have you ever thought about cotton and things like that? They're like, is this a scam? I'm like, geez, man, this job sucks. And,
it was Stratton Oakmont, wasn't it?
Yeah. But this guy had the audacity. I'm the 2 or 3 guys like calling people all day. He sits in there, had a huge picture of a boat sitting on a boat. I don't know if it's his boat or boat he was trying to get on right on his monitor. I'm like, okay, guy. I mean, like I'm just staring at a boat all day long. I don't know if he's going to buy it or not, but I thought it was a horrible impression of a trader. And I remember working there for like 3 months and then quit.
Wait, what were you selling again?
I was cold calling for a broker. Yeah, whatever. He's like, go pitch people on cotton and whatever, commodities. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Boats are for closers, Michael.
Boats and clothes.
Boats and clothes.
Yeah, right. I know. Felt like a boiler.
Are a money pit.
Oh yeah, they are. Eddie, my lawyer says you can make money, break even on them if you go like a big enough boat that has a captain and a crew and all that kind of stuff, because he has billionaire clients. And he's like, I got so-and-so. He has 2 boats, and he breaks even on both of them, and he still gets to use it like 3 times a year. So, I don't know.
That's one way.
It was like a yacht timeshare.
It's a way to do it.
Yeah. Just a charter service, I guess, if it's sitting in Ibiza or Ibiza or whatever you call it.
What did you say?
How depends. Depends if it's 4 a.m. there or you're just flying in, Andre.
Yeah, I know. It pretty much does.
It's always cheaper to end up renting those things rather than owning them.
Yeah.
Even if you do charter it out for the tax
100%.
purposes, it's always better just to charter your own. It's never makes sense unless you want your dang name on the back of the thing.
That's Topstep. Anyways, crude making new highs here. Gold trading sideways, but crude up and away. Rips, if you got any levels in crude,
Let's
flat,
let me
take a peek.
let me get you. I'm all flat. Thank you for asking, Andre. Let's see. So crude, we did bust above our 77.65 level. We are careening towards 78.55. If we do bust up above that level, we have a level at 79.70. If we do fail 77.65, we do have a level down at 76.14.
It's not 1.4. All right. I feel like we've been looking at the same prices in pretty much all the markets, the big four markets, S&Ps, NASDAQ, crude, and gold. I feel like we've been looking at the same prices for the last 3 or 4 trading sessions. So
we are between my levels too. And for my gold traders out there, the 2 levels I'm tracking that we're in betwixt right now is 20-40 evens and 20-50 spot sevens.
Okay.
If we do see a breakout to the upside, there is a chance that if we do actually hold a break above 20-50 spot sevens, we can get up to 20-62 spot 3.
Is it Ibiza or Ibiza? Rips, you know all this cool.
It depends on who you ask, Michael.
Yeah, the locals.
If you ask a worldly
really
character, they might just say, "Welcome to Ibiza," versus your regular old person off the street. They'll say, "Well, that's Ibiza."
Oh, that sounds like my old man out of Nebraska. He'd be like, "I don't know, Junior. Sounds like Ibiza." All right, Dad.
Me and my wife going to Ibiza. Get some
Ibiza. Okay, we get a lot of corrections in how we say things. And that's what I love about chat.
Oh, the best.
I've seen this Ibiza.
And Marie says Ibiza.
Ibiza.
Okay.
Ibiza.
Good to see you.
I will anybody who's chasing down a private jet on a tarmac, Anne Marie. I listen to what you say because you're very worldly. That's the story, guys, and she's great. She's on Thursdays, so join us on Thursdays. Anne Marie,
Strategy Lab.
She might even tell you that
Fast
story.
Markets. Fast Markets on Thursdays.
Fast Markets.
That's gonna be cool.
Yep.
It's calm down trading. I can't believe it's a Fire Drill Tuesday. We're doing 2 fire drills this week.
I'm excited for that. I can't wait for it to get smoky in here. I mean, Eddie's Long is usually in the chat getting things smoky, but I like the fire alarm that goes off.
And I don't know how long we're going to do the 450. We're going to do some bigger accounts here too at that. But I think Topstep TV folks will all, and there's almost 6,000, will always get the best deals. We don't go to like ad spend and get that out there and hey, the whatever percent. We don't do that on the on TopstepX or anywhere anymore really like that. We're going to go to TopstepX kind of being something we push here for you all to get in and experience because we get set up very well from those guys over there that put it all together. So get your edge here at Topstep TV is my point. Tune in.
Absolutely.
So we did have a lot of longs, right? On the Topstep tilt. If you have TopstepX, you can see the live tilt. I believe the last time we checked, the longs were at 70+%. What are we looking at there, Michael, now, or Andre?
I got 73%.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got 73% long in NASDAQ, 61% long in ES. So some of those bottom pickers might be seeing some profits if they do realize them.
It's pretty funny that both Johnny and I saw the exact same trade, but we just said no because we didn't have the right entry.
You guys are looking to get long, correct?
Oh yeah, off those lows there. It was a beautiful long, but I was not in the position to trade after I just exited my trade. I rarely am that person who exits a trade and jumps right back into a trade.
The other way.
I like to have a little bit of mental clarity. It can be a little bit of mental exhaustion, a little bit of mental overload, and I found that at least taking a pause or using the shot clock in between trades is very, very helpful.
Well, you're looking at my charts right now, and the thing that I liked about it was the fact that it was the volume point of control from Thursday's up move. We had yet to test that level in regular trading hours. We tested it last night in the overnight, tested down to it in the regular trading hour session, and I was looking for a real test of the overnight low to kind of show failure down at that level before looking for the long. That's the reason, like Rip said, we didn't get to our level to really to look to limit risk on this but they're still young. We may still have opportunity down there, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, like John said, the day is definitely still very, very young. We have data coming out in about 4.5 minutes from now, and it's going to be pretty important data. We did kind of talk about this about 20 minutes ago, but we had the housing price index come out today. It was kind of a mixed print where we had the year over year was stronger, but then the month over month was weaker. It was revised higher for the prior month. So a little bit of a mixed reaction on that print, but we are going to see the consumer confidence that's going to be coming out alongside the Fed manufacturing index from Richmond. Both are going to be for the month of February. So it's going to be very fresh data. And I think it's going to be very important. Hopefully Eddie will be able to deliver that to us in about 4 minutes here.
Mm-hmm. Speedy delivery.
Hey, Rips, why do I want to get short so bad here?
I mean, that's probably your implicit memory that's kicking in. It's one of the best allies to you as a trader. It's something that you cannot learn from a book. It's something that you cannot learn very quickly. Implicit memory is something that's developed over years and years of trading, and you're probably recognizing a pattern that you've seen before in the past, and that's your tingles and jingles going off, your spidey sense. And I usually key into that as soon as I'm feeling the same way.
Instinct.
Yeah, I never thought about that.
But then there's the times where you're zigging, it's zagging, and all that kind of stuff. So I think I'm being extremely cautious right now to make sure that I'm not thinking in the zig and the zag, because as I was telling you, why do I feel short right now? It's now 10 handles higher, 10 points higher. So another reason to stay patient. Guys, stay patient if you can't read it.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's actually anything interesting as far as a fib retracement would go from here.
Well, it's VWAP right now. I have a VWAP. It's coming to retouch right now. What VWAP levels do you guys have right here on the NASDAQ? Is it 85 or
987 is where I'm getting at. So
87.
What's interesting is our 618 retracement lines up perfectly with our 994 quarters level. So if we had a retracement all the way back up to 994 and we saw the auction starting to roll over, we saw buyers getting exhausted, I could potentially find a second short trade there.
I did the 87s. So we'll go with that one. We'll go with the 87s.
You bought them or sold them?
Sold them. It was already, I don't know, 17, 15 handles higher than where I was looking to get short. I have a 10 tick stop. 10 handle.
Handles.
There you go.
Yeah, we're retesting this 994 area again.
A number.
I'm actually going to try a short here with you, Michael, taking one lot short. I do want to see these 994s failing. There's a good chance we could get all the way back up to 18,000 here. So I'm limiting my risk on this trade. But if we do fail this 88 level, we could see a potential move back down towards 82 or 84. We're looking for a potential failure down here, back to those 80s. S&Ps are looking a little bit strong here.
Yeah.
90 seconds.
Yeah, that data is coming out as well. So I might actually cover.
Oh, you got. Yeah, I'm going to cover too. Got it.
Yeah, I covered. I made $3 on that trade, so I'm up 888 now.
Thank you, Andre.
Yep.
Yeah, good looking.
The dome is getting a little bit thin now.
I'm actually surprised I got filled as easily as I did on the bid there.
Cancel all flat now.
All right, 1 minute.
Watch it be a massive winner, Michael, if you just stayed in it.
Don't say that. That's the devil.
Watch it just be a huge winner.
Yeah, get back in there,
shoulda, woulda, couldas. If nuts and candy. What's that line? If nuts and candy or.
My aunt had a
you were
beer
talking about luck
bottle.
earlier. We were talking about luck earlier, so.
Do you still have a stop order in that?
Oh, Jack, thank you
It's
very
long.
much.
9 estimate.
Look at us.
Banana.
That is team
Team
buddy trading right
trading.
there. Wow, we're
Hell
good
yeah.
buddies. Good job, Jack.
Yes, I did. And it was above the 18,000. So if we would have got a head fake,
I took that from the
it would have
chat.
gone lower.
Oh.
Yeah. Thanks, guy. Oh, that's the chat helping out? Hell yeah. Chat, thank you.
Nice.
Who helped out in chat? A bunch of people.
Eyes and ears everywhere.
Waiting for the consumer confidence read. There it is. There's your consumer confidence read. Good thing we got out there, Michael.
All right, coming in at 106. They were looking at 115. 106.7 is our consumer confidence actual. So it is lower than expected, which would mean that it should be taken as negative and bearish for the U.S. dollar. Back to you guys.
Yeah, you would think. Well, they ran it up on that news.
Also a lower revision from last month, from January's as well.
Yep, that is correct.
So January's got revised lower. This one's
taking along here.
This one's lower.
We can get above this.
And they bought it.
Okay. Yeah. And they bought it, huh?
And they bought it, so.
And this is good news for the Fed. We do want to see lower, weaker consumers.
So you're long now, right?
Inflation is heading to the downside.
This is playing chess, guys.
This one's tricky. This is a tricky one so far.
It's tricky.
Rips, you're long now?
Yep. I'm long with an 8-quarter average.
Okay.
Adding to this for the break above the 10s here. I'm looking to send this all the way up to 25 or so. Taking one out. Little kerfuffle at the 15s that I don't like.
I love that you're using that word.
Up $1,000 there on the day in my live funded account.
I fund LFA, baby. LFA, LFG, dude. Well done.
I love that.
You like that? Well done. Well done. Crew taking a peek to the upside here, looking at some highs. Nothing really crazy after that number. I guess we rallied. Rips, bad news is good news. Is that what we're looking at with that consumer confidence number?
Well, if we're looking at it from the Fed's perspective, what do they want to see right now? They want to have a Goldilocks scenario where the economy is tapering down a bit, where there's essentially less money in the economy. If we have credit being tightened, that means there's less money in the economy. And we can see the effects of that kind of stuff through how many people are in work, how much money is being spent, and in this read, the consumer confidence. Right now, it's saying that consumers don't have as much confidence that they had in the prior read, which basically says that consumers are spending less money. They have less confidence in the economy. And that is marrying what the Fed is trying to do, which is bring rates down to adjust to that picture.
Very nice.
So far you've taken 2 trades that paid out well. That what I saw was not the right play.
Technically 3. We had one that was like a $40 winner.
So again, you're still seeing it better than I. Those 2 trades, I'm like, no chance would I do that. Right now, right there. not right now.
We had a really nice pullback off of that initial news print, and the pullback was weak and bid supported, and that's the trade that I'm attacking.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm just not okay. That's another thing that I got to get. This is cool.
And remember, I'm very much an event-driven trader, MP. So I read this stuff. I know what I'm looking for. When we have an outlier print like that, we might not have that move hold, but I know that I can at least scalp for 5 to 10 points on a move like that. In that case, I got 7 points.
Seen it well?
You've seen it well, yeah. You know what it's kind of like? And Eddie, you and I used to talk like this. It's kind of like Rips. You just got up to the plate and you just got on base. I got up and I struck out. In the next at bat, you get up there and you hit a double. And I get back up there and I foul and I strike out. And while you come back to the, we're sitting in the dugout, I would turn to you, and I would. And you do hear ball players do this because Eddie used to talk to me about this. Ball players turn and be like, what are you seeing? Right, Eddie?
Right. It's, let me know what I'm missing. I'm not catching something.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Very true. And Andre, you played baseball. Yeah. Is that some that,
100%. You come in, the curveball's breaking more, 12 to 6 than it is side to side, things like that. Right now, Rips is seeing it he's obviously seeing the market clear. You want to get short. The guys are talking you out of it in some sense, and they're seeing it properly, like you said. So you are listening to the guys on the bench. You're listening to your teammates, which is really good. While we have,
everybody's getting. I feel like you're very much managing your risk appropriately.
Yeah, it's smart. If you can't see it, screw it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking this patience thing serious, guys.
That's a
good thing.
What's interesting is we came back right to our level of 18,018, and that was where we rejected. That's where I was dumping most of my contracts. I had a 2-contract trade on that one. I'm looking to dump to that because we aren't showing that impetus of that we're going to squeeze right through that level. If we pop through that level, I'm adding into that. So I'm using my levels as kind of the GPS to help me guide myself through the trade. It's a mix between using this newsprint, knowing what the Fed is looking for, knowing what should be bullish for the market, knowing what should be bearish for the market, pairing that with our levels to guide us like a GPS. And the rest is just, pepper in a little chicken bones and tea leaves and cross your fingers, knock on wood.
Love it. John loves that.
I mean, that's the spidey sense, right? That's the chicken bones and tea leaves. That's the spidey sense that Rips was talking about. I've used that term for a long time. It's that impulse, that intuition, that instinct. That's that spidey sense. We never know what's going to happen, but if you can hear it and you can respond to it, those are going to probably be your better opportunities.
Yes, sir.
Speaking of, the market is rolling heavily right now. We are seeing a big rejection in Apple and Nvidia, and right now the S&Ps are rolling as well. We rejected off of 5080 here. So if you did catch that short from 18,018, you're sitting very pretty right now. Again, it's not the trade that I saw or I took, but there's definitely opportunities still in this market, and it is looking like we're not getting the strength to the upside. We haven't collected enough liquidity to burst up through the top side, but I'm also not seeing a very weak auction here, right? We're seeing these spills, but we're seeing them immediately being bought up. Every single dip in the market is starting to be bounced, and we're seeing heavy bid support, at least in the NQ. I haven't checked over at the order flow and the tape of the S&Ps, but I'm not seeing tremendous weakness yet that is going to get me short in this market. So I am happy to be hands off here.
Same.
Yeah.
All right, well, while these guys take patience seriously, it is a Fire Drill Tuesday. Let's go over some of the details. What's coming up here in the next hour or so. Eddie, give us some details on the Fire Drill today, please.
All right. You know what, Andre? I'm rubbing sticks here really hard, trying to get some smoke. Today, what we're going to do is we're going to pin a form here to the live chat for 10 minutes, okay? 1,000 invitations will be available. Now, this invitation includes a code to lock up 5 TopstepX 50K trading combines for $4.50 each. The resets are still $49. You'll get one free reset every month, and monthly rebill if you exceed the max and the loss limit. Now, remember, winners are picked at random, okay, and will be notified the following morning. So today you'll get an email tomorrow. So the thing is, we want to give everybody the opportunity to experience TopstepX, the platform, as to many traders as possible. And this giveaway, remember, please, if you've already got TopstepX from a prior event that we've had, this giveaway is for those who have not traded in TopstepX. So hold off. If you already got a TopstepX, give an opportunity to somebody else that really wants it. And that's what we've got here so far. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Wow. This is big Tuesday, big week. We got today and we got Thursday. It's I don't think we've done 2 in a week before, have we, Michael? Well, I guess when
we have not. We're going to start doing this, guys. So tune in. We're not going to probably give you guys a heads up. I'm going to tell them not to because
you don't think so?
I see it. No, I just see an influx on the days that we do this. So you're going to have to tune in to get rewarded. It's kind of the goal of this anyway. So, and yes, it is $4.50 a month continuously. Level 1 data, real-time CME data from the CME, direct from the CME is what we get it at. We get invoiced at that, and you're going to pay that. That's really all you have to pay.
That's nothing.
For TopstepX only, for TopstepTV folks only. And if you get picked and invited through these fire drills. So hopefully you guys see more value in TopstepTV than just dropping in. But either way, if you drop it and you get it, hopefully you see the value in TopstepX. And oh, by the way, TopstepTV is going to follow you in there too, because you can click a button and you can watch in real time within your trading platform. So needless to say, we are following you.
Hey, quick question for you, Michael, and I love to touch on this stuff whenever we get the chance. Number one, I will ask, when is TopstepX going to be available for the broader public? I know that we're doing these soft releases. When are we expecting that folks can get their hands on TopstepX for real?
That's a good question.
We don't have a hard date.
We don't have a hard date. We're going to keep doing stuff like this.
Yeah.
When it's ready, of course. We're going to keep doing stuff like this we have a great, again, deal with going with the group over there. So this is limited time. And yeah, I don't have an end date. I know we're going to go bigger accounts here shortly. If not now, I forget which ones we're doing. No, these are 50Ks now. And I think the bigger accounts will be just as opportunistic as this offer is. So got to tune in. And hopefully you're getting something. Look, you could have followed Rips and not me.
Don't ever been totally my trades. Never.
Yeah, yeah, and you could have. He gave you his prices. He said what he's looking at. Even if you took a one lot, you would have picked up 10 handles off that. That's $200. So just think about
this, like before you continue. I will say this: anytime that you're ever watching somebody trade, the only time that you should ever follow that person into a trade is if you have the same sort of trade idea that you're seeing in the market exactly as that trader is seeing it. That's the only time that you should be following somebody into a trade, and it's going to serve you better in the long term. You should be developing your own trade plans. You should be looking at how the market moves, and you should take, if I'm having winning trades on here, see what I'm seeing and maybe go back and review the game film at a later time and see if you can see what I was seeing and see if it makes sense to you. That's what I would say. Sorry about that, Michael.
Rips, I agree with that. 99%. The other 1%, there's some newbies, completely fresh newbies. If I was a newbie, it is kind of interesting to get in. Point of a newbie anyway is to get in and out of a trade and to get comfortable getting in and out. That's what they always tell you when you first start trading. Just get in and out. Buy one, sell one, sell one, buy one, buy one, sell one. And just, who cares? You're on practice account. Even if you get a $4.50 whatever TopstepX account, that's peanuts. That's a cup of coffee a month. So get comfortable. And then if you're watching here on Topstep TV, and I'm sorry, I'm going to plug it again. You're watching Rips. He talked about a short. He talked about you could have taken that, and it would have helped you just understand the why, and then the market momentum and the move, and then you get out. So that allows you, but you don't ever want to copy him completely, and it's not even smart. And even if you did, that's hard to do. I don't teach a man to fish is what Rips is really here about to do.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the entire reason why I, live stream here or even on my own channel, the reason why I'm doing that is so that I try to frame everything that I'm doing as if I was in my first or second or third or fourth year of trading. And I'm trying to frame it in a way that what would I have looked for in somebody that I wanted to learn from? What would I be looking for in that type of trading? What would they talk like? What would they sound like? That's where I'm trying to frame what I'm doing here as far as my trading. So, sometimes that message is received, sometimes it's not, but that is the goal here, of course.
Hey, so Renee says, I think I said that name right. Andre, newbies need a hazing trial. You had one at your prop firm. You had one at your prop firm. Tell us what it is really quickly.
What, the beige book?
Yes.
Beige book, 1:00 on Thursdays or Wednesdays. The Fed beige book comes out, some regional report on all the Fed districts across the country. You get a rundown of that particular district. And when the Fed beige book came out, or 1:00 in the afternoon, they sent me a clerk to go run to the Chicago Fed to go get the beige book. Well, lo and behold, the beige book does not actually exist. It's strictly just a digital copy that gets distributed over Bloomberg, Reuters, Morningstar, what have you. Anyways, they sent me, the clerk, the dumb clerk, the newbie, over to the security guard in the Fed, Chicago Fed, to go pick up the beige book. The security guard looked at me like I was an idiot and told me I have to leave the building right now. There is no beige book, kid. Your bosses are playing a joke on you. It was a light hazing. I got back to the office. Everyone was laughing at me, making fun of me. It was all in good fun. And so still don't live it down to this day, as Michael just reminded me. Yes, go to the Fed.
Yes,
and pick up the beige book.
But you passed. You're in the fraternity, the fraternity sorority of traders.
Yep. But that was a good old little joke. I mean, there's some worse hazing, but that's the only one I'm going to talk about. A frat firm, you can call it that. I don't know. They were all frat firms back in the day.
Yeah, yours was for sure. Well, yes.
They used to do that on the trading floor too. They'd send some phone clerk as a runner, he'd hand you an order to take it out to the mud pit, and you'd be running around. Where's the mud pit? Where's the mud pit? There ain't no mud pit, kid. Get out.
There's a pool on the roof. We do swimming on the weekends.
We used to send runners for the price of lobsters. You ever go to a place and buy lobsters? Always says market price. So we had them looking for the lobster pit.
That's pretty good. Yeah, just a wild goose chase. It was funny though. They're all that was a good one. And there were some other ones like how many Red Bulls can you drink in an hour? There were those type of hazing things too, and that wasn't so good. Michael, did the Celsius show up at the office yet?
Not yet. Not yet. Really quickly, guys in chat, if you have any good one-liners like that, I know it goes to, like my buddy Chris. He owns a carpentry company, and when he has a new guy start, he has the guy go find the board bender. The board bender. Like, what? Can you go give me the board bender? The guy spends forever looking for it because it doesn't exist. And it's kind of like, it's kind of funny because I think every industry has something like that. So if you guys got one in your industry that you heard, share it. We can get a little laugh while this market trade sideways. Board stretcher. Sorry. Thank you, bro. Thank you, guys.
God, the chat knows everything, man. Look at the chat knows everything.
Knows everything.
The glass hammer.
If we go back to the markets here for just a second, we're seeing some continuation in crude oil. And on the opening call this morning, we discussed the rejection of weekly kickoff low. And as range bound as this market is, you can just see going back, it's been very range bound for several days into even 2 weeks. When there's a failure of a breakout in one direction, typically the target is going to be the other extreme. And we're starting to see the market kind of head to that other extreme. I'm kind of using last week's high 78.92 as the upper extreme for that. But, this is kind of typical market price action. When there's a failure of one extreme of an area of balance, the usual target's going to be the other extreme of the area of balance. Just wanted to point that out for anybody who is holding positions in crude oil right now. So just a thought there for you.
Hey, John, while I got you, what can we get a quick Delta update, please? As we like to keep an eye on that throughout the day. Yesterday got heavy short.
Yeah, it did, and it continued to pay. But in looking at the open interest information from yesterday, Andre, we lost 18,000 in open interest. So that says long liquidation, probably in shorter time frames. So we just got out of some of the longs. Long liquidation in that regard does have a tendency to kind of bring strength to a market, because those initiative sellers that want to sell the market to get out of those positions, they're now available to get back into the marketplace. But as far as Delta's concerned, Andre, negative 7,200 in the S&P. So another situation with a small range, pretty deep delta. Are we seeing longer time frame buyers here? We thought maybe that was going to be the case yesterday. Being Monday, the heavy delta sellers actually ended up, if they were short, getting paid at the end of the day.
Yes,
we have to see how this plays out again today. And then in the NASDAQ, we're seeing about negative 600 in delta, nothing tremendous. However, it is kind of hovering up near the high of the regular trading hour session with negative delta. So there is the possibility of delta divergence occurring today. And when we look at the S&Ps overall, we've been seeing delta divergence against price with relative consistency over a number of days. Since the 2nd of February, we saw a pretty decent increase in open interest on higher pricing with negative delta. Now, those levels are levels that we're still very well. I mean, we're pretty far above them right now. That was 50-15, 50-17, 50-44. And then, we did see some open interest come off, but continuing to see with relative consistency some negative delta on some of the upper days. Not so much, but yesterday we had negative delta and lower pricing. The day before we had negative delta and higher pricing. Just kind of looking at things in a kind of a macro idea of looking at the S&Ps. Now, when I'm looking at this to me is a kind of a classic bull flag, right? Because we put in the high on Friday. It's kind of an excess high in the daily chart. We put in lower high, lower low yesterday, lower high, lower low today. But yesterday we had really weak volume and we lost open interest. It's not like there was money coming into the short side. It was money coming out of the long side. So this, this bull flag could bring the next impetus to the upside if we do break out above this upper trend line. And it's only 2 points of contact here. It's not like it's a really strong trend line, more just to say, hey, yesterday we had lower volume, reduced open interest. We have low volume today, reduced open interest. That could bring more energy to an upside breakout if that is the case. But we can go, we can come all the way down to 50, 60, 50, wow. 50, 60 today without breaking this bull flag structure.
50, 60. So there's room to the downside then.
Yeah, we did trade to the point of control from Thursday. We have not yet been able to take out the overnight low, which was one of the levels that I think Rips and I were both looking at when we went down there, but we didn't get our entry there. So, the market is coming back into range, back near value. If we take out the opening range, which is the high of the session in the S&Ps, that's going to put us right back into potential value acceptance from yesterday's range. So, anything can happen. Just kind of putting a little bit of context over what's happening in at least crude oil and the S&Ps for now. But be patient. There's a lot of more information coming, over the next couple of days that is likely to bring some pretty serious volatility. So there are opportunities. Just be patient, look for the right ones, and like Rick said, the ones that you seem to have the spidey sense about, the intuition, or the just that feeling, and you can see it and you can feel it in the charts and you can see it. Those are going to be the good opportunities, and you just got to be patient. Make sure you get your good trade location. If you don't, there's another opportunity coming down the pipe.
Well said, Johnny. Good stuff. Yes, especially with the Delta breakdown yesterday, 2 days ago, they did not get paid. Yesterday, they did get paid. Real quick, let's go out to Jack. Jack, what do you got for us? And you got something good for us, as you always do at this time.
Hey, yes, I always do have something for you. This is a piece of statistical knowledge that I did not know, but when you're going short, remember this. Since 1948, the S&P 500 has traded within 5% of all-time highs 42% of the time. Now,
say that again?
Since 1948, the S&P 500 has spent 42% of the time within 5% of its all-time high.
No kidding.
So I want to do more research.
Buy the dip. Buy BTFD, man. Buy the dip is right.
Look at the chart. I want to go deeper into this and figure out what percent of the time it's been within 10%, 20%. Because if you're shorting long term, you want more than that 5%. So that's interesting. Speaking of trading opportunities, Wendy's is introducing surge style pricing depending on the time of day.
Come on.
So if you
get out of here,
I mean, everyone's going to do it at some point. We got to let those quants cook. So if you are a quant, check out Wendy's. You might have some opportunities to price gouge. What are their burgers called again? Dave's singles, doubles.
Michael loves a junior bacon cheeseburger, so now he's
you know what I do? I'd be a kid. I'd be a kid down the block to be like, dude, I know there's a line there every day at 12 o'clock. Okay, so at 11:45, I'm gonna go buy 100 cheeseburgers and sit out on the sidewalk and undercut them. I mean, come on.
I love where your head's at.
Lastly, important.
I would mark it no lines too, Jack. I'd mark it no lines. Drive through. I'll throw them in your back trunk.
My man,
roll your window down.
Scalping baconators. Okay, one more. Maybe important for the quiz players later. A hotel in Chicago for Chicago's 187th birthday, which is March 4th, the day after my birthday. I'm waiting for my gift, MP. $187 hot dog. Now, they do cheat on this because it includes the old-fashioned pictured, but it's a French-style boudin blanc sausage with black truffle granulated mustard and then an old-fashioned with gold flakes and shit. If you're interested,
Is that a technical term, by the way?
Yeah, it's my favorite drink.
it is. First
On
year
their marketing
culinary
banner.
school stuff. So get it. And that's
Wow.
all the news for now.
Yeah,
Except I
man.
wanted to mention one last thing. We're within 300 subscribers of having 70,000 subscribers. If you
Oh my
haven't
God.
subscribed, it doesn't cost you anything. So do it. Talk to you later.
Later, Jack. Good stuff, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
Hey, Rips,
Love
if you
Jack.
got a sec. Rips, if we get a sec, can you give us a Mag 7 update unless you are in a trade? I know you've been a little bit quiet. You might be focused over there. Are you in anything? If
Yeah,
you're not,
focusing on some price action right now. I do want to see the S&Ps kind of holding above VWAP here. We are kind of testing where the VWAP is right now. We are kind of flushing low, looking for a potential breakout at the top there. But that is not unfurling right now. So we have a little bit of downside action right now. We had a rejection of NVIDIA at the 50 EMA. So I'm wanting to see if we can continue to hold that excursion to the upside. This might be a slight pullback as we kind of get a little bit of a move to the downside here and a potential to add into this position if we have a deeper pullback to around 18,000. I am looking to see if we can hold basically above the VWAP in Amazon, Google, looking for Apple to hold above the VWAP and Tesla as well. So that's what I'm looking for across the board here in the Mag 7.
Good stuff. Yeah, it looks like
You guys read some of the board stretcher stuff in there? That was pretty good.
Concrete bender or something in there too.
Board stretcher, steam bucket or something. That was another one.
Elbow grease.
Go find a jar of the elbow grease. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Go find a jar of the elbow.
That's not my,
I remember my grandpa being like, "Put some elbow grease in it." I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about, Grandpa.
We'll pull back a little bit. Gold trading sideways. Nothing happening there.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a pullback in equities right now, pullback in the S&Ps and the NQ here. We were looking to wrestle up over that coveted 50-80 level in the S&Ps, but we haven't made it there yet. So I'm looking for any kind of bid support to be coming through in this trade right now.
Blinker fluid. I got caught on the blinker fluid back. These are funny, guys. Sorry, these are. Like,
you're loving this. You're loving the chat right now.
I mean, well, somebody in here is like, yeah, it's some person came in and asked for blinker fluid at auto parts store.
Yeah, muffler bearings. Got to get some muffler bearings.
Oh, those can be pricey.
Yes, they can.
We did see some. Nope, liquidity's gone. John's looking pretty
a lot of sell side coming in here towards 18,000, looking like we might just flush right through this now.
I was just short 30s. I had a 2-lot short on 30s. You can see it my thing right here. I covered 22s. That was a big, nice short. But it's coming off a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 10 5-minute candles. So that we're always looking to the upside. Higher highs, higher lows. Now we just pivoted. Interesting. Interesting.
Hey, so is it safe to say, guys, level 18,000 in the NASDAQ does not have much significance at this point, the way we just go up and we just go through it up and down? I mean, is it fair to say that's not really a significant level anymore?
What's that, 18,000?
18,000s, yes. The way we just trade right
I think
through
it's
it
still a very significant level. We did bounce there at 994 quarters, so these levels still are intact. If we get an auction quickly back up to 18,018 here, then that level of 18,000 is definitely intact. So it really is contingent upon the price action in this area. This is usually where we've been catching bounces in the market, and it is right and coincided with that 18,000.
Okay, thank you.
It seems like, at least in the S&Ps, that VWAP is just kind of being ignored. I mean, it's been trading both sides of it, not really responding much to it, which is kind of, I would think, a little bit unusual. Rips, do you think that might be something that could be indicative of a lack of longer time frame traders in the market? I know that they focus on getting their executions done on one side or the other.
Right. And like we talked about earlier, we had a lot of business being conducted in this area. So you have a lot of folks that are getting close to neutral in their positions. And this does create a shorter time frame kind of flux around this area. So we are perking back up above 18,000 again here. So yeah, I mean, it's very, very tricky to trade in this area. We will see a lot of shorter term traders coming in and out until we find a winner to this tug of war, so to speak.
Thank you.
So I got this new John Madden thing, and 30-minute chart. You guys go to my charts real quick. I have it up. 30-minute chart, 18,000. It has been kind of hanging out around here for the last 2 or 3 days. There you go. So what you're going to see here is you're going to see it rally like this, and you're going to see it taper off around the 18,000s right about here. That's John Madden style.
We're seeing a big perk here in the S&Ps now, a big perk in NVIDIA. So I want to see this auctioning heavily above that 18,000 area. We're talking about potential of a huge bounce coming into that area. I definitely took some heat on this position, but I'm looking for this to auction comfortably back above 18,000 here. Currently, we're rejecting at 15s, but we have a lot of buy-side strength coming through here.
Would you get entry price?
Rips go mute.
Right, focused.
Oh, he's locked in. Gotcha.
I think so.
What about you, Michael?
I think he's long today, from right around here. I'm down $200. I have not gotten myself out of the hole, and the deepest it was 500. I just made up 300 of that or whatever on that 18,030 short that I covered very, very early, and I only took 3 to 4 to 5 handles of heat. So,
what's your P&L, Michael? They're asking your P&L.
Down $200.
There you go. Down 200.
You guys should be able to see it top of the screen.
It's blurry.
What?
I don't know.
Yeah, we can't see it on screen. So if you can just tell us or put it into the Slack, we will get it up there.
Well, I'll just make it bigger by putting more money in it.
I was going to say, turn that sucker green. Turn that sucker green, and we have no problems.
Yeah. Once you see a comma, then you know I'm doing well. If it's green, that is.
That's right. What do we got here?
Just a quick update on market internals. NYSE volume is 151 million shares. It's roughly flat to its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners 2-1. On the NASDAQ, we have 1.53 billion shares of volume, which is roughly flat to its 1 month average. Advancers are leading decliners by 1.7-1. The VIX is down 2% at 13.51.
Thank you, Rips. Someone needs to poke the S&Ps with a stick. It has seemed to have taken a nap right now. Gold's seen a little action on the downside. The S&Ps have just run out of steam since Friday, really.
Yeah, we keep tagging these 15s in the NASDAQ as well, and it's kind of coinciding with what we're seeing in the S&Ps. So we just need to see a strong auction here above 15s and above 18s, and we should start to see a little bit more of a squeeze to the top side. But again, it's contingent on these levels not being sold right now.
This is a sit on your hands type trade. Rips, you're flat, I assume?
No, I'm still holding this, looking for these 15s to trend to the top side here and get this breakout trade.
Very good. 70,000. Michael, just not seeing it today?
I think I'm not. I think
You're
I'm
locked
not.
in right now.
Therefore, yeah, I think I'm not. Therefore, I'm not going to be doing anything like I think I am. You know what I'm saying?
New Michael, yeah, that's very, you're a philosopher
January
now.
Mike sucked.
January Mike was no good.
Nah, I guess beat.
It's beat. It's pretty thin in the S&Ps right now, so no real trades to take.
It's thin as well as in the NASDAQ.
Is it? Okay. Where'd all the liquidity go?
Thin.
Where'd all the business go? Jack told us last week there's $6 trillion sitting on the sidelines right now. Looking to get an equity.
Jack comes on here and says a lot of things, Andre.
I think it's good. Dude,
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Your Baconator just got doubled, Michael, during high traffic times, man. What are you gonna eat for dinner?
I'm 12, right? Got to get my 12.6 curveball in, Andre. Got to fit that in the passenger window when they're driving by.
That'd be so funny if you're slinging Baconators.
I do like this long above the 15s, even though I'm already long in this. I do like this long heavily above the 15s, as long as we're snapping above this level. And then through these 18s here, we have an offer at the 18s in the NAS. We do break above that offer. This thing can get pretty speedy to the upside, but it is contingent upon breaking above that 18 level.
Man, it's going to hover around this 18,000 level, isn't it? Hey, let's check out some other markets. We're talking way too much. Crude NASDAQ gets too much attention, I think. But I know a lot of people are already on it.
It's the number one product. It's the number one product that's trade. We could take a look. Rips, Rips is in something. I mean, nothing's really moving right now. Oil is trending higher. Gold's trading sideways a little bit. Just touched the lows of the day here not too long ago. You think we talk about?
Can we get a crude oil?
We talk about.
Yeah, we got people asking about crude oil. Russell,
RTY.
John, can you give us a little update on this?
Yes,
Crude oil
sir.
and
Let's just, yeah. Well, take a look here at first at crude. So here we go. As we were kind of talking earlier yesterday, we failed a below weekly kickoff low, an important level. We drove higher. Generally speaking, as a general rule, the failure in a range bound market to break out of either side brings a rotation to the other extreme. So if I were trading crude oil, I would be looking to the long side and looking for a full rotation back to last week's high, 78.92. Market opened. Let's see here. It opened here, left the opening range, I believe, at the low
John,
of the
what's
session.
here?
Yes. And I'm going to show you right now. So this is the profile. So the opening range is from 1770 up to 1795, a pretty substantial opening range. The market has not traded back down below that. So that supports my theory that the market is still in buyer control, probably short time frame buyer control, but buyer control nonetheless. And it continues to try and push back to the upside. Yesterday, the failure below weekly kickoff low brought a drop in open interest. So it seems like that there were a lot of shorter time frame traders preempting the breakout to the downside, which they do have a big propensity to do. Estimated loss in open interest yesterday, 7,000 contracts. They found it. They got short. They found they weren't going to get what they were looking for, and they jumped over each other trying to get out of those positions, creating a very emotional upside move. The fact that the opening range remains the low of the session has me looking for buys, and the fact that the failure at the low end brings us to a potential full rotation back to the upper end of the area of balance. So, if I were trading crude oil today, I would be looking for opportunities to look for longs. Now, for the RTY, which is not necessarily a market that I look at that often. I mean, we can take a quick look at it here. So let's start with the daily chart. It's kind of similar, I think, to let's see here. We've got a kind of a double top here on the all-time high. And the market seems to be, intent on going back to recheck that level on the daily, on the 30-minute chart here. The market did open above the range and value from yesterday. It was a P-shaped profile yesterday, which indicates short covering. I'd have to check the open interest to verify that. But the market did open with a gap. There was very little effort to try and close the gap. If that's the case, the general gap rule then, traders, is if we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities to trade in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs, which so far, today, I mean, we were pretty far from the overnight low. Looks like VWAP has been a pretty good support level for the Russell right now. And with, as Anne Marie has taught us, with the VWAP leaning to the upside, you're looking for pullbacks with an opportunity to see some continuation in this move to the upside. Any shorts should be short-lived, and if you do get in a short and you make money in it, take that profit. Look for the opportunities to buy breaks, as long as we can hold basically that VWAP level. So there's some kind of thoughts about the Russell there for us.
I like it.
And back to crude. And what are we doing? Man, oh man, S&P is just not really doing much here. We've got 12 and a quarter point range still in the initial balance, and opening range remains the high of the session in the S&Ps. Not so much here in the NASDAQ, but we still have negative 6,300 to negative 6,400 now in Delta in a range-bound day. Ladies and gentlemen, traders, this is something that I was really kind of expecting today, was more range-bound activity as traders kind of posture themselves, position themselves, and hedge themselves for the information coming out of the next couple of days. Anything can happen. ACH. I always have I always say that. If something happens, if somebody says something, the markets can certainly change this market state in a heartbeat. Just be careful. Look for good trade locations where you can manage your risk and see asymmetric opportunities. Asymmetric opportunities are small risk for bigger rewards. That's what I'm always looking for when I'm actively trading, and that's what I think everybody should be looking for. Think risk first. Risk first. How much can I afford to lose on this? That can help you with your position sizing, and look for profits as the market heads in your direction. If this was a trending day, I would say if you were in a trending day to the upside, be able to stay in that trade for as long as you can, because you don't know how far that trend is going to go. Trade profit targets tend to cut off good trades on trend days, but we don't have one of those today. We have a range bound day so far, and as was mentioned, the earlier we can identify the day type. Right now, we're range bound. We're inside the initial balance. Should something change, that can change that, of course. But if we do have a range bound day or a normal trading day, a rotational day, that is the strategy that you should put in force: buying against the lows, selling against the highs until proven wrong. And NASDAQ, is still pretty range bound. We've got a 91 handle range in the NASDAQ, very small. But this, again, was something that I hypothesized this morning on the opening call. Was, a lot of folks are not going to be thinking directionally. They're going to be thinking protection for the next couple of days with the GDP and the PCE numbers coming out. So manage your risks, keep your profit expectations manageable, keep them realistic. And if something changes, then we'll be here to help I kind of identify that change. I know RIPS is fantastic at trading these shorter time frame trades like this, and also fantastic at recognizing, okay, this is a bit of a change in the day type, and looking forward to seeing if we do see any of those changes during fast markets this morning. Just a couple of my thoughts there.
Love it, Johnny. Love it, Johnny. While you're doing that, I do believe JD has one of my favorite stat packs today. JD, what do you got? Streaks and P&Ls for us?
Sure do. What's up, guys? Did I miss the fire drill? Just checking.
Don't start. What are you doing?
No,
what are you doing?
What
are you doing, bro?
Don't stirring the pot.
Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. All right, let's get those hot streaks up. Ta-da!
JD.
Not much of a change on the list. Niabin, Andrew, Loy, and Timothy all extend their streaks another day. Niabin with 25 days. Our guy in Discord, Andrew A, with 22 days. Loy at 19, and Timothy is on an 18-day run. Glenace, who was number 5 yesterday, did not trade, so Woo has moved on the list with a nice 17-day heater. Nice trading, Woo. Again, no home run hitters in this group. These traders just keep on jabbing away at it.
Very nice.
Hey, guys, want to know why we share this? Want to know why we share this? Because people keep on jabbing away, and W's are the second best trading day. Or hold on, scratches are the second best winning day, and we want to show this. You're like, the Woo only put up $445. So what? Woo is scratch trading right now on W's, ending the day with a win, with a win, with a win, with a win. It's so important to build your foundation as a trader with scratch days, even looking at those as being positive because they are positive. So that's why we share these. Now, heavy hitters. Huh, JD?
Yeah. Here we go. We got our live yesterday's best traders in the live funded account. All right, here we are. Look at this group of all-stars, all familiar names. David with nearly 6K. Isaac put up 5,500. Nicholas with 4,600. Our guy, Mr. Slow Markets, Dakota with 3K. And Ilya, whose name we've been seeing quite a bit of the last couple weeks, had a nice 2,500 day. We've also got an honorable mention in 10th place with $1,200 yesterday. The man, Mr. P himself.
Yeah, he was waiting for that.
I mean, just so everybody knows, I've made the leaderboard one time since TopstepTV started, and that was last week. And then I've been one away on 2 separate leaderboards. I feel very proud.
We're going to see a lot of these same names in our top 10 list a little later on. So I will catch you guys in about a half hour with that.
You the man, James.
That was kind of a light
Thanks,
day.
Stevie.
All right.
So, Michael, if I could kind of expound on that scratch idea that you were just talking about, I mean, for anybody that's in trading, new to trading, even experienced trading, is the goal really is to maintain an account forever, right? You want to stay in that account forever, and if you are able to do that, even if it's $40 a day, something like that, you're extending your learning curve. You're learning something every day. And you're actually succeeding better than most. This is a very difficult thing to do. And if you can maintain an account and for 45 trading days, even if it's just a little bit at a time, you're kicking ass. And of course, everybody likes to see the big numbers, but before you can get to the big numbers, you got to be able to maintain the account.
Correct.
Well said. Hey, Rips, we've gone to you. How's the trade going? What are we looking at? What's happening over at NASDAQ?
I ended up getting stopped out of that trade, so I'm in a second trade here in a combine. I'm trading a Topstep combine here and looking for this return back above 994 here.
Long side.
Still looking for the long side here. We had that perk rate above 994s there.
Here we go.
And looking for this to get back into that 18,000 range. That's what we're looking for here.
Okay, we are seeing some liquidity here in the S&Ps at 50, 80, 400 last sitting on the offer. Rip's last trade, for transparency, last trade was live account. This is now the combine. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yep, that's correct.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. And a P&L update on the day as well, so we can update the board when you have a chance.
Negative 3,000.
Negative 3. Oh, yeah. Down 200. All right, we took some heat on that one then. So that's done. Live funded, done for the day. On to the combine, Rips. It happens.
It happens.
It does.
Now, I was a little bit late to that and I had a terrible entry, but now we're looking for the same trade on a different account. It's the exact same trade idea that we're looking for.
Better trade location now?
Much better trade location here.
Right. Okay, good.
You know what I want to share someday? I got this from Tasty Trade a long time ago. You guys ever see that? I just found it yesterday. It talks about the consecutive. It costs. We just did a hot streak of traders hot streak. This talks about consecutive day moves, 6 day or S&P up days versus S&P down days.
What is it? Oh, I remember that. Oh, the bell curve.
Remember this? Yeah. So you watch CNBC, like this is the 7th day in a row that the S&P's been up. That probability is like number of occurrences is. I don't know how to read this, but it's very, very small, of course. Mm-hmm. But it's just interesting because it talks about playing like even win streaks. Like if there's win streaks, like you get to 10-9 winning days in a row. I mean, it's a bell curve. So you get out here, these outliers. I only did stat 101. I didn't go further than that. But 10 days, win streaks, not really finding those. Or losing.
Would this be the 10th day, the 10th green day?
I don't even know. I just found this yesterday, but it's just interesting. I don't know does anybody know how many?
All right, I can tell you. So yesterday was a down day. So if we're going to have a consecutive day, it's going to have to be to the downside. But we did see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive up days in the middle of January. The beginning of December, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive up days in January. That's an outlier there, right? And then
that's 9 right there on my chart. That's 9 right there.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
I'll get a picture of this. Let me do a picture.
4, 5, 6, 7 days off the bottom there. So that 9-day streak was the biggest winning streak that we've seen, at least in the past 5 months.
And that's what this chart says. Nothing really, very, very, very few, if not anything, past 9. Very cool. Interesting.
Wow, look at this rally.
Yep, I had the right trade idea, wrong timing on that on that live account. Very, very close.
That's what drives me nuts, man. That's what makes right idea of how do you it's just something that we'll have to deal with for as long as we're in this gig, right, Rips? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just part of the business. You can have
the business.
Perfect trade, but the wrong trade location, and that's exactly what happened to me on that one.
I mean, unless you can afford to hold positions against you for exorbitant amounts of losses until they come back to wins, then this is what we have to deal with. Timing is going to be everything. Trade location is going to be everything. There was only one person at the board of trade.
Yeah,
Uncle Julius.
That guy.
Julius Frankel. The rumor was he never took a loss because he had so much money that he would just roll losing positions for months and even years until they went his way. Now, I don't know if that's true, but when Uncle Julius, I would call him Uncle Julius because he was a friend of my dad's. He liked my dad a lot. And, he was an independent trader. They were both independent traders. My dad was also the hedge manager for Ralston Purina on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. But Uncle Julius had no family. He had no kids. He had nothing. And his estate, part of his estate went to the Lyric Opera of Chicago. Now, Uncle Julius passed away probably 35 years ago. But I'm pretty sure if you go to the Lyric Opera and you look on the back for the benefactors, his estate is still on the top.
My buddy works there. Maybe I can grab a picture of that right now.
Yeah, you'll see. It's the estate of Julius Frankel. He was great. I was 6 years old, walking around the trading floor, bump into Uncle Julius. He'd say, "Hey, you're Dick Hoagland's kid, aren't you?" And I'd say, "Yeah, hi, Uncle Julius." He'd say, "Here, have $20." And as the years went on, I think he started kind of getting a little bit senile. So every time you bumped into him, he'd give you $20.
Pretty good.
So I'd get in the car, and my dad would say, "How much do you take Uncle Julius for today?" $80. Not bad. But he used to take our family out for dinner, and he was always late, and he always, just a very nice man, like my dad for some reason. And I'm sure he taught my dad quite a bit.
72% long in the NASDAQ, 55% long in the S&P.
Yeah, I still like this to the long side here. It's going back on my original thesis here. I still like this to the long side. We are at the collar of this volume shelf, so we will have to see if we can break above this. If we do break above this, there's a lot of liquidity that's resting at 35 that we will have to attack. So that's potentially what we're looking for to the top side here.
Whoa. I just got an update.
Yeah, Michael, what's the update?
Uh-oh.
What
size?
Ready?
Eddie?
Ladies and gentlemen, instead of 1,000 invitations for TopstepX, we're doubling that today. Yes, we are doubling that today for 2,000.
Yeah.
If we're talking probabilities, go ahead, Eddie.
No, just stick around. It hasn't happened yet. A lot of people are saying when. It is coming in the near future, very near.
Yeah. So if you go from 1,000 to 2,000, that doesn't double your. I go back to my stat 101, Andre. So lay off me. Does that double your chance? Does that double your chances?
I would think so. Yeah. Just the price pool went from 1,000 to 2,000. Yeah.
Well, if the pool stayed the same, right? We have 6,000 in here now. So I don't know. I don't think.
Yeah, everyone's chances just improved.
Oh, chances improved. They didn't double.
Chat's loving it. Hey, if you guys love it so much, please hit that subscribe button. Please hit that like button, like Eddie said, in the very, very near future. Please subscribe and like. And you guys are awesome in the comments. Watching out for resting orders that we might not be paying attention to. Telling us about numbers and economic events that are coming out that we might not be paying attention to because we're distracted. The chat rules, and we're always watching each other's sticks around here.
Nice stuff. This is exciting. So 1/3 of the folks here have a high probability.
Then we always
have
high
probability. Yes, and then you have Thursday as well. And then after that, I don't think we're going to tell you what day it is. And I would really appreciate if you guys tuned in and we all learn together. Because if we aren't learning, then we're not growing, or we're dying, or whatever it is. And you ain't earning, if you're not learning.
Yeah, I mean, these markets are just trading sideways. I guess that move to the upside in the NASDAQ there that's brutal. Absolutely brutal. 6,300
Yeah,
viewers right now. Pretty damn good. Click that like, click that
range
subscribe
bound.
button. It is. I'm let's start trading range. I might buy the dip. Hasn't been paying like it has the last week or so in the S&Ps. It's been choppy. Can't hang on to anything for too long. And,
well, Andre, you got to think about the context, right? I mean, if we're going to be working the extremes of the S&Ps, it's only a 12 handle range. So if we're going to be fading those extremes, we've got to be really particular about our trade location to get a 2-to-1 reward over risk.
You said 12 handle range, John?
Yeah, 12.25 handle range. That's it so far today.
Tight. Okay.
Yeah.
Very tight. Extremely tight.
Why aren't we breaking out? What happened? What happened to the buy the dip trade? It worked all the time. John, can we get a update on Delta when you have a chance?
Yeah, we've taken off a lot of the Delta in the S&Ps. It's not negative 3,300, but we're starting to build negative Delta in the NASDAQ, which is now minus 1,000.
Wow. Yeah. I'm seeing something similar on my end. I'm at about a Delta neutral in my NQ over here.
Okay.
You're anchored earlier than I am. This is just regular trading hour session. So,
what's this?
Here you go, MP.
Mike, what is this?
This is the article that MP wanted to show about the casino.
Oh.
Here it is in
all right,
all
Michael. What'd you gather from this, Michael? Unmute yourself, please.
God, man, I'm off today. I mean, it's just this consecutive winning. It's like just an interesting probability, the consecutive winning days in a row. We share a trader's winning streak. They don't last for win streaks don't last forever. So then I give the opportunities to say, okay, when does this end? And you should know your win streak too. It's kind of fun to know what's the longest you've ever had a winning day. And a winning day is anything greater than $1. That's the scratch day.
Yep.
And I'd say that. I don't know if I'd say that after or before commissions. It depends on how much. I don't know. You can decide that one on your own. But this is the S&P. S&P, and 9 is the last one, and 8 is the last one on the losing days. 9 is the last. So consecutive winning days is interesting, and losing days is interesting. So you can read about it right there. I don't know, something I kept. I always thought it was interesting. I thought you could add it.
Michael, it is interesting.
Michael, was this hidden somewhere, like the same place the watch on Pulp Fiction was hid?
It was. I have a ton of
look at all this crap. Look at all this crap he's got in his desk over there. What is all that stuff? Look at this shit.
Yeah. Michael, I can't help but to notice that what we're posting here is kind of an ad for when I read the thing, it kind of says that like
it's an ad
you
for
can't trade stocks because they're random, so lever up.
I'm like, in this segment is brought to you by Tasty Trade. No, I think it's Sosnoff. Yeah, we were talking to those guys a while ago. Yeah, good guys.
That's funny. Right. Hold on, nothing. I like that quote you guys showed. We skipped right past that, but that was a good quote you guys just posted there, James. And,
that was funny.
Yeah, it was.
That was funny.
The broker showed. Yeah, I like that. All right.
I think that consecutive thing is interesting because if you have like a high consecutive, you're getting in the 6, 7, 8s. If I'm getting the 6, 7, 8s, and then I'm trading that, I'm starting my day. It is good to know, in my opinion, it's good to know that we're on the 7th or 8th day, or 9th day, or 10th day. And oh, by the way, we're on the 11th day. When's the last time it's ever done 11 days in a row? And then you get your tilt, Andre. You get your tilt on super high long.
Yep.
I mean, there's certain plays like that is like stars align. And then you have a level up there. John's weekly kickoff levels is what you guys get in your email box. Some or your own levels, and it all lines up. I mean, take the trade. Like, take the trade.
Absolutely.
And I guess to take the trade is your decision on what it is. Is it going with it, or is it fading the consecutive winning? So it's the game of chess is trading. And for me, it's fun. Andre, you said that you play checkers, though. I don't.
You do this joke once a week, man. Once a week, you go to this joke. Boy, that well is not dry, apparently.
And then you reply with Connect 4, and then we go back and forth. We hit the ball.
We got the bit. We got the bit down at this point.
We got the bit. Yeah.
I love it. It is.
So
You're right.
So no, it's interesting. It's interesting. It's
100%.
information.
100%. Uh-oh.
It's planning your next moves. It's planning kind of if it fits within your trading strategy. That's helpful.
Uh-oh.
You got to be
What is
flexible.
Yo.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. What's going on here?
Dude, open a window.
Ironically,
Yeah, open a window.
this is not a drill.
Oh. Uh-oh. Whoa.
All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Yes, the time you've been waiting for. It is time for the fire drill. As you can see, we are going to pin it to the top. There it is right now. Fire drill. Scroll up from the chat and you will see the link. Click that link. Now, remember, if you already got Topstep and you're trading on Topstep and you're enjoying TopstepX, please, this is for those that have not had the opportunity, the experience. So back off, man. Okay.
Eddie,
Invitations.
Speaking of,
yes, sir.
Eddie, go ahead. Go. Speaking, I got a cop right behind me, so you got to hurry up right now. I'm holding up the fire trucks for you.
Go. Drive it like you stole it. All right. Invitations are going to include a code in the lock. We're going to lock up about 5. You're going to have an opportunity for 5 TopstepX 50K accounts. These are all going to be $4.50 each. Yes, $4.50 each. And these are going to be winners are going to be picked at random. You'll be notified the following morning tomorrow in your email. Don't have a time on that, but keep checking. So just a reminder, we want to give everybody the opportunity to trade TopstepX, as many as possible. This giveaway is for those who have not traded in TopstepX. So have at it. All right, click that link, scroll up. If you don't know what scrolling is, look it up. It's on Google. Scroll up to the top, click the link, fill it out, and relax. Okay, relax, and let's focus on trading. Yes,
I'm gonna hold the fire truck behind. I'm slowing it down. It's right behind me. I'm not letting it go around. There's no pulling to the right now. So you've got a little bit of time here.
This is only going to be up for 10 minutes. So 10 or whatever, 10 minutes after the hour, we will be closing the link, shutting it down. And hey, while I'm on here, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep, getting value out of TopstepTV, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. We're going to post that link in the chat, not up top. We're going to post that in the chat. And we'd appreciate all the kind words and feedback we receive here. We'll drop it in the chat. So if you feel inclined, no pressure. Trustpilot, we'd love to hear from you. Back to you, Andre.
Eddie, as our resident fire marshal, we got some people asking, is that like a sativa or an indica smoke, or are we talking about a pine or a cedar? I don't know.
It's you know what? It is my Kush. Yes, it's
you people on dope, smoke weed every day.
There you go,
boy. You guys killed me, man.
Mac, if you're listening, you showed me one time how to make this thing jump back behind me. I was thinking in my head, when would I ever use that? When would I, and then that one time showed up right now.
Bam. What was that? I saw you put the disco lights on behind you. I'm like, what's he doing over there?
I like that. I like it, man.
Is there anyone else in the office?
They're hypnotized right now. No, there's nobody here.
We have.
It is snowing like crazy out right now, Andre. Snowing, super windy.
I know.
Don't quit skipping flight. Andre bought a flight Friday when I come out skiing. No, all right. Well,
I missed the flight. Yep, I missed the flight, and it was pain.
Can't do that, Andre. Come on now.
I did. Body did not want to wake up. I was tired. Needed sleep.
I mean, the town was. They had people directing traffic on Main Street. Oh,
I saw pictures.
Most packed I've ever seen Aspen.
Yeah, I saw.
I was at the Caribou
Aspen
Club.
Disco Taxi, Michael.
I didn't even know they had one.
You didn't know
Shout out
about that one?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's like the Disco Uber in Aspen. Guy's
Disco
world famous.
No, I didn't know. I haven't seen it. I got
I'll
him
be off
now.
your bird. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't miss that guy. He's always there.
New highs, oil, seeing new highs here. Trading 78, well, new highs 78.50 print. We're trading at 47s right now. Upticking here. Oil catching
Markets
a
are
bid.
dead in equities, by the way. S&Ps are dead. NQ is dead. We're seeing some roll in Tesla right now. Nvidia's starting to roll as well. Seeing some downside interplay here in the NAS. I'm looking for a target of 994 to the downside myself here. So looking for this flush through 18,000.
I don't know what happened.
Those that are looking for the link,
there at 18,000, by the way.
18,000 again. There we go.
18,000. All right. So if you already put your name in, get back to focusing on trading. We're at the 18,000s. Not saying it's right. It's right in the middle. So it's not like those that haven't clicked the link at the top of your screen. That helps you get your name. You'll be one of 6,000. So you have maybe a third of you is going to get it.
Yep. Then we always got
450 yeah. And then we always have Thursday, and then the 450 stays with you until you get funded. So no rush whatsoever. If this is more incentive to say you should not rush at all. Like it's a cup of coffee. Cup of coffee right now. 30 days from now, it's another cup of coffee. $4.50. And then try not to reset. And then, guys, I forgot. If you do bust out of your account before your $4.50 rebill, you get a free reset. It automatically resets. So, I mean, like, I don't know. I mean, like, I think Netflix costs more than this if you like put it the next 2 months together. So if you're looking at that low barrier entry to get into TopstepX, that's what we're trying to do. That's the investment. That's what we worked on with the group that built it, and take advantage of this limited time thing we're doing. I know I would.
72% long in crude here. Besides that, like Rip said, equities have taken a nap for the foreseeable future. We are going to need some sort of. Oh, we got an update here. TopstepTV live funded traders. We got Isaac Rivera up $144. Nicholas F up $8,800. This is from today, yes. And Jalen Childs, it's a cool name, up $9,100 so far today. So we'll keep you updated throughout the day. As we like to be fully transparent with our live funded traders throughout the day. Thanks for that, Brett.
You can tell it's a little difficult. Isaac's just scratching. I'm down.
Look at the chart.
Rips, you're down. The chart's lame. I mean, it's just like whatever. Somebody's asking about reset. Yes, guys, just to let everybody know, I don't know how well we market it or communicate it, but I think we do a pretty good job of it. If you break a rule, the max loss limit, before your rebill, at any time before your rebill, and you do not reset, then when the time that your rebill comes up, it will automatically reset that account and give you a freshie. Fresh account costs you no money except that rebill that was already going to happen by staying in there. So hopefully that helps you guys understand that there's a whatever value, because if you're in the 150K, then it does that. If you're in the 50K, it's a $49 value, I guess. If it's a 150, so that helps you kind of like understand that. And this has been with Topstep for years. We've had this reset at rebill is what we call it internally. Hey, give them a reset at rebill. Let's help them out. And some people are like, well, I want them even if I don't need it, or use it whenever we can. And we're like, well, we already coded it this way. So like, this is what we're going to go with. So it's a reset at rebill. If you bust out of your account, you will automatically be reset. I believe it's automatically reset.
Yes.
On your rebuild day.
On your rebuild day.
So it's like on your rebuild. So stay patient, practice trading, because if you bust it out of your account, that account's ineligible to move to a funded account. Practice, learn. You paid $4.50, practice, learn, and then your next $40.50 pops up, and you get a free reset. So technically, you're all in $9 in 2 months with 60 days of trading and one free reset. I mean, hopefully.
Can I add something there, Michael?
Yeah.
Real quick.
Please.
Now, if you break a rule before your rebill, the reset is $49. Okay. So if you can, I would suggest work on the account. Okay. It's not eligible for funding. but work on your account if you have broken a rule. All right. On your dashboard, it's going to let you know that. And if so, on your rebuild date, when you get rebuild after the 30 days, okay, and the account is noted as lost or broken or busted, it will reset automatically. Okay, you will get that reset, right? So just to let you know, there's a difference between if you want to reset it before, say you have it for a week, you break a rule. If you can wait 3 weeks, fine. If not, it's $49 for a reset. That'll get you back up, brand new account, fresh account, and get you moving forward.
And it does not change your $4.50 rebuild date.
Nope.
Every 30 days, we get charged data. You'll get charged the pass-through cost of the data. Every 30, I don't care if you reset 100, don't reset 100 times, please, in a month. If you reset one time, does not change your rebuild date. So you can see that in your dashboard. Resets are different. This is the cost that it cost us, the pass-through, the level 1, real-time CME data. Hey, Richard Harris had a question. Really important question, Andre. I think. He said, MP, what's your chess score? Well, I beat you, so whatever Andre's is +1.
My ass. I'm like, I was, last I checked, I was just below 900. I think RIPS is like 1400 or something, which is crazy. He says it's not that good.
I mean,
I'm
it's not. That's online rated. That's not like official FIDE or anything.
Yeah, on chess.com, I'm somewhere in the 800s.
I guess
if you want it to be a little bit higher, you can play on lead chess. Those ratings, you'll get a little bit higher on lead chess.
Oh, I could use a little artificial pump up. I would like that. Yeah, I'm good. I'm slow. I'm boring to play against. So that's just how I play.
You ever do speed chess? You ever do bullet or blitz?
I can't. I'm no good at it. I'll make a dumb move. I'll make a dumb move, and it'll be over for me shortly.
It really helps with your reaction time with trading to be playing that type of chess. It really does help.
I've tried that, Rips. When I play him, I'll even go quit it. Andre would be a great litigation attorney. He'd just drag out the case for 30 years. I mean, it just
build the hell out of you.
Yeah, I just build the hell out of him. Come on. So the next game I played him, I'm like, we're going off this. No. And then he's like,
it's so funny. I'd be a great litigation attorney.
But no, you're good, Andre.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Seeing a bit of a dip to the downside here in gold, but these markets, I mean, yeah, it might be sitting in your hands. Like I said, we have still 5 hours left for the rest of the day. And while we're at it, let's take a peek for the schedule as we're coming in on the close. We've got 15 minutes left here in fast markets. James, I'm trying to fill time while you can pull up that graphic here. After this, we have shoulder tap with the usual Mick and Eddie. Power players. Ooh, new power player. Nikhil C joining the crew. Jack and Marie. Ooh, Anne Marie doing top quiz today? Oh, wow.
Ooh, nice.
Okay. All right. I'll definitely tune in for that. Wow.
Always fun.
Yeah, sweet, Anne Marie. You're going to be on the hot seat. Good luck, Anne Marie. Then we got Deeyana joining us for Market Stalking with D. And Power Hour, we've got myself and Dolby Time. I think we have a surprise guest making their first Power Hour appearance. I'm just going to leave it at that for now. But that's what we got coming out for the rest of the day. Please tune in. Shout out to all the bell to bellers. But yeah, we got about 14 minutes left in this session. Yeah, markets are just kind of trading sideways. John, I don't think, what do we got? What do you just keep your hands on your butt type of day?
I'm feeling like I did the right thing by doing that. Didn't see, a lot of change or opportunities, small opportunities. Yes. Bigger opportunities, not so much. One thing I do want to point out, I mean, we're still seeing some delta kind of increasing in negativity in the NASDAQ. We got a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering, but that short covering, would be probably shorter time frame shorts covering, which would bring a positive delta. The negative delta is a little bit concerning for anybody looking for continuation of the downside, at least for now. There's just not a lot going on in these equities, and I'm glad I kept my hands on my butt.
Yeah, man. I don't see any other way to trade around that. Yeah. There's JD. Good seeing JD's on time today, getting ready to bring in my favorite stat pack of the day. JD, if you are ready, let's just cut right to it because I know we have coming in the close of fast markets here. Yeah, top 10 funded and top XFA P&Ls. JD, if you are ready, what do you got, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just ran out to track down that $200 hot dog. Did I miss the fire drill?
Wow, JD's feeling it today, man. JD is feeling it.
Fire
Yeah,
today.
he is. Yeah, he is.
I love it.
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up these
you got it, man.
overlays.
You got it. Thank you, Richard Harris. I appreciate that.
All right, so we have our XFAs, P&L leaders from the XFAs from yesterday. Give me 1 second. There they are. Big days all around in the XFA. Esgardo 13K, Justin 11K, Christina 11K, Sammy with 9,600, and Dwayne. Dwayne was on the list, is on the list for the second day in a row. Put up 9,200 yesterday and has a 2-day running total of nearly $19,000. Big day for Dwayne.
Wow.
All right, now our top 10 list, everyone's favorite. Here we go.
The big one.
Starting at the bottom. So Victor did not trade yesterday, and he dropped down a notch. He's in 5th place. He was in 5th place yesterday. Our anonymous friend has fought his way back into the top 10 after a bit of a slump. He put up 7,500 across 3 XFAs yesterday for a grand total of 22,500. Not a bad day for anonymous. Farouz moved up from 7th to 8th. David S. moved up from 10th to 9th, and Shen dropped from 8th to 10th. That is the bottom half of our top 10 list. All right, drum roll,
That's the
please,
leaderboard.
Eddie.
Yes, go.
All right,
Whoa.
Dakota back in the top 5 after a $3,000 day yesterday. Isaac moved up to 3rd place with $5,500 yesterday. Michael and Ronald both took a loss yesterday, but were still able to retain 1st and 2nd place. Nice job. And Nicholas T., who we see quite a bit of, was in our yesterday's best live funded P&Ls, as was Isaac. Nicholas took home 4,600 yesterday, and I already mentioned Isaac with 5,500. That rounds out our top 10 list. Oh, we did lose one trader. We lost Karis D., who was in a bit of a slump the last few days, but I'm confident we'll be seeing Karis back on the list in no time. That was the only name that we lost on the list today, Karis D.
Good stuff.
I would love
JD.
to be on this list.
You know what I'm noticing? You know what I'm noticing about these account values? I mean, they're starting to come down. We did see some close, some above 100,000, and just close. And we are seeing these balances retreat a little bit. It tells you how difficult the trade has been lately, in my opinion. I mean, these are top 10 best traders coming. Obviously, it's a fluid leaderboard and dynamic, but you are seeing how the challenges of day in, day out trading, day trading. That's what we do, and you're seeing these account balances come down. So even if the best are not necessarily struggling, but trying to get a better read on the markets, we're seeing that these account balances are coming down. And this is hard. This is a hard game. This is a longevity play. It's only February. We'll check back in come November, October. I bet we'll see above $100,000 again. But this is not the easiest trade right now.
Yeah, we've been saying it for the longest time because we've been watching traders, and then you get your own kind of like history of trading where the market giveth and the market taketh away. I mean, of course, you have to have a strategy, but there's times where you're just not feeling it, or the markets aren't. You're zigging, the markets are zagging, or whatever. I mean, I don't know. I'd say it's. Well, I don't know. Professional leaderboard on golf, that moves around all the time, right?
Oh yeah,
of course.
It's an individual sport.
Yeah, one bad round, man. One bad round. Your tournament's over. Mm-hmm. Elon Musk is in the chat. I see. There's a rocket ship there. What's up, Elon Musk? Shout out, Elon. Thanks for tuning in.
Busy schedule.
Elon, if you don't mind clicking subscribe, we'd really appreciate that. Thank you, Elon.
Andre, you mentioned that, that sometimes the markets are a little bit more gratuitous and sometimes not so much. And, it's certain market states treat certain traders very well. Certain market states treat traders not as well. And it's, I think, the market's been moving higher. Everybody gets used to that. They look to buy the dips. They take these big profits, and when the market state changes, it takes a little while for people to kind of recognize that things have changed a little bit. We keep trying to trade and do the same things that were working in a certain market state, but when the market state changes, then it's like I say, you get used to doing things one way and it's profitable for a long period of time, and when it doesn't work anymore, you think something's wrong with you, but it can just purely be market state based. If you're not looking at the context or paying attention to changes in the market state or the way the market moves, that's when some of these drawdowns come in. I mean, I've lived this over and over again for so many years. So you really just want to try and be creative and flexible as to, hey, this isn't working anymore. What changed? Look left, like Rip says. If you want to figure things out in trading, look left, and you see these patterns change from time to time, and even indicators kind of come in and out of vogue, if you will. There was a period of time when looking at the ADX was really, really beneficial to me, and then for some reason it just kind of stopped providing the same information, or something changed in the markets, and I had to kind of put it by the wayside, at least for the time being. Yep. But the market states change, and it takes time for people to change. People change markets, and markets change people. That's for sure.
Absolutely. If you hate change, you should not be a trader. There's people that hate change. It's totally fine. But if you hate change, do not trade. You got to be growth-minded, open-minded, always learning, flexible bias.
And that's one opinions
weekly held. Yeah.
Hey, Rips, is this what a pissed off Rips looks like right now? Is this?
No, not at all. Yeah. I'm just watching the market over here. I'm completely chilling.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, because if I were you, I mean, I get when that happens with what happened in your trade there, I get hot and I start hate trading and all that. But so what are you seeing right now, Rips?
No, I'm just watching this to the downside right now. I've been trading combines. I hit 2,000 on one, 3,300 on another, 3,300 on another. So I'm getting my trading out on my combines right now, and I'm nailing the market perfectly on my end. So, I mean, aside from trading my live, I had the wrong timing. I ended up flipping short through this. So I'm just kind of trading the market through this. It's something that I really, really like to do when I don't have, a certain trade go my way. If I'm trading on my XFAs and I don't get a trade to go my way, I'll come out of that trade and then I'll start trading combines. If I trade my live and it doesn't go my way, I'll jump out of that and I'll start trading combines. And it's a way for me to kind of unravel myself and make sure that I'm still on point with reading the market. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just intently watching the market over here. That's it.
Oh, man.
I want to kind of go back and talk a little bit about something that Michael said. If you don't like change, it's going to be a difficult path here. Trading is all about change. Prices change, markets change people change markets, and change is scary. Most people will do whatever it takes just to stay right where they're at. And if you can't embrace that change and let it seep into every cell in your body that you want the change that you can create by trading and trading successfully, it's going to be a tough path. So you do have to be able to handle change if you're going to be a trader. That's a very good point, Michael. Thank you for that.
What did you say, Michael?
I don't know.
You're spot on.
I have no idea.
My weakness is kind of remembering things and the short. But if you go a long time ago, I'll do it. But like short, I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm already thinking about something else.
I know you are. I know. That's why I tee you up like that. No, you're saying about change. If you don't like change, this is not the game for you because
this is totally
pretty much all this is. There's no playbook for the day coming into it. Yes, we know the economic calendar. We know who the speakers are. Earnings after the bell.
Well, I mean,
you have if thens, but there's nothing. No two. It's like a snowflake. There's no 2 days are identical. I would say.
We've done a survey here before, and lots of folks here are self-employed entrepreneurs or a gig economy where they have to go out and you don't know. You start your Uber up. You don't know how much. Well, I mean, probably on average, you're like, well, if I'm in Chicago, I can do this and blah, blah, blah. But you don't know exactly what you're going to make on the day. If you're a 9 to 5 and you get paid X amount an hour, you do. And that's stability and you can do. But there's a lot of people here. We've done surveys. A lot of people here that take the road less traveled and go on this journey of I'm going to make the decisions. I don't know what's going to happen with these decisions, but I believe that this is going to be happening or whatever. Therefore, I'm going to make that decision. And then you go into trading, and then they do that in the business world or whatever they're doing. Because there's a lot of self-employed people here. That is kind of a characteristic, in my opinion, of being good as an entrepreneur or self-employed, same thing, I guess, maybe. To be able to have a strong opinion that's weakly held and can be open to adapting iterations, that just because you built it once doesn't mean it's done. Always improving, growth minded, all that kind of stuff. And then you take that over to trading, and I think you can stay afloat and learn. Even if you're scratch trading all the time, you're going to be like absorbing all that, shortening your learning curve the best you can. Put yourself in the best spot you can, just like your entrepreneurial gig.
Absolutely. Yeah, this trade wasn't the best. Oh, here we got a poll ups. I saw someone Marion in the chat say we don't do enough polls. Well, by golly, we got a poll for you. Are you currently working a regular job as well as trading? Full-time job, part-time job, trading only, or entrepreneur? Job.
Full-time job.
Full-time. That's those are what locals are, man. That's how you feed the kids and the family, all that. We got 2 minutes left here in Fast Markets. A big trading day coming up. We do have a 7-year auction coming out at noon. Typically, I wouldn't say this could be a big notable event, so to speak, but if the print comes in out of whack, out of line, a weak bid to cover, we will see some volatility in the markets. I think we saw a little bit come after the 5-year yesterday, and we have in the last month or so. These auctions are bleeding into equity, so to speak, and we are seeing some price action coming out. That's, again, noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern Time, 7-year auction coming up. All right, fellas, we got 2 minutes left in the day. John, what are you looking? Or actually, Rips, let's go to you. Rips, what do we see looking for the rest of the trade today?
I'm probably not going to trade for the rest of the day. I'm locked out of my live account because I hit max loss there. Ended up not trading my best. I had some great trades off the open, but ended up, buying towards the top, looking for a breakout, and that didn't pan out. Unfortunately, right idea, wrong timing, wrong trade location. I did end up trading in some combines, up about, close to 9,000 on those. But outside of that, I'm pretty, worn out from the market. And the way that it's trading, these quick pops and drops, it's just not offering the best opportunity for me. So I'll probably be hands off. I might be looking during the 7-year note auction to see if there's any opportunities. But outside of that, probably nothing for me beyond this.
Awesome stuff. Michael, how are you feeling for the rest of your day? What kind of shirt is that you wear?
Taos.
Oh, that was a fun place. Leave us with some parting wisdom. I know John will be back on today, I believe. Yes, you will.
I'm down.
Leave us some.
Down 190. I'm good with it. I'm not going to trade. I've been sluggish, a little under the weather, and I'm playing Super Dad right now. My wife's in Paris with her friends on some little dress up, go to a fashion week type thing. And I got the kids for 8 days, 3 of them. So needless to say, I've been under the weather, 3 kids. When you get home, like brush your teeth, pajamas, dinner, watch animals. I don't know, like shower, like all this stuff. And then I get a rest. So I'm going to be not trading.
John, close us out of here before we got shoulder tap. John, you got the last word here on Fast Markets.
All right. Well, I think we did a good job of putting context over the markets today. And just take your time, be patient, demand good trade location, understand your risk, and take reasonable profits today because the market is anticipating new information tomorrow and Thursday. I'll look forward to being back with you folks here at the 11 o'clock market stalking with Dolby and Deeyana. And, enjoy Shoulder Tap up next with Eddie and Brett.
Good stuff. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to Shoulder Tap. Time to share some success and time to avoid some failure. Let's bring in our risk manager. We got Brett with us here today, and he's going to tell us who's doing well, who needs a tap on the shoulder, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Hello, Brett.
Hey, good morning, Eddie. Great to be back again after a little time away from TopstepTV. Excited to be here again.
Great to have you. Now, you are one of the risk managers, and I know we've got a lot of new people here today. And if you could tell us what exactly the risk manager does.
So what the risk manager does at TopStep is we try to ensure the success of our traders as well as TopStep and limit our exposure and really risk to the markets during volatile times, making sure that traders aren't trading during times that maybe it wouldn't be sustainable to continue to trade, and also help educate the traders in how to be most successful in the markets. Trading is an extremely difficult thing that a lot of people try and want to try. I did it for 10 years myself, professionally and full time. But it can be a scary place to navigate, and we help our traders navigate the markets and give them the tools to be successful.
Fantastic. All right. Well, let's dive in head first. And what do you got for us today, Brett?
The first thing I wanted to do, I know some of the production team has been updating everybody on some of our big winners. One of them being Jalen C. Jalen is up $8,600 in their live funded account right now. Nicholas is up $7,200 in the live account right now. And I wanted to deviate away from that and highlight a couple of other traders that might not otherwise be highlighted. Alfredo up $1,000. Albert P up $766. And these are all their live funded accounts that, just like the express funded accounts, you need 5 benchmark days of $200 or more, and you can take a real money payout on that trading. We've got Joaquim up $60 in his live funded account. And I wanted to highlight some of these traders because these traders, Jalen and Nicholas, being up nearly to $10,000 in their accounts, yeah, they're going to get mentioned on TopStep. Whereas some of these smaller traders that are making $400, $500, $600 a day, they might never get mentioned. But I wanted to make sure, and there's many more that I didn't mention. I'm going to try to start doing this each time. But $400 is more than sustainable for traders. And that's why I really wanted to highlight them and say, good job. Just because you're not getting shout outs on TopstepTV on the shoulder tap, that doesn't mean you're not doing it right. Making little base hits, as is said on TopstepTV so frequently, is the way to be successful. Yes, occasionally a big day is going to happen, but it's not something that we're going to be trying for even on a weekly or maybe not even a monthly basis. So I wanted to give those guys a shout out too today.
Beautiful. And you know what? Credit where credit is due. Putting up some numbers like that, even you said 700. That is a fantastic day. Awesome. Thanks, Brett. And let's get to those things everybody's waiting for, the cards. Trader cards. What do we got?
The trading cards. I'm glad you asked. The first thing I wanted to ask you, Eddie, is what would you want to do with an extra $1,000 a week? I know I would love an extra $1,000 a week. But what I'm getting, it's a lot of money. I'll let you think about that for a little bit, and maybe we can circle back to it. But the traders that I have highlighting today are traders that don't have these huge P&L swings necessarily and are really taking a few $100s out of the markets today. We'll start with Elvis J. Elvis is in a live account. They've been in this live account. They have 30 trading days completed, and their average is $193, which is phenomenal. That's exactly, you'll never guess it, $1,000 a week, Eddie. And
Sweet.
It adds up really quick. Elvis has been doing this for about 6 weeks in the account, managed to double the overall account value, has taken $5,600 in payouts. So right around that $1,000 a week. So really excited, and really a nice supplement to any income that somebody might have, and side gig that you can have with Topstep, and hopefully someday out on your own with your own account.
You know, I do see that looking at Elvis's trade report, he is a majority priority a Dow trader. And that's sort of refreshing to see. You know, most of our traders are trading the NASDAQ, S&P, and so forth. But Elvis is getting it done trading mostly Dow. And of course, yes, he is trading the NASDAQ and the micro E-mini Dow.
Yes. And yeah, not a lot of people trading that CBOT exchange contract of the YM, the Dow. And I mean, Elvis has been doing great. Elvis is really selective with their trades. And with that average at $1,000 a week, the account has continued to grow. 47% winning days. The worst day is 1,800. But you'll note that this is a 150K account, so they can go down to negative 3,000 in the account before they get stopped out for the day. And Elvis hasn't come close to that, stayed well under 2/3 of the way there. And that's what we love to see. Really, the risk reward, the average winning and losing trade is about a 2-to-1 reward over risk at $1,100 on the winners, $600 on the losers. And the cool thing, I said the worst day is right around 1,800. Their best day is right about a third greater, or 50% greater than that, at $2,900. The thing that stood out to me about Elvis is they get out of the losing trades pretty quickly and let the winners run, which is not an easy thing to do, especially when you might be off to a rough start in the day, and it can be difficult to take another loser and not say, you know what's another $100 or what's another couple $100 in losses? I'm already here. And Elvis really does a great job with that. That being said, Elvis's winning trade percentage is a little bit on the low side. I'm leery to be critical of that just because they are taking money out of the markets. But 27% winning trade percentage, and the reason that they are able to be successful with that 1 in 4 trades being winners is because they get out of their losers, which in trading, limit your losses and let your winners run. That's the age-old saying, and it is much easier said than done.
You know, what I like about this trade report is I don't see recklessness. Somebody here, Elvis knows when to shut it down. Elvis knows when to continue if you're seeing the market correctly. And also, you know, pretty much consistency with total contracts. You know, I see a little range here, but I like his recovery. I know that one of the days here he was up $1,000 and sort of followed that rule. Don't lose more than 50%. Looked like he wanted to progress, keep trading, ended the day up plus 500. All right, and that's going to happen. You're gonna get that that feeling that, hey, I can see the market very well, and all of a sudden you start getting losing trade number 1, losing trade number 2, and then you've got to stop. I hate seeing somebody up 1,000, end of the day they're down 700. So I mean, that's good management.
Yeah, and that's such an easy thing to do because it gets into the mentality of, it feels like even though you're profitable, I had $1,000 a few minutes ago, now I've got 500. I want to get back to that account high of the day, and that's not what we're here to do. We're here to, at the end of the day, take money out of the markets. And Elvis has really been doing a great job of that. Moving on, the next trader I wanted to talk about is Francis. And Francis is also in a 150K live account. And the reason I wanted to highlight Francis's trading is Francis started out a little bit slow in the live account, had some pretty dramatic losses on the first 2 days of this account. And then it seems like Francis said, you know what, let's turn it around. And Francis really did a good job of getting humble in the markets and working for small gains. Has gotten back pretty much all of those losses that were accrued on the first couple of days. They've only been in this live account for, 6 days now. And they've got a healthy account balance. The one thing that I would say for Francis that maybe would be something to look at is limiting your losses and letting those profits run. It looks like at times you let them get a little bit further away from you than maybe would be best. And everyone needs a reminder of it once in a while. And
Right.
it's a tough thing to do, especially when it's like every time I get out of a trade, the market turns. And it feels like that for just about anybody that has traded. Doing 7 trade. Oh, go ahead, Eddie.
Brett, what I'm seeing here, the first couple days traded here that Francis did, I think he didn't recognize that greed was sitting on his shoulder. First day getting hit pretty hard. Second day, as we were talking about it before, having a positive $1,800 day, ending the day down 3,000. And that's where the greed sort of kicked in. And I think he hit a wall here and said, okay, you know what? This greed thing has got to stop. And like you said, from looking at the trade report here, he did a 180, all right? Changed it up, very consistent, taking profits and knowing when to call the day. So good turnaround here on this trade report. I really like that.
Yeah, and one other thing that really stands out to me is became more selective with their trades, it looks like. Started doing fewer contracts in the first couple days. And one other thing that you kind of touched on, Eddie, is that whether it be me taking a payout from my account, whether it be me having a rough day the day before or week before even, I want it all back now. And I'm just speaking on my own experience. But if I lost $1,500, you know what? If I make $1,500 tomorrow, okay, well, that undoes my goof yesterday. But now I want to make some money. And that is kind of exactly what happened here in day 2 of the account. They recouped the first day losses on the second day. And unfortunately, it turned around and went against them and they hit the daily loss limit. But anytime there's a draw on the account, whether it be through losses, payouts, or otherwise, or fees, hit the reset button, slow it down. And I know you and I had talked about pumping the brakes yesterday. Slow it down. Sometimes do half the contracts that you were going to be doing in your position sizing and take it slow, because it's all live to trade tomorrow. That's the goal here. And that's what it looks like Francis realized after that kind of rocky start.
Right. It wasn't too late, but it's an eye-opening experience. I mean, I've gone through that too, where, oh my God, I just put myself in a deep hole. And he filled that hole up nicely, and let's hope he continues that way. Good stuff here by Francis.
Yeah, we'll look forward to following him as he progresses in the account.
Cool.
The last trader I wanted to talk about today is Joey. Joey is, and actually Tim on production reached out to me earlier, and just by sheer coincidence, I selected Joey to highlight. He is going to be featured on TopstepTV tomorrow for a segment, and excited to see him on air with that. And out of Montana, trading the NASDAQ, average daily P&L $179, winning day 84%, and killing it. Average win-loss per trade is right around $200 for the winners and the losers. But when you're at 65% winning trades, that means 30% more of your trades are winners than losers. So even though those numbers are close, you're stacking it up and it starts to add up. It takes very few trades per day, just 6 trades per day. And I love 4 contracts per trade because it is on the smaller side for a lot of our traders. And I can't stress it enough how important it is to keep the size small. Average winning and losing day is 374. Average losing day is 877. But with that 84%, it's adding up. The best day is only $1,000, and it really exemplifies how selective they are with their trades, keeping that up so high. Again, for Joey, I would say avoid letting the losers run against you. Try to cover them a little more quickly. It looks like you've gotten away with it a few times as far as the market's coming back in your favor. You've been in the account for a long time, 45 days complete, and it's starting to add up really quickly for you. And I love where it's at.
Brett, I was looking at total contracts. I'm like, whoa, he's trading a lot. But in reality, what Joey is doing is, I think he's starting on his day. He trades the NASDAQ, trading the E-mini. And I think when it gets to a point, he switches to the micro, which is very smart. And as you can see, on the trade report, all the way from February 12th, he had one losing day. And the winning days aren't shabby either. $400, $300, $500, $700, $200. This is the way to progress. I see the 22nd he made. He was down on the day, came back. He was down 300, came back up 175. And probably myself would have been like, whew, that was a close one. I wasn't seeing the market correctly right away. But I ended the day up positive. I'm hands off. I'll see what happens tomorrow. He did that. He called it a day and said, enough of this. I'm not fighting the market. I'm here to trade. He came back the next day and put up almost $750. So, Joey, great job here. And keep it up, my man. Keep it up. Good job.
Yeah. And these modest days, like I started the segment with, they're not necessarily going to get you a shout out or anything. I'm going to try to start shouting out some of the traders that do have the more modest gains. For example, Fatima. I know I've talked about Fatima before. She changed her daily loss limit to $150. Got her, and her account was real close to hitting the max drawdown. And I watched it pretty closely, and she was able to turn it around. And I attribute it to her choosing to have that $150 daily loss limit. And she sometimes posts a $700 winner, $800 winner, and she is still in the live account today because she made that decision. And just want to hats off to her and anybody in those live markets that is trading and really pulls themselves up by the bootstraps and says, you know what, it might be painful, but at least I'll be in the game and able to have the opportunity to participate.
Right. And for a while there, we were wondering, a lot of the chat was like, where's Fatima? Where's Fatima? And sometimes we got to take some step back and reevaluate, not just on the day trade, but the overall everything, the big picture. And I think that's what she did. And now she's back again, and you got to give a trader credit like that for getting knocked off the horse and getting on as quick as they can to get that horse moving forward again. And she did it. And that's a great example of challenging oneself when you're trading. And she sees success now. So let's keep that up, Fatima.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys saw, Mick just slid me a note talking about Nicholas, who I started the segment with today. It looks like Nicholas got long, NASDAQ, and Nicholas is presently went from up about $8,000 to he's got $4,000 in open equity in this trade in the NASDAQ. So his account balance is now at $11,000 in the live account balance. In the profit for today. And going back to one thing you had said earlier, Eddie, is lock it in at a certain point. If you pull back at this point, I would say 20% should be the most. $2,000 is a lot to give back. But if you have a pullback, consider hanging it up. Or like you had said earlier, switch to the micros. It's tough to sit on your hands. The micros can accommodate still being an active participant in the markets and not having to take excessive risk.
Right. I mean, that's an option you have. And I got to give credit to our Topstep community here in chat. I was getting close to passing a 50K combine, and that was suggested, Eddie, switch to micros. I think I was like $18 away. And one trade could have pushed me back or could have got me over the top. But I went to the micros, passed the 50K. And I give credit to our friends and traders here in the Topstep YouTube chat. That's what teamwork's about. That's what a trading buddy will give you some advice. And it came from a lot of people. Eddie, use the micros, trade the micros. So great idea. And for those that don't know about that, I mean, if you're getting close to passing a combine, you might want to switch to that. No blood, no foul. And you want to get to that point. You don't want to go backwards. Mother may I take a step forward? No, take 2 steps backwards. And that's going to bust your confidence. And after that, maybe you might get reckless. You might swing for the fence. All right, one more trade. I'm going to get this. I'm going to pass this combine. And before you know it, now you're $300, $400, $600 back from hitting that trading combine, passing the trading combine. So keep that in mind. Good stuff.
Yeah, and I would do that at both ends. I would do that when I started in the account as well as when I got to the top end, or if I was struggling in the account, step it back to the micros and limit that risk and exposure. And that way it does go slower. Markets can be really fast sometimes. Traders love volatility. That's what we thrive on. However, it's managing that volatility and that participation in the markets, because this is all risk that we willingly take or somebody willingly gives to us. And that's how the markets work, and that's how they have become what they are today. Beautiful.
Well said, Brett. Well, we are just about out of time here. I hope that for those that are here watching and listening, a little gem of knowledge sparked a light bulb in your head. Remember, anything that's said, especially this segment, shoulder tap, put it in your journal. All right. If it's helping somebody else, it possibly can help you. So remember, use that journal throughout the day here at Topstep TV. There's so many great gems of knowledge shared here at Topstep TV. And of course, once again, in the community. So great stuff. But before we call it here and take a timeout, Brett, any closing words for our traders?
I'm excited to see what Joey has in store for us tomorrow when he joins us at Topstep TV. And then also something as simple as a Post-it note can really be a powerful thing on the side of your computer monitor to help. I know it helped me follow my own rules. And I know it helps a lot of our traders follow their rules. Just staring back at you in the face, a Post-it note can really help. So consider writing down your notes and rules. And thanks for having me on, Eddie.
Brett, great to see you, my friend. Get back there and risk manage some more traders. Lead them to the promised land, my friend. All right? All right, we're going to take a break here. Coming up next here, we got power players. Robert and myself will be having some trader named Hogue. Who is this guy? Well, you're going to find out here in just a minute. Take a time out. We'll be right back with Power Players. Power Players! See you.
time for power players.
Yes, power players, and a good day to our friends here. We got Robert and Hogue, Johnny, old boy, old friend, old pal of mine. And of course, Robert's, yes, you are a good friend too, Robert. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got power players here, and make sure that your pencils are sharpened, ink in your pen, because we've got two different types of traders here, and hopefully we can find some venue that might help you through passing the combine or keeping that funded account. But gentlemen, any trades today? Let's start with Robert. Robert, were you able to put a trade on today?
I have. Thank you, Eddie, and welcome, Hogue. Finally, got a chance to see you on the show on TopstepTV. Haven't seen you around in a while, so. No, I did not have any trades put on today. We've been going pretty much straight out, the whole crew in the background. So I did nothing today. Hopefully, we can grab one on here, and I believe just to piss off Jack, I'm going to do something on the YM.
There you go. Johnny, how'd you do today?
I haven't done anything, and it was really kind of by choice, kind of looking for the market to be a little bit range bound. We have left a failed auction at the bottom of the S&Ps today, so if we get a move down near that level, I think that might be one of the first trades I take today. Why? Because it's a good risk limiter, and also because that failed auction to the downside indicates no sellers were available down there. Buyers took over, and if we get a chance to get an execution down near there, we might think about taking that. I would be looking for a possible, maybe a 3-point pullback down to 76, which would give me a really good trade location if the failed auction to the downside remains. Now, a lot of folks have questions about those failed auctions. We can talk about that as we go through the Power Hour session today, if you want to.
You're going to do Power Hour, or are you here for Power Players?
Or Power Players, I'm sorry. My bad.
Power Players, Power Hour. Welcome to Power Hour, Power Players. A lot of power going on here. Real quick here, before we jump in, just take a look at the markets here right now. We do see that gold has gotten heavy here, very close to the low of the day here. Low of the day here, 2041.10. We're looking at 2041.90 right now. Over in the crude's sitting around the tops. We had a nice run there earlier today, so hopefully if you were a crude trader, you got your trade in, rode that up to the top. But right now, the high, 78.52. We're looking at a 78.36 last. Over in the S&Ps. S&P is about mid-range here, holding around the SMA here right now. Last trade here, we're looking at a 50.78 even, and of course that wonderful Nasdaq here right now. We got 1800 Cuervo, 18,000 Cuervo. Boy, that must be a real good brand.
Yes, right.
But 18,000 Cuervo, it's just packed with worms. There you go. So get yourself a bottle at your local liquor store. But Johnny, we'll pass it back to you and see what you've got and what you are seeing.
All right. Well, we had a very narrow range this morning in the S&Ps. We were looking at 12.25 points. So not a very big range, something we were kind of expecting, especially knowing that we've got some big numbers coming out tomorrow as well as Thursday. So we're just going to put the profile up here so we can get a look at it. And this is the opening range. It's the high of the day. Usually that's going to be a signal to me to look for opportunities for shorts. And the market did trade lower, but we did just now, right before the 11 o'clock hour, we put in a little buying tail down here. This little failed auction indicates that price got too cheap. Sellers wouldn't continue. Buyers took over, and the market is now rotating back to the upside. Now, it seems like it would be an easy trade to take once price kind of got back into the initial balance, which is this blue line, the initial balance low, 50.74 and what you want is for that 30-minute bar to close back inside of the initial balance. So we weren't able to take advantage of price as it was down here. We were looking for some sort of confirmation or structure at the bottom. So we're going to see if we can get a move back down near low of value, which is 75.75. for a potential rotation back to the upside. The reason I'm being so persnickety, if you will, and that is an industry term, about trade location is because of the size of the range. I don't want to take a big risk against this long down here because we're very range bound, and I'm expecting that range bound activity to pretty much continue throughout the session. We are seeing some negative delta here, 4,300. The market was unsuccessful on its downside auction, so the market, has a probability of returning back to the high of value. So if I'm going to be taking a trade, if I'm risking, let's say, 3 points, I want to be reasonable and probable in a potential profit target. So I'm going to need, if I do get a long down here, I'm going to need, 3, 6, 7 points with which to take a 2-to-1 reward over risk. So that's again why I'm being very, very persnickety and choosy about my trade location in this. So that is a failed auction for now. If this little tail at the bottom here remains, that failed auction will tell us that the market was viewed as unfair for shorts down there, and a downside auction ended and a new upside auction has began. And so far in the short time frame, that is ringing true. We're putting in a higher high and a higher low in the next bar here. So if we don't get the opportunity to get that cheap long down there, then so be it. Being very patient and just looking for those nuances that say, this is a worthwhile and probable risk. And if I don't get it, I don't get it. That's okay. I've been at this for 30 years. I've missed a lot of good trades, probably better trades than this. So, just taking
Johnny,
a look at it
real quick here. You mentioned a higher high and a higher low. When can we actually recognize that the candlestick is a higher high or a higher low?
It's a great question, Eddie, because while the candlestick is still in process, we don't know if it's going to remain a higher high and a higher low. That's one of the risks that we take in looking for these opportunities. So, on a 30-minute chart, we've got 19 minutes and 30 seconds to wait to see if this is going to remain a higher high or a higher low. But when we had the failed auction to the downside, that failed auction gives me a little bit of information, right? A little bit of a nuance that says, well, the market looked below the initial balance. It failed to close down there. It closed back inside the initial balance. This is a failed downside auction, or the end of a downside auction, and perhaps the beginning of a new upside auction, which it already is a new upside auction. The question is it going to remain an upside auction? So if we do get the opportunity and we take this little risk down here, we know we've got a little bit of risk on this. If we take out the low of that potentially failed auction, it's no longer a failed auction. That invalidates the long, at least for now. So we're looking for, at least a little pullback. And if that pullback holds, we may see price kind of return back to value area high, which is 50.82 right now. It seems like we're a little bit stuck here at the point of control, which the TPO point of control is 50.79. So we're going to be patient. We're going to demand trade location because that's going to limit our risk in the best possible way. And we'll see what happens. And if it's a win, if it's a loss, got to be okay with either.
Right. Thank you, John.
Thank
you, John. Robert, how you doing over there, my friend?
Good analysis. I love hearing about that stuff and watching all that that auction stuff. And I heard at one point, and then please correct me if I'm wrong, because I heard that the reason a lot of these trends are on certain specific angles is because we have our last price, then we have the bid and the ask are offset. So whenever you're buying one, selling one, buying the other, you're going to have almost a pretty much of a 45-degree angle for the most part, most of the time, Obviously, it can be more when you're driving up faster than you are down, so it's going to skew that angle from 45 degrees to 30 to 20 or whatever it's going to be. But most of the time, you're running right around a 45-degree angle. Now, for Hogan, Eddie, you guys that are doing these ladders and in auction theory stuff, because they're offset, does that make any sense as to why most of them are around a 45 degrees because of the offset of the bid and the ask?
The 45-degree angle in the profile is something that Jim Dalton talks about a lot, and he kind of looks at it as a warning sign. Because the longs, let's say if you have a 45 degree on the upside, the longs get paid a little bit less every time. So if you break out of a 45, that might be something that you would want to go with. But if you fail at a 45, then you might be looking at an opportunity. There's something to be said, Robert, for those 45-degree angles for sure.
Okay, that's exactly what I was getting at with my crazy logical, analytical, mathematical mind. We can probably build something off of that. Plot on a chart, see if it's a 45-degree angle. If it's less than, that may be a higher probability of something else happening versus more than. Is it going to happen? Who the hell knows? But it's a probability, and that's what we look at. Probability of a failed auction, along with a non-45-degree angle, along with reducing volume, along with at the high or low of day. Those are all some things that we can potentially put into our trading analysis for a potential move. Notice the keyword's potential. Does that make sense to you guys too?
It does. It does. Nothing works every time, but if there's a probability of it, then it's something you definitely want to be paying attention to.
That's awesome. Great. Thanks for answering that. Those are the types of things I look for. This being power players. Power players. Woo. Just want to sharing the knowledge and how we do things a little different. Eddie's different than Hogue, who's different than me. We have different instruments, time frames, experiences, and everything else. So we do look at things a bit different, and that's just one of the things that I look at. Something I'll share, and this is, don't take this to heart or trading advice or anything else, but something I noticed during COVID, when everything was totally screwed up and nothing I did for the past 2 years was working at all. We had to completely change what we were doing. I was literally looking at a 1-minute candlestick, believe it or not, before I switched out of time. 1-minute candlestick, and when it closed, I would take a trade the opposite direction for 20% of the previous candlestick. That's it. That was the whole strategy. When that closed red, entered a long, it took the 20% of the previous candlestick over and over and over and over again. Now that worked for a little while, but then it stopped working. So I always look for these little nuances and little maybe pieces of information and little cookie crumbs and breadcrumbs that you can follow along to get into something potential. And that being what I just mentioned in this case, that 45-degree trend angle. But so I'm going to look into this a little bit more and see how much truth there is and how much we can use that in our trading to our advantage by that over or under 45-degree angle on that. Thanks for sharing that. Thanks for answering. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Hey, real quick here, over the wire, there's some positivity for some. Lebanon's Hezbollah are to halt fire if a Gaza truce is agreed. This is coming from sources on the wire. Also, from the White House today, U.S. will not send troops to Ukraine. Now, that was something that was a high priority, and we'll see if they follow through with that. So just wanted to share what I am catching on the wire here right now.
Thanks for that, Eddie. And everybody, please, again, make sure you pray for peace. Absolutely. All the prayers we can get.
You got it. So, well, you know what? We got a new low here in our gold. Gold taking a dump here right now, down to 2040-30, and not really showing too much interest down here as far as volume goes. I got my 15-minute charts up, and really not showing too much interest right here. But otherwise, other markets here pretty much as they were prior, and we talked about them. But let's see if we can get a trade going here.
I'm going to jump in. Exactly, Eddie. Thanks for saying. I just jumped in short on YM. Okay, so we can put this on. We just started moving. You mentioned with that little bit of a heads up that they were moving downward, making new lows and stuff. I don't know how this is going to work out. I'm going to put this on a little larger screen so we can see it. This is an hourly chart on YM. Let me zoom it out. What I'm looking at, it's just the fact that we dripped down here, we continually going down. We could be bottoming off. I'm looking left and seeing that this is a potential support area. Now let's draw a horizontal line on a couple spots. Now we know these aren't necessarily lines, but they need to be zones. But I just want to talk through what I just saw here. I don't have a lot of stock into there, and there's a little bit of a pop down right there, $15.25. I have literally not really a potential target or anything. I am literally looking at this going, well, we came down a little bit. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out of it because the other markets are moving down. That is the only analysis that's on this trade. I am in a 50K combine trading the YM. Hope Jack is listening, because if we pull some profit out of this, he's going to have to buy me one of them hot dogs later on.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, that was quite a little pop to the downside there.
We're seeing the S&P doing the same. Yeah. Usually, Johnny, when we were doing the Squawk Radio, we would call the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow the Three Sisters, or used to call them the Three Amigos.
The Three Amigos,
and they would follow pretty much the same. And the S&P used to be like the little sister. We'd find out who's the leader, who's the laggard, Dow or NASDAQ. And then, of course, you'd see a move in one, and then you'd see that S&P sort of follow very closely to that move. And I'm glad that we're sort of bringing up the Dow. I'm glad that you sort of put that on the table for us, Robert. I know that we talked about that in the community chat here today. And unlike Jack does not like the Dow, some of us, when we had shoulder tap, are taking advantage and making it happen. So it is a decent market to trade. It's just you got to ask yourself, is this market for me?
Exactly. And that's all I'm looking at right now. There's no other analysis in this other than it dropped down. The other markets are moving down. I figured I would jump on this on the Dow, see if it followed it down. And if it doesn't, we're just going to close the trade. Forget what you're seeing on my screen about the profit and loss and like my take profit and stop loss ratios. Forget that. I'm not using those specifically. I put the target below. It's at $165 profit. If it bounces down and just happens to drop real quick, it's going to take me out, and that's all well and good. If it comes down around 80 or 100 bucks, I'm going to close it anyway. If it starts to go against me, my stop, I know it's hard to see on the screen, my stop amount is $345. There's no way I'm going to let it go there. It's just up and out of the way. I can see it on the screen, and if I have to move it, it's right there in my face. I can move it pretty quickly. So please don't put any stock into the fact that I have those are the target and stops on there as far as ratios and stuff. There's no rhyme or reason for it other than the target is a little bit closer in case we get a little bounce down. If it starts to turn around, I'm just going to close the trade.
So right now I'm also in a position. This is a trading combine account, full disclosure here. I let the market come down here, and I just bought one at 50.76 quarter because of the presence of the failed auction to the downside. My risk is $137, and I'm looking for the market to rotate back to value area high, which would be a $287.50 profit. So I've got the 2-to-1. My trade location is okay, not the best, but it still gives me the opportunity, if the market does rotate back to value high, to give me a 2-to-1 reward over risk.
Much better trade than mine.
Well,
2-to-1, 2-to-1 risk.
We'll see. We'll see. The only time will tell.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do something, Robert. Since you're trading the Dow, we got some comments here. Peter Ward saying, "I love the Dow." If we can, just to get an idea, who here in our chat does trade the Dow? Doesn't have to be your primary, secondary. If it's something that you watch, let's get a poll up here. Do you trade the Dow? Yes or no? And let's see what we get here from that. And Ghost Rider is saying yes. The RTY is crying in the corner as nobody's trading it. That's another product that we got to open it up a bit. Well, we got the poll here. We're going to do a poll, and if we can, there it is. There's the poll. Let's get that. This way we can count. Do you trade the Dow, the YM, the yummy? Yes or no? and we got some votes going up there. I do see mostly no's, but I do see some yeses here, and then that's going to be a factor. I know that we try to cover as many markets as we can. I know that gold and crude. If Deeyana's not here, we're really not watching too much crude and so forth. But we try to hit the markets that are the majority are trading. And yes, we will be talking about the Nasdaq. Just looking at the S&Ps right now. S&P took a turn here. I think we just made a new low here at 57.
Just took me out of that long, so that's a small loss. Now I'm watching the overnight low here.
All right, take a look at the tilt here right now. S&P short 65%. We got the Nasdaq short 57%. Crude is still looking sitting on the fence here, where we are here, very close to the high here, and gold basically also sitting on the fence. Most of these markets are sort of just sitting in the middle right now. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, that's a good way to just sit on your hands and wait. And Eddie, there's some comments in the chat talking about the spaceship I have going on behind me. So let's address that if we may. It's not a spaceship. If you're watching the show. Not to say that I'm not an alien, but that's how it goes. I just try to change the backgrounds up. It's a green screen, so I look at ChatGPT and I connect it with Dolly, and I just query this one to say, generate an image of what TopstepTV may look like in the future, and that is what it came up with. If I slide off to the side, this is kind of what it came up with for me.
Wow, AI, boy, somebody's smoking something there.
That was the only prompt. That was the only prompt.
Looks like
generate an image depicting what TopstepTV may look like in the future. Nothing else, and that's what it came up with.
Looks like the League of Superheroes or something there.
I just found it interesting that I took the charts, it put all the screens up there like we all have. It had cameras off to the sides, and it had a group of four or five. It's hard to see on this side. I think there's five.
Pretty cool.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a host and two people, two guests on either side, and that's pretty much what we do now. So maybe it's been monitoring the show, but it's just a little fun stuff I like to do back there.
M4U says what? Suits? We gotta wear suits? Well, you never know. I tell you, the Topstep swag gets better and better. Maybe one day we'll come out with a Christian Dior suit with the Topstep logo on it. You never know. You never know.
So I took another long here against the overnight low. It looked below the overnight low, showed some signs of rejection. And we'll see if this one gives me any kind of profit.
Okay.
I'm not real excited about it because the market really had a hard time getting back above the point of control on the last failed auction to the downside, which is no longer a failed auction. But it would only take us back to the point of control, which not necessarily all that good. But we're going to take this trade because it's low risk. If it does hold, it does provide some pretty decent profit opportunity.
There you go. Didn't work the first time. Jump in
Marie
and do it again.
Anne Marie too. Thanks, Anne Marie. I feel better about it now.
I'm feeling completely terrible about this one here.
MP says it.
Yeah, the herd.
All right. Well, so as far as the votes go, 500 votes, a quarter of those do trade the Dow. I find that a high number
lot.
Considering it is a lot. Yeah, I find that a high
agree.
number here. 25%. Well, that's something that asking questions like this opens up TopstepTV for those that are trading the Dow. So maybe we need to start bringing that center stage during fast markets. Just take a look at it.
Yeah, it's always.
Well, thank you, JD, for getting that poll up.
Right. It's always worth it to have something else in your back pocket, right? If you're constantly on one instrument all the time, always ever, and you have 2 or 3 days that aren't really doing that great, flattening out, regardless of what instrument it is, it might be good to have something in your back pocket. I'm not liking
let
this
me ask you,
position I'm
Robert.
in at all anymore, so I am really going to tighten it up. If it goes up any higher like it is now, I'm just going to get the hell out of it because that's obviously not going to break down. We got a couple. This is a 5-minute chart now. Excuse me, 15-minute chart. I switched off an hour. We can see that it wicked down, and had that big sell-off already. It may be pushing up a little further, so I am just not liking this. I'm going to let it come back down a little bit more. Just close it for like a $50 loss or something. And 40, 30. There we go. I'm just going to
If
get out
that's
of it.
the-
I'm not comfortable anymore. I'm going to manage my risk on it.
If that's the case, why don't you just get out?
I just did. I love it.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah, Robert, let me ask you, what's your primary product that you like to trade?
Primary is NQ.
What's your secondary?
Forever. Believe it or not, it's secondary. I was looking at was ES, but I keep going away from it because I get there and I'm not doing good. So my secondary in second spot is going to be, or is now, the Dow, and I am talking as of maybe 3 weeks ago.
Really? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let me ask you, what sort of brought you? Now, what was your secondary prior?
Secondary prior, I always had ES up because those were the big two that we worked with. I have dabbled in gold, and I don't think I have ever won a trade in gold, if not maybe one. But so I had to take it off my books. I'm like, I can't even look at that anymore. Oil I've done a little bit on, but I don't get the flow of it. I'm not really a fundamentals type person. So it's always been
Nice
NQ,
pun.
NQ, NQ, math. Yeah, I like that. In the Dow, I'm noticing it just moves. It's got that little bit more movement to it, but you're not getting slapped in the face because it's not $20 a point. It's $5 a point. It just seems to fit the style a little bit more. It's a little bit closely representative of the NQ, which I like, versus the ES being closely related to the NQ. Even they're both indices, NQ 100 stocks, YM, the Dow 30 stocks, they tend to have a little bit of more whippy movement that is a short-term intraday trader I like to see.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I know that Hogue, Johnny, and myself on the trading floor, we were mostly doing S&Ps. And,
Yes.
when we transitioned, it was like, well, I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to stay with that. But at one point, crude took over the number one spot, as our NASDAQ is now. And once it sort of tallied off a bit, cooled off a bit, traders were still high on that fast-moving markets, big volume, speed, and crude wasn't giving us that at one point. And they all sort of took off to NASDAQ. And I have not seen anybody look back from that, and that's been a few years ago. NASDAQ's still, demanding attention and giving traders what they want. And that's one thing also that we've got to remember. Is your personality. And John, you've mentioned this too, and it's a great way to find a market that fits for you. What kind of person are you? What your characteristics? Are you somebody that gets up in the morning right away, cup of coffee, bam, 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 log in? Or are you somebody that sort of gets up, lets the dog out, looks out the window, enjoys the day, turns your computer on? And maybe there's a different market for you there. And here's the thing: if you're not having a success in trading, you might be missing that big picture. You might be trading the wrong market. So, we mentioned as our top step tip of the week is, trade a demo. Try, if you've got a practice account and you're not seeing success, try a different market. Right? Try something else that we've talked about, or maybe something that you're interested in it. Give it a try, and you might see results that are very exciting to you. That say, "Oh wow, what was I doing? I can read this market much better." So put that in your journal for something that you need to try.
Eddie, you mentioned when crude oil was the most popular product, and crude oil was trading up over $100 at that time. So the ranges and the volatility were pretty severe at that time. As crude oil has come off, a lot of the volatility has come out of it as well. But I think that's probably one of the biggest parts of why crude oil was so popular at the time, is because with those big prices comes big volatility. So all those traders that you mentioned that like that fast market, those fast market moving markets. At the time, it was probably faster than the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ is, of course, the most popular product here and one of the fastest moving, right? So everybody likes that action.
Of course, a lot of people like that action. John, when we were doing Squawk Radio, I remember coming on the broadcast, having a dream the night prior regarding crude. And I think we were just right underneath $100. And I had a dream that we broke down to 80. Mm-hmm. And for some of those traders, if you remember that, we did break down to 80 that day, and I really scared the shit out of myself. Did that. I was just going, hey, I had a dream last night. Yeah, we broke down to 80. Not gonna, it was a dream. And then we did it. It was like, but I haven't had a dream since then like that. So don't take my word for it. Anyway.
Well, dreaming is not a strategy.
But it's, would you call it an enjoyment? I guess if it's a dream and not a nightmare, if it was like, we broke down to 80 and I was long. Oh, that would have been a nightmare.
That would have been a nightmare. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But, see, Hoop remembers. Crude was everyone's love back in the day. I don't know, Hoop, if you remember me calling that day, but Hoop was with us at that time. It's a good time here. But anyway, once again, gold's sort of just sitting at the bottom here. I think it's gold right now, sort of turning over, looking for a belly rub. And how's your Dow doing there, Robert? I don't have that chart up right now.
Yeah, I closed out that trade. It's not going. I'm thankful that I did to manage that risk. The P&L shows a negative 56 for those that are keeping track that really can't see it. And thank you, Dobie, for prompting there to jump in for the update. That's what we're looking for. It's pushing up a little bit more. So I'm glad I got out of the trade when I did, because I don't know at this point, like we ever know, if it's going to actually come back any lower before it starts pushing higher, right? I plotted on the chart 2 point of controls. The one on the far left-hand side, you can see the blue value area up here. That's from the start of the market open from 5 p.m. Central until now. We can see the point of control in yellow. It's roughly 38981, roughly. And then I plotted another one that started at the market open this morning, 8:30 Central Time to current price, and it's slightly higher than that. So the entire overnight to just the U.S. session, there's not much difference on that point of control. It just shows where the market was interested in from last night till today. So my feeling on this is my hypothesis. It's may push up into that area. We have a couple of small low value areas, low volume areas in there that will push through, that I believe if it does reach here, you may have a couple little spikes to the upside. So I'm super glad that I got out of that trade with a minus $56 and didn't just wait and guess and hope and pray that it's going to be like, this thing's going to turn around on me. I said at the beginning, I'm not sure if it's going to go down much further. So we're going to take a short. We did see about $60, $70 in profit. I was looking for around 100. Didn't continue to go that way. Get the hell out, manage the risk. And what's that saying we say about the bus, Eddie? When you miss the bus, what happens?
Hey, there's another one coming right after that one. You got it.
Absolutely. That's what we'll wait for.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
All right. So I am going to bail out of this position because the TPO point of control has now moved lower. I'm probably not doing the right thing here, but if that point of control moves lower, that's an indication that sellers are winning the game here. So we're just going to look for the next opportunity here. The market really didn't give me what I was looking for. I wanted the market to come back up to that volume point of control and see if it could hold above that. It never did. So yes, Anne-Marie, it was languishing. I just took a small profit on it. It wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. So I will look for the next opportunity. Hopefully, Anne Marie, this works out for you. And I hope you're having a good day. Hope everybody's having an excellent trading day. I've been very quiet as far as my trading is concerned, but that was pretty much the plan. Is we were thinking of smaller ranges, range bound opportunities. So just took a couple of opportunities. Didn't really work, but the next one, we'll see what happens.
If
And
the
this is
next
exactly
one
how
does
trading
happen,
is.
right?
Right.
And the thing is, too, I saw a comment in the community yesterday, or maybe it was today. I only got 2 hours to trade. I'm stressed. I guess somebody was going to work. They wake up early. Hey, if the opportunity isn't there, do not trade. Don't throw something against the wall hoping it sticks. Don't trade just to trade. I mean, sometimes you could benefit from it, and sometimes you could dig a big hole, and the rest of the day you're at work, and you're thinking about it. Why did I do that? But make sure that the opportunity is there. Make sure that your risk reward is where you want it to be. And if not, you know what? Move. Yeah, just call it a day. We'll be back tomorrow. Mark will be back tomorrow. Better safe than sorry. So keep that in mind.
That's how
Well,
it
we're
goes. And
flat
when you're
here.
doing these, we have a quick session, right? It's power players. We have 11 o'clock, 11:45, and Central Time. So New York time, I'm in Massachusetts, so Eastern Time is 12 to 12:45. That's the lunchtime area, and that's generally slow. Not always, right? But generally, it's not as quickly moving around and bouncing around. So we take that into consideration also. If there's a trade, there's a trade. If there's not, there's not. And this is part of trading. It's sometimes you sit in your hand. Sometimes it's 2-3 days. You do it. You like nothing. And then the other times it's just you could do 5, 6, 7 trades a day and walk away with 4 times what you made in the last month. So it's just that welcome to trading, folks. That's exactly what it's all about. Real time. Bell to bell, and this is what you're seeing. The market all day long on TopstepTV. The highs, the lows. You get the fast markets in the morning, things are flying around. Power hour, things are flying around. Sometimes during the day,
Right. John, well, right now here, NASDAQ getting a little heavy here. I think we got a new low here in S&P, just tagging in the new low.
It was a good
John, when we were younger, we used to have arcades with video games.
Yeah.
And it's sort of the same thing. I mean, there's be one in every town, and that's where everybody hung out. But, trading is sort of the same thing when you'd go to an arcade with no quarters in your pocket. And you couldn't play any of the games, but you got to see the games getting played, such as the market moving. And same thing here. It's you don't have the time, you don't have the opportunity. You can watch the market, you get a little educated from TopstepTV, and off to work you go. So keep that in mind. But yeah, we like you said, Johnny, sellers here.
Yep. Yeah, down
Gold
below
took a bounce off the
68.
bottom.
Down below 68 here, we've got a little single TPOs from last Thursday's move to the upside down here at 68. We talked about this morning on the market, the opening call. How this is kind of creating a bull flag. I mean, the market could come all the way down to this trend line, which brings us right around that 68 level right now, maybe a little bit below that at this time, but this little area right over here, this little single TPO area, looks like a good target to the downside if indeed it is going to go there. But getting a little bit of congestion down here in this area. We have to see how this plays.
And that's on the ES. On the NQ, looks like the last few days. Yeah, we're looking back. I'm kind of marking off a spot here. On February 22nd, looks like a level. I just drew a line. We know we're not dealing with lines. We're dealing with kind of zone areas. But the line that I drew is 17,926. It's a visual. I'm on an hourly chart looking back several days. You can see on the left side of the screen that's up there now. I just visually put this line on here. And if I was a betting man, I would say if we get below that area, we probably have some room to run a little further to the downside. But I'm not going to do anything until we at least get to that area and show some pushback the other direction, or get to the area and show some drop and push to the downside. So even though I trade NQ and even though it's a short time, we're talking only a 20 point right now, but a 20 point difference to that line. And I don't know what's going to happen, like we do anyway, right? But I'm not going to do anything until either hits, shows strength, I'll go with it, or hits and breaks down with strength, I'll go with it to the south side. Right now, sit on the hands.
Very good. I see that level 2. Nice, nice eyes. It's kind of that same kind of congestion area we're kind of heading towards in the S&Ps as well.
Exactly.
From the 22nd there. So good eyes.
Yes. Eagle eye.
Yeah.
But
we still haven't even taken out the low of the day in the NASDAQ yet. You know that?
No, it's not.
No? Oh, very close. Yeah.
Somewhere, yeah, 927, somewhere around 927. Yeah.
Took a sniff and pulled back here. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are just about done here for our session, Power Players. And coming up next here is an opportunity. For those that are new here, this is an opportunity. You got to play. You got to participate here. This is an opportunity. Well, I just want to let them know, right? TopQuiz. All right. We've got TopQuiz coming up with Anne-Marie. So it's going to be Jack and Anne-Marie. An opportunity to get yourself a free reset. Now, you got to get 3 out of the 4 questions correct. Then we put you in a random drawing. And if you are one of those lucky people, and I'm using the word lucky for this, it's not skill, it's luck. You will get an email tomorrow. All right, with a code for a free reset. But all right, less than a minute here, real quick here. Johnny, any last words? And once again, thanks for joining us here today on Power Players. Any last words?
Well, thanks for having me on Power Players. It's always a pleasure, and I feel so grateful to have the opportunity to talk to everybody on a daily basis. And just stay patient, look for the right opportunities, and have a great trading day. I will be back on today for the market stalking with D at 1:00, and I'll look forward to seeing everybody then. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for inviting me.
Great to have you. And Robert, any closing comments here? What would you like for your last meal? Just kidding.
My last meal is we get the power hour. We get the power hour. Why do we do that? We got to change the name of that. Power Players. We get the low power players going on right now. What can you do? It's the
power,
market.
baby.
We did the best that we could. Hogue, thanks for jumping in the last minute. We just had a little shuffle on the schedule there, but we appreciate that. And I'm going to see you back here in about 15 minutes at 12 o'clock for group coaching.
All right. Going to take a break here. Top quiz coming up here next. Don't run away. Don't walk away. Stay where you are, and we'll be right back.
Hello, party people. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's Tuesday, February 27th. 2 days left in February this year, Anne-Marie. How are you doing?
I am doing well. I'm excited. See what's on the quiz sheet for today.
Well, as always, the questions are nothing but extremely fair. It seems like a lot of you have already entered. If you get 3 or 4 right, you'll be entered into a raffle for one of 40 free resets that we will send out later today. Remember, you can only win once per calendar week. And also, don't make your name super inappropriate. There's a warning. Listen, I have a high bar, but if it crosses it, I'm just going to black that name out, and you are thrown into Top Quiz jail. So, remember, answer the questions on your device, and I think we're ready to rock pretty soon, Anne-Marie. I think you're going to get 4 for 4 today. I can feel it.
Don't jinx me, bud.
Never, never, never. All right, well, we got over 1,000 people in here, including, I can't read them fast enough. So we're going to get started here.
Hilarious. Yep, ready.
Yeah, there's always some good ones in there. All right, let's do this in 3, 2, 1, Kahoot. And now there'll be another countdown of 3, 2, 1. That was my bad. 3, 2, 1. Question number 1, Anne-Marie. The CBOE Volatility Index, better known as the VIX, is derived from options activity in what index? Is that the NASDAQ Composite, the S&P 500, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, or the CME Surprise Index?
I like the green one. That's very funny. That would be the S&P 500.
You are correct, as I knew that you would be. That is what it is based on. Let's see who else knew that. Annie Mammy, Macro Bullet, Ride Watermelon. That's a good name. Not at all. All right. 1 for 1, Anne-Marie. Let's keep this party going. Someone says they totally blanked. I've been there. In honor of the city's 187th birthday, a hotel in Chicago is offering a $187 what? Is it the Millennium Park Bean, a shot of Malort, a hot dog, or a framed photo of Mike Ditka?
I'm gonna say hot dog.
Well, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but it is indeed a hot dog that comes.
I would never have gotten that if it wasn't for JD.
Yeah,
saying he was off to buy one.
seared foie gras, black truffle mustard, and then an expensive old fashioned with gold flakes in it, which is great for your digestion. Insider trading, Alpha King, lane 4. All right, 2 for 2, Anne-Marie. Oh, by the way, we have an extra card here, I think. Here is a picture of your $187 hot dog, which it looks
Gold
awfully
shadings.
kind of. Yeah, but the actual link looks super pale. That's not super appetizing to me.
Yeah,
Anyway.
me neither. Swerve.
Oh, third question. Will Anne-Marie do it? Is this index is calculated by summing the share prices of its components and dividing the result by a divisor. Is that the S&P 500, Dow, the Russell 2000, or none? Why would one possibly calculate an index this way?
I know you had the answers here. That would be the Dow.
Yes, that is right. That extraordinarily dumb index is the Dow Industrial Average. To the folks that chose none, you have not been introduced.
You got Jack's vote.
Yeah, you got my vote, but you've not been introduced to the lunacy that is how they calculate the Dow. They just add up the share prices and divide them. It's wild. Where's my Dow haters at? Top stop. Annie Mammy's still in first.
Wow, yeah.
Frank Joe Brando. Oh, my old friend Jack's Cornhole is back again. All right. We have one final question left. Anne-Marie is 3 for 3. I can't remember what the question is. Let's hope it's a good one. James, I don't know if you can, but cue up some party music or something if we get 4 for 4 here.
Royalty free, you got it.
Royalty free, hottest royalty free track. All right, let's do it. Question number 4 is, what is the tick price of a CME US Treasury bond future, the ZB? Is it 31 and a quarter, $20, 25.25, or $50 for one tick in the bonds?
Wow. I have no clue. So I'm going to do a swag and say 25.25.
Oh, so
dang it. You
close.
know, I was going to do that. I was going to say 31.25 and I thought 31.
Yeah.
Come on.
That.
Yeah. Dang it.
So you're on the right idea with the quarter. For the record, for you bond people out there, it's 31.25 because it's 32 ticks to a point, and a point is a percent of par value. Yikes. Not my bond people there. But Anne-Marie, 3 for 4 does qualify you for a reset opportunity. Let's see who else qualified today. In third place, yes, my good friend Jack's Cornhole. In second place, Inside Trader. First, we got Topstep.
Nice.
Frank Joe Brando
Very
and
nice.
Too Short. So with the 31.25 Anne-Marie, because for whatever reason they have 32 ticks to a point in it, is that you multiply that, it ends up being $1,000 a point.
Oh,
32
gotcha.
ticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, now I know. Now
Don't
I
hate the
know.
player, hate the game, Anne-Marie. James, can you play the celebration music anyway for a second while I do these? Okay. This is my music for announcing that next up we have group coaching with Robert. Then D is coming on for market stalking. And then D is coming back for Power Hour with Andre and Dolby. Anne-Marie, thank you very much for playing today. 3 or 4 is great. Hope to have you back again sometime.
What a celebration!
All right, stick around for group coaching with Robert right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for submitting your questions. We did have that question form pinned in the chat. It's pinned in the chat again right now if you do have a question for our coaches or Coach Robert specifically. Go ahead and throw it in there, and we'll try and get to it. I am JD, the man behind the curtain today, and you are looking at Coach Robert, who is going to be answering all of your questions. How you doing today, Robert? What's going on?
I am doing good. Kind of busy day, bouncing in and out. Glad to be here. Thanks again for JD and for doing this. Thanks for Hope for jumping in that last section on the whim there. Appreciate that.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Elvis is keeping an eye on that bond auction. I was a little busy and I took my eyes off the markets for a few minutes, but we are seeing a little volatility in the equities right now. Looks like NASDAQ extended the range lower and is now rallying back through the bottom of the opening range, it looks like. We've also got crude oil ripping higher, printing new highs, and gold is finding its way back to... Where is gold right now? Oh, last print, 2043. Lost it for a second. There we are. Quick check on the markets. Thanks for staying on top of things for us in the chat. We always appreciate that. This is team trading. There's no I in team, right? All right, let's jump into some of these questions. First question comes from Name. Hello, how are you? Okay, well, hello. How much will it cost, hello, for personal coaching? What do you think about that?
Oh, well, yeah, this is group coaching here. Thanks for the question. You're welcome for the question, for the answer. So kind of stick with that theme. It's free right now for Topstep. There's group coaching like this. We have a couple of different personalities come on with a couple of different opinions and views at looking at the market and commentary. And then inside of Discord, there's a group coaching in there. There are nightly, daily sessions, and there are individual coaching channels inside of Discord. Also, a little different approaches to the market, different way of looking at things. It's all free. It's all free. So how much would it cost for personal coaching? You're getting it. As far as one-on-one, really can't do that because you become an advisor at that point, and we're not in the business of advising on trades or investments. So it's got to be in a group form. Although if you're in that one group coaching, like just say you took Coach Jay's channel and you're in there, you'll be him. It just can't be a single one-on-one like that. So the answer is Topstep. It's free. Jump in. We'll help you out. Let me get my disclaimer off here so we can look at the market. Not my disclaimer, my bio. And I did go short with a micro on that NQ right before getting into group coaching because, as I said on the on a power player segment, if we ended up breaking down below that one line that I had, it was around 17,926. We're just going to take a short with some risk on it and see if the market continued to push down. It's a single micro, so we're not going to risk too much. If it goes against me, we'll just close the trade. If it goes our direction, we'll take some money out of it. Hopefully it goes down a little bit lower and we'll call it a day at that point. So we're just going to wait and see. It's one micro. It's not too big a deal, but I want to make sure that we show that on the screen. So that is a 50K combine, one micro. And the short is at 17,930.75, just so we have it up on the chart there. So what do we got else for questions there, JD? That was a pretty easy one.
Yeah, that was pretty easy. You know, we've really put together a crack team of professionals here at Topstep. Between this group coaching segment, power players, shoulder tap, all the live trading segments we do, there's plenty of places for you to ask questions while we're live on TopstepTV. And then our Discord channel, as Robert said, if you can't find your answer in there, you're probably not going to find it anywhere. We've got 40,000 traders in there, all just getting together, bouncing ideas off each other. We've got a dozen coaches who are trading professionally, and they're answering questions, putting on classes, doing everything they can to help you out. So, yeah, definitely check that out. That should be we're trying to make ourselves a one-stop shop for everybody. So, yeah, stick around and send your questions. Give us your feedback. We love it. All right. Let's move on to Eugenio. Eugenio says, is the 1 minute chart good for watching? Is it good to watch a 1 minute chart? I suppose a little more context wouldn't hurt there, but what are your thoughts on the 1 minute chart, Robert?
Well, yeah, a little more context would help. Depends on the instrument, the time frame, the time of day you're looking at it. A 1 minute chart on oil at 8 p.m. is going to be entirely different than a 1 minute chart on NQ at 9 a.m. So there's a lot more context in it. 1 minute tends to be a bit whippy, going around regardless of what you're doing of the more fast moving instruments, and it tends to be really gappy, if that's a word. You're not going to see anything. It's just going to sit, and then it'll tick, tick, and you might see nothing. These little horizontal lines going across before it jumps up. Try watching a 1 minute on like a bond, try the ultra bonds. Put that on a 1 minute chart, and and then you go on vacation for a couple days. You'll come back, get another movement out of it. That's just the way it works. So it is a very, very small time frame to use in any way, shape, or form. In and out of trades pretty quickly can have some benefit, but I'm not going to go into a whole rant on this. But, I don't trade time anyway. I don't like trading time candles to begin with. But especially if you're new on these 1 minutes, that's a lot. That's really it's just really quick, really whippy. You don't really get a good feel, in my opinion, even if you're trading some of the faster moving markets. This needs a little more context than that, I believe. And if you are going to scalp and get in and out of these trades fairly quickly, maybe look at tick charts instead. It'll give you a better idea at where things may go.
Great idea, Robert. Checking out on the chat real quick, Trading Gem wants to know, how do you set that double order layout, that MNQ order that you placed? I believe Trading Gems might be talking about your risk parameters, which we went over yesterday during group coaching with Hogue. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt to show one more time on TopstepX how to set your stop loss and profit target and how to adjust a trade on the fly. What do you think?
Sure, absolutely. I can jump into that real quick since we're looking at TopstepX. This was a market order. I just waited for it to come into this area. I toggled over the chart just to give full transparency here. I was looking at this line. It's a white line. Let me make this a little bigger so we can see. I was looking at the white line right here that I plotted on the left-hand side, and that is 17,926, just as a line in the sand, so to speak. And when I toggled over the chart, it was already slightly below it, so I just marked it in. And when I mark it in, it's automatically going to put those two there because I have them set up as a bracket order ahead of time. If I did not have them set up, I can still create them. I can just enter my trade, and then I can take the order itself and drag it up for a stop, drag it down for my target because it's a short, in case I did not have it set ahead of time. But if I have it set ahead of time, on the left-hand side over here, we have a little gear. This is where it's at. It's under the platform settings. We can choose, the top one says position risk in the profit brackets. Here's a risk is the top one. I know you can't really see it on the screen there. So the very top one says risk. That happens to say $400. And the profits says $400 also. Right below that, there's a checkbox. Automatically apply risk and profit brackets to a new position. So if this checkbox is selected, it's going to take those risk parameters and add them to my chart, to my order, as soon as I enter in any trade, for that matter. If I had a stop order waiting or a limit order waiting below, it's going to add the brackets according to how it's set. I did have them set that way. So as soon as I hit sell market down here, as soon as I market it in this sell order, it stamped these on the chart, and it would be way up the top here. And let's just move it up even. So it's around 400 there and 400 there. That's pretty much how it showed up on the chart. Obviously, I'm not going to leave it there. That's not what I wanted. But what I like to do is set those brackets far enough away so I can see them. They get there. I'm not going to forget to have a target, and especially not going to forget to put a stop on there, and then I can adjust them from there. So this is exactly what I did. I threw this on here as a market order short. Said, well, first thing I want to do is make sure my stop is right, and I just drag this down. I'm looking left and say, I'm going to go, right around this area where I think if the market goes somewhere up there, I do want to get the heck out of it. In my target, I was looking over here to the left-hand side. I see this congestion, so I want to move it up a little bit above that congestion area, which is right here. And that's pretty much where we ended up. I'll move that up a little bit more. There has nothing, mind you, to do with my risk-reward ratio. I'm not taking that into consideration whatsoever in this particular trade. It's a micro. My hypothesis on this was, hey, if we go below this area and it hangs around down there a little bit, I'm going to take a short, see if it's going to continue on. If it doesn't, I'm going to get out of the trade. If it does, I'll take some money and walk at that point. It's still sitting there. Now, do I need to let it go all the way to my stop? No, If I'm not here watching it, that's where it would go. So I would adjust it accordingly. Right now, I just want it out of the way. If it starts firing up and starts climbing up and at a higher rate of speed, I would just close the trade and just get out of it. You don't have to let it go that way. And the same for the target. You can see I have it down here. It shows $170 roughly, 17,845. But there's this congestion area over here too. So if the market drops down to this level somewhere, let's just say somewhere around 17,890, and it starts hanging around and hanging around and hanging around, I may just want to get out of the trade at that point. These to me they're more just fail safes. This is new to me. This is a 60-minute chart. It's just really, really large. I'm trying to get myself up on a little bit higher time frames to see that overall market area, especially when I want to look back to see what this actual level is. It's a heck of a lot easier to see it on a higher time frame chart than it is trying to put it on a 1-minute chart and just go back, and look at all that chop. So I threw it on there, marked this line, said, if we go down there, potentially breaking down below her, if it does, we'll pull some profit. If it doesn't, we'll just get out of the trade and try again.
We do have a follow-up question in the chat from Kaguya wondering if tick charts are available on TopstepX. And yes, they are. If you look just above Robert's chart there, you see all the different time durations. You just click on that drop-down menu. I believe you have the option of, yep, there it is, 500 tick chart, 1,000 tick, 2,000 tick, and 5,000 tick. Those are your tick chart options. All right, moving on. Thank you for the question. Let's skip down to Nicholas Quinn. Nicholas Quinn says, what's the best way to operate within 5% of your drawdown? Do you cut your risk in half? What is your strategy? How do you operate your risk within the trading day as well? Because say using half your risk from a full 5%, you lose on the first trade, and then the second, now you're down to just a quarter of your risk. So how would you say the best way to maneuver getting close to that max loss limit?
Okay, percentage-based trades. If you're using a 50K combine, they're a little tough to do depending on the market you're trading. Also, some of these questions, let me be clear. Some of these questions have got to do with. It's funny, JD. It all depends, right? So 5%. If you're going to risk 5% drawdown on your account and you're trading NQ during the U.S. market, that may not be enough. It simply may not be enough because as soon as you enter a trade, you're 5%, boom, you're out on a slippage account, right? On a slippage of it. If you're taking a 150K account, now you have a little more room. You can say, I'm going to only risk 5%, 5%. So it's really going to say, it depends a lot. Surrounding this answer, if you're risking 5% and then 5%, well, there are 25% segments in your maximum loss. If you break that up into your daily loss limit and then max loss, you're going to use 5% of your daily loss. So there's 20 pieces in between there too, right? So 5%, 10%, 15, 20. You can take 5 trades risking 5% each time. That's a little tight, in my opinion. It's a little close, depending on the instrument, depending on the time frame, depending on the account size you have. It is not a bad way of looking at it, to be honest. It's not a bad way if it's giving you some structure. It's giving you something static to use and something that you can refer to all the time. You can put parameters around that. And if that's your goal, that's not too bad. I hope that answers what they're asking as far as just always risking 5% of your account. Just take it with a grain of salt though as to what your account is and what instrument you're trading and at what time frame. 5% of the 5% of the $1,000 daily loss limit on NQ with 5 contracts does not give you a lot of room. So just adjust it according to your strategy and your account balance. You may need to adjust it as you're getting closer to your drawdown. If you're getting drawdown close to that daily loss or max loss, you may need to adjust that as well. So yeah, it's a good way to look at and put some structure in around it. It's something you can refer to over and over and over again and use as kind of that measuring stick to say, okay, this is what I've done over 100 trades. What does it work like? What can I do different? How can I adjust this to get a better advantage out of this approach? So it's not a bad idea. Just be careful with the instrument you're trading, the time you're trading it.
Thank you. Next up, we have a loaded question from Schneider. Schneider wants to know, How do I integrate your group coaching into my trading? Well,
oh, Snyder, you're looking at it, right? This is me, and these are just my opinions, the way I look at the market. Everybody's different. Coach Dakota, I was on slow markets with him last night. I shouldn't say I was on with him. I was in the chat while he was giving his slow markets, and there are different approaches, and I like it. I'm looking at a 60-minute chart right now. Something I'm incorporating. I learned a few things there, so it really depends on what your personality is, what your style is, what your character is, what your mindset is. As to what is going to resonate with you. I don't have all the answers, and what I am saying, if there's, what are we looking at? I don't know how many people are in the chat right now or watching right now. There's 2,500 roughly watching the stream right now. For all I know, there's half of the traders on here just think I'm like, there's no way Robert's silly. He's not doing it. That's okay. Totally fine. And you may think that of other coaches as well. It's not every coach is best or everything's going to work for you. You need to find something that does resonate with you. If what I'm saying here and suggesting and giving these tips don't work for you, totally fine. I'm learning things from all the coaches. I was watching one of Coach Jay's sessions also. I was blown away. I was like, wow, I never even thought of that. So it's amazing. So that exact answer, how I would like to integrate your group coaching. This is me. This is my thoughts, my opinions, the way I look at things. Maybe it's for you. Maybe it's not. We all the coaches have our own channels in Discord. All of us are willing to help you, including saying, you know what? I think based on what you're looking for, this other coach may be a better fit for you. None of us have attitudes. We are all helping, and all of us want the traders to do well, regardless of who they work with. And that's the truth.
Yep. So go ahead and check out that TopStep Discord. There's a high probability you're going to find something that matches your trading style, find something that helps you. You're going to likely find what you're looking for in there. So go and check it out. Thanks for the question.
Yeah.
Next up, Rosanna wants to know, how do I get access to trade on TopstepX? Well, we gave away 2,000 TopstepX accounts today, and we're going to be giving away another, I believe, is it another 2,000 on Thursday? Is it 1,000 or 2,000? Is it another?
It's 2,000? At 1,000 right now. The 2,000 today happen to be like on the whim there, but I don't know. I wouldn't know. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5. I don't know. Don't put that out there. It's 1,000 as we speak right now. To be clear, we don't know what's going to happen though.
Excellent. Yeah. So stick around, or make sure you're here on Thursday, because we will be having another giveaway for everybody. So put that on your calendar. Set your alarms. All right. Next up, Yusuf wants to know, can we trade natural gas on TopstepX? Currently, natural gas is not available on TopstepX. But Robert, would you mind walking through how somebody can offer feedback through the TopstepX platform?
Oh, that was great. I was going to show where I will do both of those, Shady. It's pretty simple. Up here on the top left-hand side where we can see, I'm going to click on this little magnifying glass. And if I mouse over, it says symbol search. I will click there, and if I just put a slash in there, it's going to show everything that's available on TopstepX right now. This is what we have right now. There are more added. We're going to continue to add more on there as time goes on. So that's where you can actually search for the current symbols. You can see that NG, which is natural gas, is not on there at this time. Now to go on this left-hand side, can we see? Yeah, all right. There's a question mark on the left-hand side. If you mouse over, it says support. It used to be just a little chat module. You could chat with our support team, but now what happens when we click on the support? What do we have here? Wow, we have all kinds of stuff. We have a feedback. You can actually create a new post where you can suggest a feature or a bug that you see just by clicking on it. And here we are. The title of the post, the description. You can do bolds, highlights, put an image on there, send a link to something, maybe upload a chart, hit submit post, and it will go right into the team. It's called the feature request. Also up here we have a roadmap, and the roadmap shows you what was finished on the right hand side. You can scroll through, shows you what is currently in progress. Oh boy, cumulative delta indicator. Oh wow, potential time of April 1st. We're going to be really looking forward to that. And I'm going to scroll down the left to see if range bars are on there, and I know they are in the market. Range bars are currently right there in review. So you can see everything, what's finished, in progress, and what's in review. It's called the roadmap. That's the status, quarterly and monthly roadmap. Really, really, really good, and you can vote on those as well. And finally, the change log. This is for each iteration of TopstepX. It has the date here, when it was released, and everything that was either added, fixed, removed, or whatnot. It's all right there. So that's a great area. Feedback, all posts. Traders, TopstepX, it's a platform. We're building it by traders because the ones working on are traders too. It's feedback from traders, supporting for traders. That's what it's all about. And it's just going to keep getting better and better and better. Like any other software, if anybody's known software, like the SDLC, it's a software development lifecycle. You start with an idea, and then you put it out, and you have your alpha test, your beta testing, and then your bugs, and then you have support, and then you have back end things that you do in a lab type environment, and then you release it out, because technically this is still not on the full release yet. So we're still in a I don't know if we're calling it beta, soft release out there. It's not the full release. As this goes added tier and get more and more on and more stable, we'll go with that full release, and the buck doesn't stop there. We're going to continue to add and make it better and better and better. There's literally things that go every day where I've logged on in the morning and said, hey, this is pretty cool. And then there'll be a message internally that says, all right, everybody refresh your TopstepX. We refresh it, 2 more things show up. It's just going to keep right on going. And this is the life cycle of how you develop software. You can't just launch everything all at once. A full-blown product that's out there. Imagine if we did that, there wouldn't be a single iPhone. It would be a single Tesla if we waited until everything was done 100% of the time. You get it stable, you get the basics of it down, get the functionality of it working, and then you throw on the additional bells and whistles based on the majority and the upvotes and consumer demand. So that's how it works.
Yep, and a lot of those updates that we make come directly from the feedback that you as our viewers provide. So keep that feedback coming in. We do appreciate it. We listen to it. We take it seriously. And we're always going to try and be as transparent as possible as it pertains to releasing new updates. And how should I say this? Keep your feedback coming. We're going to tell you when it's coming out. Everything you say to us, we're working on. It'll get done eventually. There's a timeline for everything. And we're trying to keep that information right in front of you so you know what's coming out and when. That's it. All right. Next question comes from Shubham. Shubham wants to know, what's a good mindset for trailing profitable positions? It sounds to me, well, we could have used a little more context on this one too, but I think Shubham's asking, what's the best way to maybe trail a stop when you're in a winning trade? Does that sound right?
Yeah, sounds about right. Again, it's the context here. You need it. It depends. It depends. If you're looking for those longer time frames, it's going to depend. Did you start with? I'm going to throw something. Did you start with 5 contracts and now you're in profit a little bit and you've already taken 2 off? You have 3 remaining. That is one type of setup. If you're in for 2 and you only have 1 remaining, if you're keeping those 2, if you only went for 1. And you're not in profit and you add 1, there's all different ways to look at that. But the main thing as a generalization, you want to trail it far enough that you're not going to lose a ton if you get stopped out, and you're not going to get stopped out too soon based on how the market's moving. Let's just say the market is fluctuating up and down 10 points for a round number. It would be silly to put your stop 5 points away. You're just going to get stopped out and the market's going to take off. It would be silly to put it 50 points away, because are you really trailing it at that point? So 10, maybe put it at 20. If the market slows down a little bit, tighten it up a little. If it speeds up a little bit, you may need to give it a little bit more room. So that's kind of the general idea of what you would do for a trailing type of setup. Most of the time, if you're talking trailing, it's because you've been into it for multiple contracts, whether you entered in right away or you added as it went in your direction, and then you took some off, and now you say, hey, I am well into my profit, and this one is on here, and I'm just going to leave it, and I'm going to go get lunch, and I'll come back. If it hits it, you're just going to stop out in profit. If it doesn't, you come back and it's further away, you're further into profit, you have an option. 1, move the stop and see if it'll keep going, or close the trade and take it where it is. So it's kind of a variable question. Some of those are a little harder with a little more context around them, JD, right?
Yeah, a little bit. When you're submitting these questions to us, give us as much detail as possible. Don't be afraid to really dive in there. The more information we have, the better we can answer your question. All right, I'm getting some updates from behind the scenes. We are now 5 subscribers away from hitting 70,000. Wouldn't it be great if we could hit 70,000 during group coaching? We could say that we did it,
Absolutely.
Robert.
Absolutely. We're the ones that pushed it over the edge. We're the ones who did it. Let's say, absolutely not. It would be good to have it on the segment, though, so we can give the shout out. Wow. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Guys,
Let's do it.
I have an even more up-to-date thing, which is that we did indeed hit 70,000 subscribers.
We did it. We did it, everyone. It happened. Thank you, everyone.
So, shut down the show. We're done. That was the goal.
We're done. We hit our
That's
goal.
it.
We're going to take this. We're going to put 70,000 YouTube subscribers.
We're
And
going
I'm
for
gonna fix my
$200 hot
stupid
dogs.
spelling.
Let's do it.
We're going for it. Let's do this on the fly right now, because this is going to be pinned up there. We're going to make this font. We're going to make it 40. Let's put no background around it here. Subscribers. Come on, Robert. Spell your words right here. And there we are. Words. Let's make them bold. We got a border around it. Bada bing, bada boom. Right. Here it is. Come on. Come on, man. There we go. 70,000 YouTube subscribers. Let's cheer. Let's cheer. Yes. Awesome. That was great.
What a milestone.
JD, grab the next question. I really apologize. The sun is hitting me right here. I'm just going to pull that down.
Yep. Actually, we got
It's gonna block
another.
off everything.
We got another update in the chat. I'm going to switch over to some charts real quick, and we're going to pull up the original funded traders charts. MP chimed in. He is up $770 on the day trading NASDAQ. Big shout out to MP. Thanks for keeping us updated. Let's get back to Robert's charts.
Nice.
There we go.
Nice.
All right, next question from Miss AL wants to know, how do you incorporate divergence into your trading? Is that something you keep an eye on? Do you look at convergences and divergences? You're strictly well, you tell everybody how you trade. I know we've gone through this before. Very mathematical-minded trader. You're programming, we'll call them bots, to do specific things. Is divergence something that you incorporate into your trading at all?
Good question, and it is a proper question to ask at this time frame in group coaching. It's a personal thing. No, I do not, although I am not against it based on what you're trading. So if you're holding onto these trades a little bit longer time frames, and you're looking at multiple instruments, for example, if you're trading like gold against the indices or oil against natural gas, those types of things, you can have some divergences there. If you are talking about divergence as far as delta divergence, that is a nice way to go also. If I were to pick one, that is the one that I would definitely look at, because that's going to tell you the difference between what the market is where it's going based on the volume and where the buyers and sellers are. What's that divergence? What's the difference? What's the potential going on there? And there's also divergence of direction. So if you threw like MACD is divergence, right? What does it mean? It's the MACD is the moving average convergence divergence is what it means. So you have two moving averages. Are they coming together or are they moving apart? Basically, is the market slowing down or contracting, or is it expanding? That would be another form of convergence and divergence using the MACD. So I personally, no, I don't. However, based on what you're doing, what your style is, it's not a bad idea to use those. Definitely take a look at the delta divergence. Be a good place to start.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for the question, Mr. Al. Next, Edgar wants to know, what kind of books do we recommend? I have a strong... He's looking for books on... how would you say this? I'm tripping over my words today. But here's our TopStep reading list. On the TopstepTV website, we do have a reading list of books that we recommend. Things such as James Dalton's Mind Over Markets, one of Hoag's favorite books. There's some Market Wizards books on there. Markets and Profile, another James Dalton book. The Mental Game of Trading, Gerald Tendler. Anne-Marie Bain's book is on there. We've got a lot of great stuff. I'm going to post this in the chat for you right now.
Treasury bond basis if you're a sicko.
Let's get that in there too. Link that, Jack. The Treasury Bond Bible, as it's been known to be called. I'm just going to pin that up in the top for a little bit for you guys. This is by no means a comprehensive or the ultimate list, but yeah, if you have any suggestions for books that we could add to this list, feel free to drop them and we'll throw them on there. All right. Moving on. Hope that answered your question, Edgar. There should be something on there that suits you. Ulysses wants to know, Coach Robert, do you find any value in GAN theory?
So let's see. Ulysses,
the most ancient form of technical analysis, right?
Yeah. Straight up, I know nothing about GAN theory other than GAN is spelled with two N's. That is the extent. I did leave that question in there to get asked here because some other trader may benefit from it. They may not have known about it nor heard about it, and it may be something that they can look into, and it may speak to them. I cannot speak intelligently on that. I know nothing about it.
Fair enough. Let's move on. I don't really know anybody that ever was into GAN theory. Maybe when my father was younger, people were still using it. I really don't know. Anyway, Coach Robert, does TopstepX have delta profiles? More TopstepX questions.
It's on the list. It's on the list. Yeah, I love them. Yeah, it is on the list. It's not here at this point, but it is on the list. I know Hogue will be very happy, and I will be happy myself. A lot of traders will be happy when that comes through.
It's been one of our most requested upgrades, so it is something that's definitely in the pipeline, and we'll keep you updated when it's coming out. All right, next one. Dagoshi has a question that is right in your wheelhouse, Coach Robert. Coach Robert, can you please give us a lesson on range bars? Give us a little tutorial and maybe tell us how you use them. We've done this before.
Sure.
Maybe we could really dive into this one and record it for posterity. We'll get this clipped on our YouTube channel. Does that sound good to you?
Close, JD. I don't have any of the other platforms up that are showing range bars, so we get this question asked so many times. We can do it in preparation. To be honest, we'll put a really nice thing together, and I'll be ready to have all the other stuff on to show the comparison on it. Okay, but I will touch base on this because everyone knows it's my favorite, and it will be in TopstepX. It's on the list as well. One little skip back with the GAN. I recall seeing them tools in TopstepX. They are on here. You do have the GAN box, the GAN square fix, and then the GAN square. And they're kind of funky. I'm just going to pick the GAN box and click and drag, and that's what it looks like on the screen. You have a whole bunch of different settings for your different levels. As you can see, there's your time left and right. Is showing the fib levels, and then up and down it shows the fib sequence also. That may be something you want to look at. I just wanted to be sure and show that we do have those inside of TopstepX on the drawing tools on the panel on the left-hand side. So they are there. Now, I was going to say, I think I saw them in there. That's about the extent of my knowledge on them, but there they go. Yeah, somebody says next is going to be Elliott Wave. Yeah, maybe that's on there too.
Elliott Wave.
So much. Oh my God, Elliott Wave theory.
We'll throw some Dow theory in there. We'll go deep with you guys. You know.
Oh,
Mark Hemmingson, checking in the chat. Mark Hemmingson wants to know if you're related to Dolby. I think that question comes through the chat at least once a day. Also, Coach Robert and Dolby Time are in fact not related. Everyone, all right.
No, I'm old enough to be his dad, but there's no relation there.
All right.
Okay. Here we go. Range bar. Range bar. Okay. So yep. Let's go a little bit easier on this one. We'll get to detailed when I get it all set up. Range bars are very simply put. You specify the size you want to watch on the chart. Like a 1 minute would be time based. Every 1 minute it plots a candle. Every 5 will plot a candle. Range says I want a 20-point range bar. That means every single bar, not candle, every single bar is 20 points from top to bottom. A new bar will not plot until we go 20 points in a tick above or 20 points in a tick below. Then it will start a new bar, and it's going to plot that one either red or green, depending if it go down or up, just like regular candles. Why do I like them? Well, if I'm sitting there watching a single range bar for 3 seconds, 2 minutes, or 25 minutes, and it doesn't have another range bar plotted, the market did not go any further than that 20-point range. So range bar, it really, really shows me and helps me identify an area of the market that is consolidating, that is ranging. We see it all the time. So I can watch 1 minute bars with big long wicks, a little doji here, potential 2 red ones in a row, but then spikes up, and see all of that going on for 25 minutes. Or I can look at 1, maybe 2 range bars that are slightly offset because one was red and the next one opened right below it and came up a little bit, so it turned green. I know that I'm looking at a 20-point range, and if I don't want to get chopped up, we'll just put an order above and below, or watch and wait to see if it's going to go above or below. Shows barcoding a lot easier. You'll see them. You'll see, mine are black and white, but you see red, then green, then red, then green. They keep stacking up right next to each other. Bam, 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 right next to each other. It's very simple and easy to look at the chart and be like, hey, look at that. There's 4, 5, 6 range bars right in a row, stacked up like a barcode right next to each other, slightly offset. There's not a lot of guarantees in the market, but one of them is not going to stay at the same price forever. That's one of the guarantees we can have. It's simply not. So how do we identify an area of consolidation, of ranging, of barcoding? My opinion, range bars makes it super, super easy to see. It's not easier to make it easy to trade. It's just easy to see and identify those areas. And what's really cool is we can look at something on a minute chart, a 2 minute, a 5, 15. Pick your poison on it, and then switch it over to a range bar chart and see what it actually looks like and see if it makes sense to you. There are different basics that you can use. If you use a 2-point range chart for NQ, there's going to be a million of them because the NQ moves 2 points up and down like crazy. It'll be stacked up all over the place. If you're using a 50-point range bar for ES, and the market's only 60 points moving up and down in a day, you're going to have 1 bar all day long. So you do need to identify your market and see what works and see what's going to work best for that market. I generally try to trade 10, 15, or 20-point range bars, and they're measured in ticks. So if you see a 40-tick range bar, it's 10 points on NQ. 40 ticks, 10 points. So I'll generally try to do that. So it'd be 40, 60, and 80 ticks for NQ. And on ES, it's generally around 8 or 16. So you're looking at a 2-point bar, range bar, or a 4-point range bar. It also helps identify risk parameters easier. If I'm looking at 10-point range bar in NQ and I want to risk $200, one contract in NQ, 10 points is $200. I can just look back 1 range bar, move a stop down the bottom of it, and it's roughly in that same area. TopstepX has the prices right on it, so it's really good. If you want to risk that, or if you want to risk the amount of points or ticks. Hey, I want to risk 20 ticks on this. Great, move it back behind 2 range bars if you're using a 10-tick bar. So to me, it just makes it easier, or simpler, more basic, clearer to see this type of environment. The other thing it helps with is if I just came to the market and I'm looking at a time-based candle, I don't know what happened in that time-based candle. Let's just say 15 minutes. I have a 15-minute candle, and it's a green candle with a little wick on the top. What I don't know by sitting down and looking at it is, did the market shoot up 14.5 points in a minute and then stay at the top in the next 14 minutes? Or did it stay at the bottom for 14 minutes and then in the last minute shoot up to the top in that 15-minute bar? I don't know that by simply looking at a static bar when I first walk into the market. On the range bars, you can clearly see the market hung around down the bottom. It was barcoding, bang, bang, back and forth, and then it went stack, 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 and now it's hanging around at the top. That is information that you can use, in my opinion, for the market. Couple that with some volume in there and some delta in there, to me, it seems to be a winning setup. And I will tell you this, JD, and share it on here, that if we work with traders that are using, they're taking a look at the range charts, like when doing the coaching sides in Discord, it's got to be 85%, 90% of the traders just they never go back to time. It's the weirdest thing because you see it. Like do I have it here?
Actually, we have a follow-up question for you. Please. Michael asks, a while back you explained how you'd set up a brick size for ES Ranko, given that range charts aren't available on TopstepX. Is there any way you can repeat that little lesson? Setting up Ranko charts as sort of range charts in TopstepX?
Sure, we can.
We also have another quick update from MP. MP is now up 995 on the day, up from 770 just a few minutes ago. He's really carving it out in the NASDAQ today. Way to go, MP. He's looking to get
Hey,
on
that's
that
how you
top
do
10
it,
list.
right? Right. It's on a quest. He's on a certain task going on there. Definitely wants to get up on that board, and it should. If you're putting the time in, you're putting the effort in, and you're trading well, you deserve to be up there, regardless of who it is. And that's great. All those traders that are up there, that's amazing. They're killing. Every one of them is killing it. Renko. Renko is another type of they call them bricks or blocks that is not time based. Okay, you set the size that you want the next block to print, and I can show you that. Let's just leave it on this micro Nasdaq here for a moment because it's on the chart. I'll actually make this the full screen version. We'll pull out YouTube subscribers down out the way. All right, this currently is a 60-minute chart. Okay, let's go to a 15-minute chart. This is where we're at. It's just it's just bounced all over the place. Now, you have to give me 1 second. When I click it to Renko, I want to make sure that we're doing it the right block size. Okay, so I'm going to right click on my chart. And if you have Renko, it's pretty standard across them. I'm going to my symbol. I have this box size on 5. And that means every one of those boxes here is 5 points high. It's 5 points top to bottom. Okay, and it will only plot another box once the next 5 points has been reached. Now, although it is not time-based, we can use a chart time on it for the speed at which the boxes plot on the chart. So we're looking at it right now. It's at 5, and we see 1, 2, 3, 4 green ones right here. I'm going to highlight this so we can see, we can keep the same area. I'm going to go here to here, just like that. Okay, there we have it. Put this in the middle. So this is the area we're focused on. Notice I still have on 15 minutes. Well, if I go to 5 minutes, it actually went up and down a little bit in that last 5 minutes. So it did move that particular area 5 points up, 5 points down. Now the thing that if these were range bars, it's going to plot 5 points into tick. The next one will plot. With Renko, you need to bypass that initial 5 and then the next 5. So we call it the flip. On the flip, you're moving a 10-point movement. I have them on 5 blocks. If you see a green then a red, it has moved 10. By the time that red one plots, it's going to recover the green, then go to the red one. And that's what it looks like. Let's go to a 1 minute just to show that it updates a little quicker. Same area. But look at this chart and you tell me, chat, if this is, where's my box? Here it is. If this looks to you, if it's easier, I shouldn't say easier, but clearer to identify support and resistance levels, to see them. Okay, now they're close. They're close on price because this price right here may have gone down even further, but didn't go a full 5 points down before it went up that 5 and then up another 5. So if you had a stop down here, you may look at this chart later on and see on the chart say, oh dang it, I got stopped out, but the block never printed there. That's because they're moving and they will retrace some and they will back down once the market moves in one direction a little bit. If it doesn't go all the way to get that block stamped and pulls back the other direction, sure, you may be stopped out or entered in for that trade only to have it go the other direction. So they're non-time based. The update is there. Let's put it on 15 seconds. Look at this. Right in the same area, we see where we had some choppiness going on before, right at this level, right here. Look at this, up and down, here to here to here. There we are. It's just showing, in my opinion, it's showing the areas of this choppiness, consolidation. We had a couple changing around right on this side over here, bouncing off of it, came a little bit closer down, but this is right at the U.S. Open. This here, if you look at the time, that's right at the U.S. Open. So we went down to this level, right in this mess again, and here we are again. Once it finally broke through it, here we are hanging around this mess. So if I wanted to stay out of some of this choppiness, potentially I could take a trade over this, tapping up into this area, where you can see some consolidation in the back here, like that. Or I can wait for it to get out of this mess and go short. Now, this is where my short is staying. This is the line that I drew before on that hourly chart. Looks pretty dang close. So I enter it in right around this area, and I market it in, and it's not working out at this point in time. Okay, but to me, look at the clearness of it, in my opinion. Now, let's just make a mistake. Let's make a mistake. And let's put this on too big. Let's put this on, I don't know, 40, okay? it's not going to tell us anything. What do we have? Nothing. This is that mess. Okay, so we chose the wrong block size for this particular instrument at this time. So the 40 is 40 points. If the market's only moving 50 or 60, you're going to get one block printed all day long, just like this. So you need to adjust it for the instrument you're trading and the time frame, the time of day that you're trading that instrument in. That's what makes the most sense. You'll find it. If we make it too small, it's not going to be worthwhile either. So if we make this, all right, let's plot every time the market moves 1 point. So 1 point one direction, which means it's going to go 2 in the other direction. It's too choppy. Yeah, we can see this. We can see this moving up, down, but you're going to see this. It's not going to give you a great visual, I don't think, way to look at the market. This is almost like that really choppy, fast moving, 1 minute flying around. So we need to be cognizant and try to identify what's going to work for us. Why did I choose 5? Well, I chose 5 because it's 5 points per block, which means it's 10 points on every flip. And if I want to have a risk of 10 points, I can easily look back 2 bars. So it just makes it a little clearer in my thought. So that's the Renko side of things. Range is the same way. Ticks also isn't based on time either. It's just based on throughput. So if the market moves up and down pretty quickly and you get 500 ticks out of it, doesn't go anywhere, that's cool. It shows you that this little tiny candle. You can easily see that on volume profile also. Once that volume profile sticks out and it's like, oh, it just bounced around that area. A lot of trading going on, a lot of volume at that area. So if you're using volume profile along with the tick chart, hover around that point of control, hover around those high volume nodes. That might be a winning strategy for you also, a winning way to look at the market. So I would just encourage, taking all that big thing I just said there, I would encourage you to look around and see if there is something else. I'm starting to look at the Dow more, going, wow, hey, maybe there's something to it. Maybe we can look at something and identify. There's no ticks in between. Everything's a single point, $5 a point. I'm not going to get my face ripped off if I'm in the wrong direction. So maybe it's something to take a look at. And that's what I'm doing. I'm just taking a look around and seeing what's out there, seeing what maybe works for me. As I always say, though, I look at the range bars. We trade. The question is, do we trade time or do we trade price, right? DOM trading, okay, it's pretty much the same thing. If you have nothing but 2, 3, 4 DOMs on your screen and you're just watching those price ladders go up and down, there's no time there. You're watching price action. You're reacting to the different levels. Over on the right-hand side, you say, okay, yep, I see that this is here. I see that they're stacking up. I see these orders, and I can see that there's orders hanging down this side too, and they're still stacking up, and you can look across the different DOMs. Nothing has to do with time at that point. You're strictly looking at order flow, looking at price action. Where are the buyers? Where are the sellers? And you can see them slightly historically because you'll see those bids and asks stacking up on that volume profile within that price range. So I just encourage everyone to take a look at it. Don't listen to what I'm doing or try to 100% what I'm sharing here. Just open up mind a little bit, take a look at it. I didn't do this. I traded stocks first and then went to futures and some playing around with the crypto, and I was trading the a 1 minute market open chart getting destroyed, and even 6.5 years now live trading like this, it's only been about 2.5 I was using range bars, and it's hard for me to look at time charts now because I'm like, oh, what does it matter what happened at this point in time? I want to see what happened at that price level. Tell me what happened there. What volume was going at that level? Who were the buyers? Who were the sellers? And how many times has that been blocked off before at this level, right? How many times did we come up here and get rejected? So I'm going to take a look and say, okay, now let's just flip this around. Let's say you see in the chat, someone says, double top ES. Double top of what? 5 minute chart, 30 minute, 15 minute? Because if you're looking at and quoting a double top on ES and you're looking at a 5 minute chart, someone who's looking at a 15 minute chart sees one. Someone looking at an hourly chart doesn't see one yet because it didn't finish. Someone looking at a 1 minute chart might see 15 of them because it kept tapping. So we need to be clear what we're looking at. Non-time based charts are clear. If that range bar came up and hit a level and then went the other direction, we know that it did not go past that level at any way, shape, or form ever, okay? Because if it did, it's going to have another bar above it showing pure price action. Again, it's another way to look at the market. Do your own research. See if it works for you. It might not. That's okay. just another approach to the market. I guess I'm gonna have to study up on GAN fans and stuff too now, so I can I can actually speak to some form of knowledge about it, other than saying I don't know anything. But hey, is what it is. JD,
Don't
that was
spend
a
too
fun
much time on
question.
it.
You can get me going on this. I take up a lot of time on those. I just love them. You get excited and about this
Yeah,
stuff.
you're really digging that one. And it's
Love it.
the next question from Jayhawk. I think you actually answered it there. Jayhawk is saying, I want to ask why the ES is untradeable for the past few months. When I go to lower time frames, the ES just looks choppy. Candles are not aligned. Maybe it's time to take a step back and do what Robert just said. Take a look at the market from a different perspective. Pull up some different charts. Learn a few different ways to look at the market instead of just, the 5-minute candle. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of different ways to look at the market, and you really have access to all of it. So, anything you want to
there are.
add on to that?
Yeah, I would say that I wouldn't qualify the ES as untradeable. I'll say it for me. I'll say the ES is untradeable for me because I can't quite get a grasp on it either. But to say it's untradeable, I think that's really a matter of opinion. I see traders trading it all day, every day. You may need to just work on something else that fits you, that fits your style, that fits your character, your personality. And if you're finding that it's untradeable, guess what? Pick another market. See what works for you better. I can't do it. I have a hard time. I struggle with ES. I was fighting it for a long time, and I just had to move away. I did the same with gold. I said earlier that I don't think I have won a single trade in gold, and if I did, it was only one. So I'm done with it. I just can't do it. It doesn't fit for me. Looking at the Dow a little bit more, a little bit like ES, but I need to help with my better risk management. Even on smaller short-term trades, I'm not just going to limit myself and stick myself in a box and say, hey, this is what I'm doing. That's all I've ever done. This is all I'm going to do. There's so many things out there, so many different ways to trade. This is a brand new platform. 3 months ago, I didn't even know that, TopstepX, what? It's a new platform. Great. Let's try it out. Let's give it a shot. What are the pros and cons? What can we do and can't do? How is it going to work for us? Expand it out. You can go, online, go to YouTubers, TopstepTV as well. Watch what we are all doing. We all trade a little bit differently. Take it all into consideration. We're here to help. A lot of knowledge out there. Odds are one of these is going to make sense to you. Now, JD, I'm going to get out of this trade. See this trade right here? I'm going to get out of this trade because I don't like the way that it's looking. Here we are. We poked up. We're out of this little consolidation area. We're at the top of the second consolidation area here, and we have some room up top. I'm just going to bring this down like this. And if it breaks through and stops me out, I am just done with this trade, and it will be over with. And that's my risk management on that trade. And in case it doesn't, let's bring this up, and let's just take a little bit of the win out of this. I know the ratio is off. You can beat me up if you want. I'm not looking at ratios. I'm just saying, hey, if this goes a little further, I just want to get the hell out of it because it didn't go my short the way I wanted to. Just like that, just got stopped out. It came up with the direction I didn't anticipate, started bouncing around a little bit in here, as we can see. Now this time frame that's almost an hour time frame right there. That is 1 hour's worth of time right there. Okay, from here to here is 35 minutes. That's how we can use these non-time based. And there it is, just what I said. It came up, hung around this area, didn't go very far. It stamped a little up, little down, this little area of 5 points up, 10 points down, like that. Did not like it anymore. If it came out of here, I was thinking it was going to continue going on that direction. Get the hell out of the trade. If I'm wrong that it's going the wrong direction, I don't think it's going to go too far down, so I move my target a little bit closer. Nothing to do with ratios in that case. That's why I want to be clear on that. And there it is. That's my story.
Awesome. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate it. And thank you. We are out of time now. So thank you to everybody who submitted your questions. If we didn't get to them, we do apologize. Maybe we'll get to them tomorrow. We will be back again tomorrow with more group coaching. Tomorrow, you're going to have Dolby and David Green for group coaching. So make sure you're here for that. We'll have another question form pinned to the chat so you can ask your questions for Dolby and David Green. Coming up next, we have Market Stalking with Deeyana, Dolby, and Hogue. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Deeyana. You got 2 straight hours of Dolby and Deeyana coming your way. It's going to be pure tradertainment. So stick around, everyone. We will be back in just a few minutes. We're going to take a short break, and we're coming right back.
Welcome to Market Stalking with Dee, the woman in the middle. Dee, you've got a Deeyana marathon going on today. She's going to be here for Market Stalking with Dee and the Power Hour at the end of the day. We've got everybody's favorite Dolby Time here with us as well. And a huge day on Topstep. We've got 70,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for being with us and supporting the broadcast. And we're just so happy to be here. I know that I'm grateful every day that I get to do what I do here. And I know that Deeyana and Dolby Time feel the same way. So what's going on, guys? How are things?
Yeah, things are all right. I haven't traded much. I tried one trade in crude oil and bailed promptly when the news came out. So oil seems to be very, very sensitive to news, and it's been haphazardly going higher. Haphazardly being the operative word. So
That's a good
not the
adjective.
easiest day. Yes, industry term.
Yes, industry term. Yes, of course. Of course. Huh?
Yeah, so we'll see whether we can squeeze out a trade maybe to have settlement in about 24 minutes. So we might have a long setup. There's some single prints left on the profile, which might be my area of interest around 78.63. So if we can get that, that would be a perfect trade location for this sort of a directional move. We still have some average session ranges left on the day. So if I can get my trade location, then I've got some 50 ticks until we exhaust the average session range as well. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not making any promises.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then we got Power Hour. Yeah.
You got caught a little bit in that the OPEC information, right?
Yeah, so they came in and they said that they're going to be doing production cuts again. So obviously that puts us back into worrying about crude oil supply, which obviously raises demand. And in turn, that obviously has an effect on price going higher. So I'm not going to fight that. I'm not going to try short it. I'm just going to do the best I can in light of the current situation. That is the single prints that we have on the profile. So if we get there, we get there. If not, so be it.
Mm-hmm. So you're kind of looking at that 78 kind of 60 to 70 area where those single TPOs are on the market profile chart, which lines up pretty nicely with that weekly kickoff high. Once we really kind of accept it above it, it's been supportive. So we'll see if we get an opportunity to take that long down there.
Yep, sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Hey, Dolby, what are you up to today? How are things? Have you traded at all?
Not a ton. I messed around a little bit in the NASDAQ in my practice account. We did decent there. I think we had a loser trade up front and then ended up having a nice winner. NASDAQ looked really, really tricky today. So I know they were kind of having a hard time in fast markets. Don't blame you. Really, really range bound across the board in the NASDAQ. Yesterday, I had my CFM squared line on my chart. That is my come failed move, come fast move line. So that's kind of the level I look for. If we can get through that, then we might get a huge, move to the downside or the upside. But if we bounced, you might get a quick rejection. So it did end up hitting later today while I was on lunch, it looks like. But very, very range bound, kind of same thing in crude on the daily. But as Dee was saying, we're starting to get a little bit of strength as we get kind of into the end of the day. We're not really seeing, I think, the sell-off that we typically anticipate when we kind of like reverse the trend of whatever the current trend is. You kind of try to find a reversal on that in the last half hour as U.S. pit session tries closing. I'm going to try working some long orders in crude oil just below this 5-minute bar, which is 78.68. See if we can get a pullback and then go back to the upside. But we are still stuck in a big, big, big range. And I have a CFM squared level at 78.94.
If we look at the weekly chart, it is trying to go into a supply and demand formation, which is called rally-based rally. And we're right at the top of the range. Now, I know that Robert doesn't really like looking at time, but I like looking at time because it does tell me a valuable piece of information. For example, how fast do we come back up to the top of the range after rejecting it? So here we are from last week. And as you can see, we pretty much came right back to the high, and now we're still pushing higher. So that's very bullish. That means that we have a very, very good chance of breaking through this annoying range that we've been in for a number of weeks now. And if that happens, then, we have a new uptrend in place rather than a range. So that would be my plan for the coming weeks.
D, that's go ahead, Dolby.
No, I was just saying I have this range going back to the 9th. February, this month, back to the 9th. I have just huge, all the way from
I have it going
76.
back to November.
Oh, November. Oh, you're on the weekly.
Yes.
You're on the weekly?
Yeah, I'm on a weekly.
Yeah, I'm on the daily.
Amazing what you can see in the live time frames.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Well, D, I think that's very interesting that you notice that the tempo of the move from the low of the range to the high of the range was pretty swift. I mean, we were at the low of the range yesterday, rejected the low of the range. And typically the target for a range bound trade is the other extreme of the range, and we're at that now. So I completely agree that if we do accept and we start driving higher, that's going to change this market state a little bit, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and hopefully they found enough liquidity down below at around 76 to push it higher, because the longs up here now in crude oil are relatively expensive compared to where it was, 2 days ago. If you were a very, very happy and smart long at, 76-ish,
even
you're feeling
even
very,
yesterday,
very happy right now.
Yesterday we were at the bottom of the daily range, so that's pretty cheap. But today,
we have to wonder who's going to come in, right? Who are the buyers who have the motivation to pay premium to push price above 78.94? And I would agree with you. We've spent a lot of time watching crude oil, and this does not really feel like a market that wants to go down in crude.
No, it's not like a fill the range type trade. It's more like look for a pullback and go long.
Yeah, and it shows in the candlesticks, right? Just consistent higher lows. It's getting up to what we would consider an expensive level and kind of just hanging out, just having a good time. It's not doing a fast rejection. It did hit my CFM squared level, but it's not really failing all that hard. It's just kind of hanging out.
Yeah. So we'll see whether we can get a trade out of this. I was in a short, I actually got a pretty good price for that trade, so I'm a bit annoyed that didn't. It's like, why news? Go away with news.
Were you short?
I was short from 78.44. That was my entry, and I got probably maybe 35 ticks into profit. And then it just within 5 seconds, I was watching it, and it just went back up. And 5 seconds, that's all it took. So I was like, no, I'm bailing. I'm not going to wait for this. And I didn't have immediate access to financial juice because I was still messing around with my computer from yesterday. So I was like,
really?
I don't know what this is. Yeah. But I'm like, this looks like news to me, and I don't know what the news is. So I'm just going to bail. And I managed to get out for $60 profit, luckily. So we can always find another trade whenever you see any kind of news related events and you're not expecting them. You just need to bail and reevaluate, or just let it go. If nothing is making sense, just let it go.
Yeah, just let your stop take over and have it do its thing.
Yeah.
What I like about crude oil, though, and I've been watching a lot of NASDAQ recently, is that just this technical bounce off of 78, I wish I would see patterns like that more in NASDAQ, because it feels like if this was NASDAQ, it wouldn't have bounced at 78. It would have gone to 77, 65, and then ran all the way back up again for its liquidity run. Whereas crude oil just seems to be so orderly.
It's very orderly. I find it so technical. I find it very tidy. I know that some people find it challenging, but I gravitated towards crude oil because of its technical nature. Because I'm definitely a technician, even though maybe 30% of my decisions might fall into macro decisions, but not on most days. However, if price action agrees with whatever we're seeing news-wise, obviously I'm not going to ignore that. And in that case, I will look for a directional trade. So that's what we're going to be doing today if we don't run out of time. Well, I'm happy to see that crude oil has been moving post-settlement like it used to. So very happy to see that. It's not as dead as it was the last 3 weeks. So we've definitely moved off the dead point, but I do think we are in that decision area, which is why everything is taking a little bit longer. Anytime you have important, as John would say, inflection points, there's always a little bit of time before everything picks up speed, and then they have enough buying power to actually break through that high. And I think that's something that we're going to see this week.
Dee, you mentioned time.
Yeah.
You mentioned time, and some people don't like to look at time. They don't think about time. Robert's one of them. He doesn't want to see time. But as traders that use the market profile, time marks acceptance or rejection of certain levels, right? So what we're looking for here is acceptance in the upper distribution of the profile today, or at as you mentioned, above this important inflection level at 78.70, correct?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Spot on. Yeah. The reason why I like looking at time is probably because I keep my trades longer. Usually my average trade time comes up to about 45 to 50 minutes. But in reality, I do have a lot of trades that I keep for 2 to 3 hours. So obviously, because of that, I want to make sure that I'm on the right side so that I can A, have a good trade location for such a trade, B, so that I can capture a bigger part of the trend rather than just capturing 10, 15 ticks. So I think with Robert and me, I think that's a difference in style. So he's a very fast-paced trader, and he's okay capturing 10, 15 ticks. Whereas, I'm not, I wouldn't be happy with that. And I know that I would overtrade because I'm like, well, why am I taking 15 ticks when I can see, a movement of about 100 ticks? Like, what am I doing? So I like to take at least half of whatever the market is doing. And this is, I think, where time does play more of a
Starting to get some movement
part.
here. Yeah, we're starting to get some movement in crude oil here. I got filled at 78.67 on one. I still have 2 pending orders at 59 and 52
Okay.
to the buy side.
I would like to see the single prints get tagged at 63 first before I do anything. And in fact, I'm going to have a look at the ladder just to see if we can find some orders there.
While you guys are looking at that, the S&Ps and the NASDAQ have turned up. They're still in range, but they've turned around, right? Yep, they failed auction at the bottom.
Yeah, I do have a level around the value low from yesterday in ES for power hour. So if we get there, that'll be nice. That's oh god, I need reading glasses or bigger fonts, one of the two, but probably reading glasses.
5086 quarter.
Yes, 5086. I actually have it at 5086 on the nose. And that would be my level of interest for a short during power hour. So we'll see. If we can get there, that would be perfect.
Are you in any crude oil trades right now?
No, I'm totally flat. I'm $60 up on the day. Like I said, I had a 1 hour trade, but I was looking for a neutral day. I was looking for a test, at least test of the value high from yesterday, which was 77.92. Let's call it 78. But unfortunately, the news came out, and it literally just swiftly went back to basically my entry. So I only managed to get 3 ticks out of that. But hey ho, that's good, because otherwise this move that we had as a result of the news, it would have taken my stop. So I consider that as bullet dodged. However, we are testing single prints now. So let's see if we can get some price action going from here.
I'm now long to crude oil,
You are long.
78.63. Okay. Yeah, trading combine account. Oh, practice account. Sorry, trading combine practice account.
Okay. Okay.
No, I'm not supposed to do that, so I won't do it. I'm not gonna trade now.
What do you mean? Why not?
Well, I'm kind of driving the bus here for this segment, so
Gotta believe.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm going to watch you guys make some money on this. Let's go.
Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I mean, D's not fading me, so I feel pretty good about that so far.
Yeah. Well, you are a crude oil trader. I don't know what you're doing over in NASDAQ, to be honest.
It's true. It's probably
There
why
we
he doesn't
go.
love me. It's probably why he doesn't love
go.
me.
This is sustained. I'm going to go in. So let's just wait for that.
Got a nice little push away from those single TPOs there.
All right. And I'm in 78.70 long.
All right.
Nice. You're putting fibs on that?
This is not a fib. I mean, it technically is a fib, but I hacked it to show me risk reward on my trade.
Oh, nice.
So really, yeah, I've kind of did this thing where I literally erased all the normal levels and then 0 and 1 on my stop and entry. And then I have 1R multiple, 1.5R, 2R, 2.3R, and 3R is like the final big target, which I never really use. And it just helps me not to mess around with calculators or position managers and just, overload the machine more. And it's a very good visual aid for me. I'm a very visual person. So this massively helps me to see whether my trade actually has some legs, how much room I've got. So it just helps to visualize the whole situation.
I like
of
it.
whatever it is I'm doing. Yeah. It's actually one of my most requested, most of my frequently asked questions. Hey, Dee, how do you do that risk reward tool? So it's nothing more but a hack tool. Very, very simple.
Nice. That's a little trader secret right there, chat. Make sure you write that one down.
Yep.
So you're long with me, huh? This is awesome.
I'm long with you. Yes, makes for a nice change, eh?
You can't fade the guests, Dolby. Can't fade the guests.
You cannot fade the guests. That is rule number one.
That is rule number one.
Oh, Dakota's long
we
too.
do
Look at this.
Things. Oh, that makes me feel good.
Now I feel very warm and comforted
There you go.
in my position now.
Comforted, yeah, warm and fuzzy.
Also called the warm and fuzzies. That is true.
Yeah,
I know that Dakota was looking for a break towards 78, but we've got there, and I think his next target is 80, if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, level. Dakota. Yeah.
When there's a quorum, it makes everything warm and fuzzy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does, yeah. It is great when multiple people are looking at different strategies, and then every one of us comes up with the same plan. So it's
I'm pretty sure Dakota just copied us.
Influence.
Oh, really?
Well, his entry is 78.72, so that's a worse entry than mine. So maybe he just copied my trade.
78.70.
Maybe
everything's a zone.
Everything's a zone. No, that's right.
Everything's a zone.
Just saying. You never know. But nice momentum here.
Yeah.
Thoroughly enjoying it.
Hope it continues. I can see we do have an order of 125 contracts at 79 and some bunched up orders up there. So if we can battle through this area of 79.80, where the previous slight little sell-off came from, then we have a good chance of actually reaching at least 79, and that would be nice.
Yeah, that's the high of the session, and there is some liquidity up there, and then another 10 ticks above that, there's some more, and then up at 940,
I do have an
also
average,
got some liquidity there.
Yep, I have the average session high exhaustion point at 79.18. So that would be really nice, but I don't know whether we have time for that.
There's only 6 minutes left. Yeah, there's only 6 minutes left.
I know. Yeah. To be fair, we have had about a 20-tick movement post-settlement, usually in the same direction. So we'll see. I might actually keep this trade a bit longer if we get proper momentum and it hangs into settlement. But
yeah, definitely worth holding for another five minutes or so. I'm gonna go to break even on my stop here. We've already had a good amount of push to the upside, so it really shouldn't come back down again at this point.
You went in a little bit earlier. What was your entry price?
I have two at 76.84 or 83, 63, 78.63.
Okay, that's your average
great.
price.
That's great location, but
Yeah, that's like bang on the single prints edge,
yes,
which is what
Yeah.
I was looking at. Yeah, that's a really good price.
great
Good job,
location.
Dolby.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't watch any of my trades from yesterday for Power Hour. Appreciate it.
Hey, I've had
got
my
some-
car crash power hour moments as well, so join the club.
We all have.
got,
we all have.
Yeah.
A couple. Oh God, come on, crude, hang in there, buddy. All right, a couple questions in chat. Michael Stanton, what are the best times to trade crude oil in Eastern time? Oh, D.
I like trading it. Yeah, so I like trading it after 10 a.m. because I find that after the initial balance is over, which is 9 to 10, things get a little bit clearer rather than getting involved in the noise of the initial balance. So that's one time zone. I usually try and skip lunchtime if I can help it. If I'm already in trade, I might actually keep a trade on through lunch. But otherwise, if I'm not in a trade, I will wait for the next time zone, which is after 1 p.m. And then I try to find a setup, ideally before 2 p.m. Well, 2:15 p.m. really, if we're gonna nitpick.
Are you
And then if I
Central
can't
time?
really find anything, Eastern time.
Eastern time.
So the
Got
guy
it.
asked in Eastern, yeah. And I actually have a lot of people who are based in and around New York and North Carolina and stuff. So that's all like Eastern time. So I know it pretty well. So yeah, it's basically the time of day when you might look for a reversal, but obviously not every day. Today we obviously have a single-sided auction. We had some single prints, which is why we're in this trade. We had some news to support the direction of the trade that we're taking. So today is not the day to fade it, but on most other days, if you don't have anything like that, you can actually fade it into the end, into the settlement, as everybody kind of starts taking profits and winding down their positions. That obviously has an effect on price. That's another good time zone when you want to look for your second or third trade of the day.
Well, you guys got it going on now, don't you?
Yeah. If we can just get a bit higher, just hit that 79, I'll be perfectly happy with that for the day.
I believe 78.92 is last week's high. 78.92. A little bit of an update here from our fearless leader. I guess he was kind of holding some shorts. Michael Patak in the Nasdaq, and he is currently down 500 now. Michael, it happens. Good risk management, but yeah, that rally I'm sure probably caught a few people off sides there. So, no, that's all right, Michael.
Failed auctions. Those failed auctions. Don't ignore the failed auction.
No,
I ended up just trade transparency. I ended up closing one of my CL longs at 78.71. 91, 78, 91. Am I like dyslexic? 70. I sold one. The other one moved my stop up to plus 140 or 78.73. So we're going to hang on to this trade until
nice trade.
79.15. 79.15.
What's your target for the remainder of the trade?
I think we can break new highs in the next half hour. I'll probably get stopped out, but I don't think it's impossible for it to just like slow bleed up.
Well, we're certainly seeing some liquidity up there. I mean, we've got 100 at at least 100 at 78.91, another 65 at 92. Some of that just got canceled, but we've still got all that liquidity up at 79 even, 126, 79.10. There's 115. Certainly seems that if the market is going to go to the point of greatest aggravation, that looks like to the upside to me. So nice trading.
Almost like almost 75 to 100 every like 10 ticks in crude oil above, like 79 and above. So yeah, a lot of room up there.
And when there's offers stacked,
go ahead.
When there's offers stacked like that, I mean that's a magnet for price. So you guys are in a good looking trade here. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Dolby.
No, that was it. That's we're gonna hang on to this one, I think. So it was super solid. So at the very least, we'll end up, I think, like 300-ish, 400-ish on the trade. So
Very
pretty solid.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid.
I'm sitting at about 220 now, 300 on the day. So
Nice.
this is that's the only thing that I traded today. So that's the entire, So we'll
Yeah.
see.
I mean, not.
Well, and it's looking like the S&Ps are going to give you that chance to look at those highs during
Mhm.
power hour today too. So that'll be
Yeah.
interesting. I'm looking forward to watching that.
Yeah, that I'm just gonna trade in a combine because again,
Mhm.
today is not the day for me to. I don't have enough budget left to play around on the day with the instrument that is not my main market. So
Mhm.
to keep that
Wow, what a move in
reasonably,
NASDAQ.
really,
Yeah, if you want to switch to my charts.
Failed auction.
Yeah, I think
Failed
this is what you're
auction.
talking about, right? Is, we all call it different things. I look at it like a range, but I believe this is what you're calling the failed auction is this guy right here, right? That's the failed
It's
auction.
actually the second candle. Hold on, let me just switch to
This
real time.
one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's effectively it's the one after. So you had a little bullish candle, and then the next one failed the auction, the big bullish candle.
So
Anything
12
before
o'clock.
then, yeah. So anything before then, it was still below the initial balance. So when you
got it.
go back to that first hour of trading range, that's considered a failed auction. So you come out of it, and then you come back into it, sustain the price action, and then it just runs. So yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. So I had
Yeah.
that big old range drawn. I think it was like a 4-hour range, and just scooped right below, and then just rallied. And chat is saying Apple. Apple is going straight up.
Apple.
What is going on with Apple?
Let me take a look. I've got it right here.
Looks like
Apple.
they're canceling their electric car business.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it was trading down around $180, $180.50, and nice little $3 pop off of that, huh?
Well, it looks like investors were happy with Apple no longer trying to build a car.
Well,
we'll take it.
They're already pretty good at building phones, so.
Well, I think
they should stick to phones.
Yeah, I think that
Stick
the
to phones,
other
right?
headline that they really liked was that they're moving away from the car and moving towards AI.
Where did you see that, Dolby?
On Twitter or X.
On Twitter.
On X. Also, I'm hearing reports that Bitcoin is popping off as well. Not a market that we trade currently on TopstepX, but wow, Bitcoin at 57,000 and change. Wow, that's pretty impressive.
57,000.
That is almost all-time highs, actually. So something to keep track of. What's the all-time high here?
yeah.
57,433 and change. Yeah, we are not that far away. Wow, impressive move.
Do it today.
Okay. Well, it never stops trading, so I could do it at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
NASDAQ just running to the upside.
Even weekends, isn't it? Crypto is open.
Oh yeah, it doesn't sleep.
The weekend, yeah.
Oh, 69,000 is all-time high in Bitcoin. So I'm incorrect.
It is,
Obviously, I
69.
don't trade
Okay.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, me either.
Bitcoin, obviously.
It's funny. I knew that it was time to stop buying Bitcoin when the guys that were fixing my windows, because we bought new windows for the place, and one of the guys was like, "Yeah, so I'm thinking of buying crypto," and it was like literally at 62,000, and I was like, "Yeah, don't."
Yeah. And selling everything.
Yeah.
Have you ever traded crypto, D?
I actually held more of a swing trade back in 20 17, which is hilarious. And I thought I did a pretty good trade. I think I bought it when it was pretty low. I think it was like, was it 2005 or something? Around 2000. It was pretty low. And I thought, well, how much higher can this go? And I think I took it off at about 5K. I thought, well, that took bloody a year. So I'm like, I can't hold this anymore. This is ridiculous. In a year, it only went up, however much. So right after that, I think a year later, it massively popped. So I was like, damn it. So I'm not a long-term investor. So, I do have a portfolio, but me kind of picking stocks and all of that, I'm okay at it. I just can't hold on to trades for that long because you're supposed to hold it for about 3 to 5 years or up to 15 years or something silly. And I just can't do that. As an intraday trader, I always have that niggling feeling like, well, you could outperform the market. You could short it here, then you could buy it here. And it's constantly playing on my mind. So it almost like annoys me if the market doesn't almost immediately go where it's supposed to go. And I thought to myself, well, I held it long enough. I held it for a whole year, right? So that's enough. And that was it for me. So I held that and I held Ripple. And since then, I haven't really done much with cryptocurrencies.
I find them confusing. I have difficulty understanding the technology behind them. I've gotten a lot better at understanding it now, but by the time I got kind of onto it, I was like your window guy. I would probably be buying the highs. So I've never done anything with crypto. But maybe that's a little bit of my age. I'm always a little bit distrustful of new technologies.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit younger than you, but I think I'm with you there because I think my age, I've gotten to the point where I just want like safe things. And when people tell me, "Hey, Dee, we'll turn you into a NASDAQ trader," and I'm like, "And no, you won't." That's never happening. So I'm a little bit set in my ways at this point.
And I'm the same way. I mean, my swinging for the fences days are probably behind me now because they say the older you are, the less cash you should have at real risk, right? So but my long-term investments I kind of hand over to somebody else, and he's been doing a very good job with it, so that's always good. Yeah. I'll come up with some suggestions, and he'll say, no. So, and some have been okay, some haven't been so good. But as far as long-term trading, it's just kind of buy and hold, and sometimes it's not really all that beneficial to look at your 401k. Right now, it's okay to look at your 401k and your investments that way, but no, I never did trade the peso or the ruble. No.
Yeah, God, yeah. I traded the peso at one point.
Did you?
It's a fun product. Yeah, it's a fun product. Yeah, long time ago. We're talking like 2016, and it was fun. It was very liquid. I found that it moves pretty similar to crude oil. Like it's got the same times of day when it either trends or reverses. So I used a lot of the strategies that I use on crude oil to trade the peso. But then I found it a little bit too volatile at times. But yeah, it's a decent product. I just somehow it almost reminds me of NASDAQ. It's a bit too crazy at times. So I decided not to do that long term.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never really been much into trading currencies, even when they were on the trading floor. I had there were different degrees of memberships. The CME membership was the gold badge, and you could walk into any pit on the trading floors and trade it. The IMM was a green badge, and I had one for a little while, but I was just in the S&Ps, never went to go try and trade any currencies. But the IMM badge, the International Monetary Market, would let you trade the currencies, the euros, any options, and the S&Ps, the IOM, the Index and Options Market, membership was for any options and the stock indices. So you could trade, you know, the NASDAQ, the Russell 2000. You could trade the S&Ps, but you couldn't just walk into like meats or currencies and start trading because you didn't have the correct membership. And they were, you know, the IOM was probably the cheapest one, and then the IMM was more expensive, and then the big seat, the CME, was where you could trade anywhere, anything, anywhere. That was the most expensive one. And
were there really that many traders who took advantage of that, or was it more just like a badge of honor type of thing? Because like,
well,
who's really trading 3 or 4 pits?
Well, there were a couple of reasons why people would go for different memberships. If you wanted to trade meats, you had to have the CME badge, the big badge. So, you know, and there were also kind of investments in that as well, because, you know, probably below the surface somewhere, there were a lot of folks that kind of had the understanding that eventually the CME is going to become a publicly traded company. And according to whatever seat you have would be the number of shares that you would be given when that were to happen. So I think that the CME badge, I forget who, maybe you remember, there was like, let's say, just round numbers, 10,000 shares for the CME badge, 8,000 shares for the IMM badge, and probably 6,000 shares for the IOM badge. I don't remember the actual numbers, but it's IPO'd at 35, and if you held on, it traded up over 700. So if you had all those shares, there was a large profit potential for when the exchange did go public. And there was also, if you owned let's say you owned 2 IOM badges, you were wearing one, you could lease one out to another trader, and the leasing was much like a market. The more opportunities, the more demand for the leases for the seats, the more expensive they got. Hoop is saying
it was an asset. It was almost like owning a house or something. Yeah.
Exactly. And you could lease a seat and lease it out to somebody else, and they would pay you monthly. So there was an investment that way as well. I don't know if anybody.
Do you want to tell them how much the actual seat was? Because I know how much it was.
Well, the seat was also like a market. But I think the gold badge CME was over $1 million at one point.
Yes, wow. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I said, tell them.
Yeah, and
it was much more expensive. Yeah.
And there were guys that they'd make some money and they'd buy another seat. And they'd make some money and they'd buy another seat. They'd make some money and they'd buy another seat. As a matter of fact, and there were a lot of people that really didn't even work on the trading floor that did that because they were recognizing it as a good investment. The guy who owns Ceres downstairs at the Board of Trade, Lou Bernakis, never traded, never was on the trading floor. He had the restaurant downstairs, and he would make money. He had the best restaurant deal in the world because they were closed on weekends and holidays. If there was no business downtown, then they wouldn't even bother opening the restaurant. So, but he owned that. He owned the restaurants, 2 or 3 of them around the Board of Trade for 60 years. And he would make money and he would buy a seat at the Board of Trade and lease it out. He would make money, buy a seat at the Board of Trade and lease it out. Make some money, buy another seat at the Board of Trade and lease it out. Never traded in his life. He was a restaurateur, but he recognized the opportunity for periodic, every month people were paying him for the seats, for the leases. And when it did go public, he just, he made a fortune. I mean, not that he wasn't making a fortune in the restaurant industry, but, he...
no one makes a fortune in the restaurant industry.
Well, I mean, he did.
I know a few.
It's hard.
Yeah. It is a very difficult thing.
It is, perishables and all of that. But if you're going to choose between running a bar or a pub or a restaurant, food is where the money is. That's what I was told by people that I know who have been in hospitality industry in general. Because drinks, it's all very well, but I don't think you get big profit margins. Whereas if you can come up with dishes and, you can like slap on a ridiculous price, especially if you are, considered as the good chef. And it's just ridiculous the amount of cash that you can make that way. But obviously it's a very hard job. It's like long, long hours in hot kitchens, and, it's definitely not for everyone.
Yeah.
Nope, but it is fun for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, I tended bar at a little seafood joint in Chicago, family owned. I don't know if anybody knows it, but it was called the Half Shell for 8 years while I was, getting into the industry and learning how to operate in the industry. And, I wouldn't give up that time for anything. I learned so much about people. I learned so much about the industry. I had it was a lot of fun. And, it was a seafood place, crab leg, shrimp, that kind of stuff. And it was really reasonable. But the way that they made their money is it was a small place and it was very popular, and they would keep you waiting 2.5 hours and feed you drinks the whole time. So your drink bill would probably be, yes,
Get the customers drunk, get them really hungry, and then they order a lot. It's a great strategy. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, and they had the opportunity to expand into the next building, and I asked Candy, who was the owner at the time. I said, "Why don't you do that?" She says, "Because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We make our money, making people wait for tables and selling them drinks. So we're going to keep doing that."
Not wrong. It's about the ambiance too.
Someone in the chat who's asking, do I trade CFDs? Well, guys, I started in Forex in 2007. I only traded euro-dollar for about 5-6 years. And then when euro-dollar went dead because of the austerity measures in Europe, when countries started defaulting left, right, and center, I had to find another market. And I found futures. So that's how I got to futures. And since then, I have not traded CFDs because I don't like the spread. I don't like the nonsense brokerage games that they played even back then. And that's now seeped into that industry on the CFD side. So the same games that brokers used to play back in the day, that's what some of the Forex prop firms were doing. And that's another reason why I gravitated towards a regulated market, even though some people who are into crypto, they're like, oh, we don't want a centralized market. No, actually, you do want a centralized market because then nobody can play silly games with you.
Right.
Your money is safe. So I have not gone back to CFDs. If I were to trade currencies someday again, I would still trade currency futures. I would not go back to CFDs ever.
Well, speaking of CFDs, gold, I don't know if that's even a good transition, but gold is below 2040, trading at 2038 now. So that was a low that was made earlier today, about a couple hours ago. We just got below that again after rejecting VWAP.
Yes, we had a gap fill. We had a gap fill in gold, then a very late failed auction, which I'm always suspicious of. In gold, because you don't really get failed auctions that late in the day. They're not a high probability trade. So it makes sense that it came off the highs. Usually it stops moving, but it's still moving. So again, that's another good sign that we may have some liquidity coming back in gold as well, because that's been a bit quiet too. For about 3 weeks, we sort of had some trending days, but most days were very, very responsive or rotational. And it's always a tough thing to trade because it requires timing, precision, patience. It really annoys me. I'm okay at it, but it's, if I were to choose between a reversal trade and a ping pong day, just give me a reversal trade any day.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that one out. What's funny though is 59% longs in the tilt. Actually,
really?
Yeah. So 59% long. Yeah. But hey, they're not really making any money according to Tilt. So.
No,
Yeah.
and maybe it's just because we're at the kind of the session lows right now. I mean, below the session low, maybe it's people just trying to pick a bottom down here. I mean, gold. Why are they trading gold now anyway? I mean, it's
I know.
basically
Yes,
done.
I don't know.
dead.
Maybe it's a smaller sample size. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's
Well, we got
strong.
50-50 in S&P and NASDAQ. Nothing really there. 50-50 in crude right now. Nothing really there. Are you guys still long crude?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm still
out.
long. I'm going to hold it for a while. So probably maybe another 40 minutes. Just give it time. So what I like to do if I'm going to hold a trade past settlement, I change one of my indicators that shows me the average session ranges. It's called the Blatek DR.
There you go.
You know how Michael is always saying, oh, and blah, blah, blah. Well, that's how we named the company, right? The CTO is constantly saying, yeah, you know, all of that and blah, blah, blah. So obviously that's like high-powered people's way of saying, you know, all of that. I'm not going to waste my time telling you all about that. So we're like, well, what's the company going to be called? It's like blah tech. Because he used to say it so often. Yes, it's great. Blatek. Yay. So what I like to do is change the time of day. It's in my time zone, the whole thing. So I like to see exactly the expected movement that we should have based on the previous 10 days between now and electronic close. So that's what this last column is doing. So when I do that, it obviously gives me a high and a low, clearly, because it's not all single direction. But if we keep making new highs during that period, then obviously some of these are dynamically tracked. So until one side gets exhausted, the market is going to be, the indicator is going to be dynamically tracking what's going on. So right now we actually have a potential range up to 78.96, so just below that 79 level. And we also have the low at 78.59. So if Dobie and I are correct, then this is just going to keep creeping upside for the next hour or so.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that it always gets smacked. You know, like sometimes everything just goes dead and that's it. But in the last 10 days, that is the movement that we had. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that we are going to have another little slow push upside because it's post settlement. So everything's going to be very, very like turtle like, very crawly, creepy
low
crawly.
volume.
Continuing the day.
Grind.
It's just low volume and it's just trickling upside. So I'm going to keep this for a little while longer and see whether we can maybe get, like, I don't know, $400 would be nice. So I'm currently sitting at about $240 on the day.
In the overnight too. I mean, even yesterday in the overnight, it put up about almost 40 ticks in an overnight session from like low to highs. So it's entirely possible for it just to keep on crawling higher. Even though
I
it
don't
is
really
like a big
trade
level.
it overnight. Do you trade overnight, Dolby?
No, but it's something I considered just because of like my schedule and stuff, kind of doing something like Dakota does where you just, you know, maybe use like a micro or two and, you know, try to place a trade like a real big level and just see if you get filled overnight with a big stop. Honestly, it'd probably be a little bit probably better for me if I did that because I wouldn't be messing with my positions all that much or like overthinking things. There is some benefits to just kind of setting it and forgetting it, right? Because it's like you don't get any smarter once the trade is on. So if you like a level a lot, put the trade on and then see what happens. Stop messing with it.
Yeah, that'd be a good way to not overmanage your positions is be asleep.
Yeah.
Trouble is, I would never sleep.
That's the other part. See, there's always something in there's always something in trading. There's always some little snafu that happens where it's like, oh, it should be so easy, but then you have to sleep through having a trade on. It's like, damn.
I used to do that when I was a trader. I used to do that, but I can't do it anymore. I just like the peace of not having any positions open when I go to bed. So nothing can replace that.
I'd probably be okay with it if, you know, with a few micros. But I've,
Yeah.
coming from the pit, we couldn't trade at night. If you had a position at the end of the day, you had it till the next day's open, and I just don't know if
And
I
gas
could.
are a real thing.
It would be difficult for me to make that adjustment to be able to trade overnight.
Yeah, it's
Just
why
gotta
natural
practice.
gas is called the widow maker, because the horrendous gaps that it did overnight. Like, it doesn't matter where you put your stop, right? Because wherever the market opens the next day, that's where it's going to take you out. So you're either going to make a killing or you're going to lose a lot. So there we go, widow maker.
Yeah, and it still is. I mean, sometimes those moves in there are just so vicious.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know anyone who's actually trading natural gas all that seriously right now, or even really talking about it.
I haven't looked at it since we stopped doing the market prep. There was somebody that was always asking for it, so we added it to the market prep. But man, oh man, that's just a wicked market.
Yeah, if even Anne Marie Band says, "Yeah, nat gas is scary."
Scary, right?
Yeah.
And she chases airplanes, so I mean, if she thinks it's scary,
Yeah, she
damn.
thinks it's scary. Yeah.
Damn, it's gotta be a crazy market. Yeah, I am looking forward to getting some more products on TopstepX. I know we have a lot of requests for covering additional markets. I know nat gas, some of the grains, cattle. That would be fun stuff to start looking at once we can get it up on TopstepX here. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Jay says Coach Paul trades natural gas. Brave.
Oh, really?
Apparently,
that would be cool. Yeah, we need
Get
to
him
have
on
like
here.
a hipster market class and do all the markets that no one really trades.
It's nice to see all the coaches here. It's chiming in. Hello, everybody. It's great to see everybody. We've got about 3 minutes left in the segment, and we're going to hand everything over to Andre Dolby and Deeyana. Any thoughts on what's going on in the S&Ps right now, Dee?
The market is coming up, or the price, I should say, is coming up to my area of interest that I marked up earlier. So this orange rectangle is over in my charts. So that's basically value low from yesterday. That's exactly where we came from. So if we get some weakness around that level, I might be interested in a short during power hour, but it's only going to be on a combine. So I'm not going to be trading in the live market because I don't have enough budget on the day. So, the live account is just going to stay where it is.
Okay.
But yeah, we're going to have some fun.
Awesome.
So yeah, it looks like my level is going to get reached.
Just to answer a couple of folks in the chat, negative 7,400 delta in the S&P is on the highs here, and negative 2,400 in the NASDAQ on the highs here. So perhaps a little bit of a divergence. Deeyana, thank you very much for joining us on your segment today, Market Stalking with Dee. Dolby, always a pleasure to hang with you.
I'm the guest on Dee's segment.
All right, guys.
So I should leave them. Oh dear.
We're getting warmed up for power hour. It's going to be great.
Yep. So again, thank you all for being here with us. Thank you all. We've got 70,000 subscribers. That's awesome. Thank you all for supporting and being here with us again. Very grateful to every chance I get to spend some time with everybody. Definitely with Deeyana, definitely with Dolby time. And stick around. We got the power hour. Andre, Dolby, and Deeyana coming up very shortly. See you in a couple of minutes. Stick around.
And welcome, everybody. Welcome back to Power Hour. Very special guest. You guys all know her. Is this your first time on Power Hour, D? Am I mistaken here?
No, I've been on Power Hour
When have you
before.
been? With us
really?
two? With us
At
two
least
before?
at least a couple of times. Usually with Jack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is our first time together. All right. Well, welcome to everyone. Deeyana, very special guest. Last minute, she said, yes, I can do it. I want to trade the Power Hour. Thank you so much. We got Dolby Time on the other side of her, me as well. Deeyana, thank you for joining us. Let's have some fun today. Maybe we can clock a few ticks along the way. What are your take on the markets? I know we just had you in market stalking with D, previous segment. What is your take on the markets right now? I know it's kind of been sideways. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, so I'm going to be doing S&P, so I'm going to be doing a combine.
All right.
ES is not my main market, and I don't have it enabled in my live anyway, so I wouldn't be able to trade that. So yeah, I'm looking at the value area low from yesterday in ES. So we're tagging that now. So my theory here, the scenario that I'm looking at, is to look for some weakness around this area because it is a distribution curve from the previous day's trading. And once we've had an extended run up to it, there is a pretty high chance that we reverse from here as well. Another scenario, which is an alternative, is that we pop a little bit higher, creating something called a neutral day type, where the first hour of trading range effectively has extensions of the price on both sides. So I would still be looking to fade that because we have a supply on a 30-minute chart that was created yesterday later in the day. So there's a pretty good volume around that area. So that would be my second scenario. So I'm effectively looking for shorts. If I'm not able to go into a short and the market kind of goes away, I might be looking for longs all the way down where we came from, which is 50.72. So that's roughly my take on ES today, my kind of key points that I'm going to be watching for this Power Hour.
I like how you say that. Dolby Time, everyone's favorite former crude oil trader, now a full-blown NASDAQ trader. Dolby Time, how we looking at it? What?
I had a winner in crude oil. I had a winner in crude oil on my practice account.
Today?
Last hour. Yeah. $110. We nailed it.
Okay.
We nailed it.
Well, I'm still in that. I'm still in that. I haven't nailed it yet, so we'll see.
Very good. Very good. Someone's asking for a quick delta reading. It is minus 8,400 as of a few minutes ago. John's got in there. Minus 8,200 delta in the ES. We will keep track of that as the day gets closer to the final bell. We might see a squeeze of some sorts if if it stays negative and the market does not move lower, as we're seeing right now. We're seeing divergence as the market continues to go higher and the shorts continue to grow. That's not a good combination for the shorts. Therefore, they're eventually going to have to cover those shorts and buy the market up higher. Just a strategy we're thinking about. We're going to let it unfold as Power Hour plays out. Dolby Time, any NASDAQ trades or just strictly crude today?
No, I didn't. I've messed around a little bit in the practice account earlier today in NASDAQ, but nothing like super serious. We have a new production schedule, which is awesome. So I'm pretty much doing something every single hour, which is great.
Yes.
But it does not leave a lot of time to trade, but it does make the show a lot better for chat and makes things smoother behind the scenes. So it's awesome. So I just have to look at the market fresh between like 1 and 3 o'clock every single day. That's really what I'm looking at. So
yeah,
I do miss some stuff here, but it is kind of fun seeing some of my levels take place and do some stuff. So I have my CFM squared down here. Looks like that bounced. We talked about it a little bit in the last segment, and we're kind of going from there. So I'm bullish. I'm actually bullish. I'm looking for 18,040 in NASDAQ.
Okay.
Did I miss something? What's the CFM square?
CFM squared. Come failed moves, come fast moves.
Yeah, Deeyana. Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't know that one, Deeyana?
Yeah, that's a new one.
I did not.
That's a new one.
Yeah, that's a Dolbyism.
I stopped watching for like a day, and suddenly there's like new terminology. What's happening?
We got stuff every day.
Missed a lot.
Yeah.
Every day. So, anyways, I was watching some guy a long time ago. I forgot what his name was, but that saying always stuck with me.
It's irrelevant.
Failed moves, come fast moves, and I was like, dude, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Right. If you got a bunch of people who need to get out of a room and there's only one door to get out, I mean, it's going to be a nightmare to get out. So you don't want to get trapped, and so that's where you get like these really, really big moves. And so really all I'm trying to find here with these levels that I've made up is just kind of like stop run areas that you'd think of. So we kind of touched this a bunch. So the bottom of ranges, top of ranges. So those are my CFM squared stuff. And really it's just a reminder to me to make sure I take action when we get there, more so than anything else. So instead of being like a deer in the headlights, being like, oh, we're down at the bottom of the range, what should I do? This is
So it's
like,
kind of
it
like
makes me think about, yeah.
It's kind of like my orange rectangles. That's why I put them on the chart, and red lines. So one of the questions that I usually get from people, they're like, hey, how can I put the orange rectangles and red lines that you have on your chart with your indicator? And I was like, that's not a part of the indicator. That's just me. And they're like, oh, okay. And I'm like, yeah, it's just because I'm trying to tell myself that this is the area that has weight, that has importance to me. And you can't always just rely on the indicator. Sometimes you have to do these things by yourself. So that's a similar thing. So if I'm interested in something, I will mark it. And by now, I already know why I'm marking that area. So I guess your CFM is CFM squares are exactly the same. Interesting.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Dolby, you're rubbing off on people too much, man.
It's great. It's great. Love it.
It's so good. So good. Take a peek at the markets here. We are seeing some liquidity to the upside in the ES. DS trading ES this time. As you can see, we got 253 sitting at the 50.88 offer. Above that, we got 339, almost 300 at 50.90 even. Certainly reachable in this power hour. But as you know, the S&Ps like to gravitate towards liquidity because the market needs to serve as business, and that's where the business is right now, to the upside. We'll see if the market can get there. Deeyana, you were saying that you were looking to take a long, or no, you said this is yesterday's low from the day. Can you repeat that, please?
Oh no, it's yesterday's value area low. So that
value
area is it's nothing more than the distribution curve from yesterday. So these belly things that we have. So the price distributes in a certain area and spends quite a lot of time there building a belly, building a distribution curve. So in market profile, we refer to that as the value area.
Or just
pork belly. Yes, why not?
God. Oh my god!
Well,
you were saying, Deeyana,
at the pork belly. Yes. That I'm gonna use that tomorrow on fast markets. What were you looking at, Dee? The pork belly.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So effectively, whenever the price moves away from the distribution curve and then retests it, there's a very high probability that the price reverses again from there, because it's a high probability level, right? The price has gone back to the mean. And now we're looking for effectively a move with the trend. So we have had some lower lows and lower highs and lower lows. It means that we're in some sort of a downtrend, and it just makes sense to look for a short. At least it does for me.
All right, we are
got long
some
one
size
NASDAQ.
Okay, cool.
At 18,013 and a quarter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dakota short. That's not good.
What's that? That didn't work out great yesterday.
Yeah, but he's not a guest, so
that's true.
I think house rules still apply, so we're good.
I agree. I take a quick look at Tilt 50/50 and ES 50/50 and NASDAQ. Nothing showing there. Last time we checked in on Delta, it was minus 8,400 about 8 minutes ago. We'll keep you updated as that goes on. We are seeing some size trade. I think to see about my 7,700 now. So a bit of an unwrapping of that, but nothing significant. We just see 5084s trade 400 times on the bid in the S&Ps. So that was interesting to see that. Someone did hit the bid, and they took all of them 400 times, and they are currently in the money, that 400 lot. So as we like to pay attention to liquidity trading in the S&Ps, it might give you a clue as to what the market may do next. If we can't get through those 84s, likely see some upside pressure.
Yeah, I actually have a question for Deeyana. Deeyana, you might not know this, but one of our members, dedicated chat members here, has actually been keeping track of the net P&Ls between fast markets and power hour. And he actually said that power hour is vastly outperforming fast markets. And I just wanted to get your two cents on why you think that is.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. So Power Hour has a lot of information. So by the time that we get there, you have a lot of data that's gone through. I always find the first hour very, very challenging, which is why I avoid trading in the first hour on most days, unless it's like something like a value rejection or, it's like a very, very obvious level with very clear price action. I will typically just stay out of it altogether. So this is why you normally see me make a trade towards the end of the segment or at least, half an hour into it. Very, very rarely do I do the whole markets are open. Yeah, let's go long or short. Because that's not how I trade. I'm not a scalper. I look for more out of the market, especially at that time of the day. And I just find it really noisy. So I'm not surprised that Power Hour net PNL is bigger than the fast markets because it's an easier time of day to trade, in my opinion.
Agree. Dobie, was that what you were thinking?
That was a great answer. No,
I
was expecting
Dobie was not. Dobie did not want that answer. Dobie wanted
a really
silly
good
answer.
Yeah,
that was
a really good answer, though. Yeah,
he wanted it because it's true.
it's actually a really good
outfoxed
point.
you on that one.
I did get outfoxed. I got outfoxed big time. That was a bait question. And I just
it was. He wanted to say no
because reverse cards so hard.
Yes.
217. Dolby gets
all right, we're selling here
by Deeyana. Okay.
Still trading 84s. Every time they take 84s offered in the S&Ps, they take them back bid here. Let's see.
Yeah.
84s offered now. 84s offered. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and we sold off. Oh, there we go. Here we go. And we're right.
Whoa.
I'm short in the combine.
Here we go.
3.
Ooh,
all right,
okay.
I'm still long. I'm long 3 NASDAQ now.
Okay. Ooh.
At no, we're getting it's a little heavy here. 18,010 and a half. It's getting a little bit heavy here.
Yes, it is. What do we got here? In tilt, 60% short in the ES. Nothing significant quite yet. 60% short NASDAQ as well. But we did see those sellers come in. Those 84s they got exhausted. 84s and the S&Ps finally went offered. So maybe the longs are hung a little bit and we'll have to sell it in order to cover and take these shorts lower. For Deeyana's sake, let's hope that's what happens. Apple's leading indicator today. According to Witt, Apple is the leading indicator today. I guess with that headline, they're getting out of the EV business. Investors, we saw an initial pop off of that.
They like it. They like it.
They did. I wonder what.
Long 4.
They have infinite money.
9.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Let's go. Let's move this up. So we're only risking 455 actually, which is not that bad. And let's just start peeling some off. Let's find a way to do that.
Hey, Robert, back there, if you're good, let me know if you need updates on positions. We look good on the box, though. There's Michael saying hello in the chat. Hello, Michael. Tough day. Should have had stock up. You're up $1,100 today. Yeah, man, it happens. I think, like we saw, is the top 10 funded top 10 funded traders account balances we were seeing this morning. We've seen those balances start to come back off their highs. We did see some of those account values in the 6 figures. Now nothing's even close. I think it's in the 60,000. So we are seeing that this trade has not been the easiest. Some of the best traders in the world are even having some struggles right now. It's okay. It's part of the job, part of the gig. So
yeah, absolutely. That's why we got risk management.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, your market state changes, and then your long strat that was killing it all of a sudden sucks, and vice versa, and it's got to keep on adjusting.
Yeah, and then the adjustment period takes.
It's like, now what?
Yep, exactly. It's first you got to realize your strategy doesn't work anymore, and by the time that happens, you've lost quite a bit of money, and then after that, then you have to readjust your strategy and make sure that your strategy is going to be profitable. It's a whole thing, man. Why do we choose this job? Obviously, we love it. It's so much fun, but
for the
it's the best. It's a puzzle. Every day, it's a puzzle. You never know what the hell. No 2 days are the same. You never know what the hell is going to happen. That following day, that next hour, the next minute, you have no idea. We had no idea Apple was going to come out with that headline.
Off one.
All right, Dolby time. Talk to us.
All right. I mean, listen, we were buying single NASDAQ E-minis on the way down with a stop below, let's say, I don't know, like 18,000 about. And so we ended up getting a really nice average at around 18,003 or so, maybe like 5. So we ended up getting a really nice average. And so all we were really doing was just buying this like 5-minute consolidation here, just buying the bottoms of that. And now we're getting, stop run up to the upside. So pretty sick so far. This is going really good.
Hey, Deeyana, I have a question for you. I know you're in a trade right now. If you don't mind for 1 second, they want to ask, what is her opinion on market orders versus working off of offer bid? Market orders versus limit orders. What are your thoughts?
I prefer market orders. I'm always annoyed if the price kind of gets to my level and then it doesn't fill me by like one tick. I would literally rather go stick pins in my eyes if that happens. So I prefer
Oh,
market
no.
orders.
Oh, no.
A long time ago, I used to only use limit orders, and that worked. But again, there were a number of times when I was right and the market didn't fill me. So yeah, I would prefer to just, have more control over my entries. But if you're somebody who hesitates, if you're somebody who has a problem entering trades, then you might want to use limit orders because that takes away your control. You have to be in, right? So it's going to be different for every trader because not everybody has the same amount of issues or same problems. I might have a problem of holding trades too long. Most people have a problem with just not holding trades long enough, right? So both of those are issues that have to be tackled in a different way. So and it's not going to be the same for everyone. So limit orders can be useful. One of the ways that I like to use limit orders is if I maybe have a reversal candle, but it sort of went too far. I might look at where the price actually came from. So where it consolidated, where it came from, and then use a limit order to get me in. But even then, I would prefer to wait for the price to pop there and then I go in. Because the way I like to work is to see something happening at the level first, and then I pull a trigger, which sometimes means that my price might not be to the tick, which is also why I'm not a scalper. But for me, it gives me peace of mind. And I like having control. And I don't have a problem with pulling the trigger. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, are you a control freak at all, Deeyana?
I don't know whether I'm a control freak. Maybe I have some trust issues. Maybe put it
Same.
that way.
Same.
Yeah, but not a control freak. Just I like the job to be done properly. And in my opinion, a lot of the times when you relinquish control, the job doesn't get done properly, and that bothers me. So is that a control freak? I don't know. Maybe.
No. Sounds like you like the job done properly.
Sounds like you have standards. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, you have standards, though.
Just to update my NASDAQ trade here, I was long 4. I'm now currently only long 1. So I peeled off 1 at 16 and a quarter, 18 and 3/4, and 22 and a half. And the last one is at about break even. So we booked at least $515 on this Nazi long play here. So pretty good. Pretty good. Deeyana, you might be lucky, so we might have to keep you around for a couple more of these.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
lucky
that.
D.
Lucky D. We are seeing NASDAQ has been arranged. Look at the 5-minute chart here, Dolby. So getting out to the upside here. Looks like it was pretty wise. We do stay in this range. We came off the highs of that range right there. Looking at the 5-minute chart. D, what are you short from in ES again?
I am short from 50.8250. Yeah, taking some heat. But again, it's a combine. So, I'm not a scalper. So always looking for a slightly bigger move, which is why my stops are bigger. So my stop is at 50.89.5. We'll see.
Yeah, 0.5.
We've got
Okay,
time.
good. We do have time. Speaking of time, in about 4 minutes, we'll get the initial MOC market imbalance. Eddie will feed those into us once he gets that across the wire. And we'll keep you updated on those as we get closer to the closing bell. And we will see some liquidity injections at 45, 50, and 55. And, of course, the last final minute of trading is always a pretty good show when the fireworks really go off. So we'll see if we can make some profits here today. Looks like we're up $500 today on Power Hour, so that's a good start. And, Deeyana, to your point about Power Hour being a bit of a more profitable trade, like you said, there's more information. You understand what the narrative for the day is. Perhaps there's a trend going on for that day. All the news has exhausted itself for the most part. So therefore, the market direction, unlike today, today's range bound is fine. But yeah, to that point, I think that just really harps on being patient. Like you said, you don't even trade the first hour of the day because who knows what's going on? Nothing really.
Yeah. It's
Right?
a
Am
lot
I
more of a
understanding?
guess. Yeah, it's a lot more of a guess. Yeah. And because of the volatility that you have at that time, everybody's trading, the orders are flying all over the place. It gets very difficult to actually sift out what's going on. And even if you do, there's still a lot of slippers, there's like faster movement and all that. So, for me, it's always better to wait until a little bit more information comes in. And I'm going to kill this trade. Okay, I'm out.
I am
Okay.
killing.
Well, yes.
You still long,
Down
Dolby?
870.
Oh, hell yeah, we're still long.
So
Yeah.
it looks like it's accepting value area now, which is a value area acceptance trade. Again, equities, do not short equities.
Yeah, it's a dangerous game, shorting equities.
Yeah.
John, when you get a second, please update us. I want to see if they're starting to unwind these shorts that we were seeing. We were at my 7,700 in the S&Ps about 3 minutes ago. I want to see, as we continue to rally here, our uptick, if you will, if these shorts are starting to unwind.
Yep. So I had the first scenario that we're going to reject the value low. That didn't happen. They tried, moved it back up. Second scenario was that we hit the supply and then reverse, creating a neutral day, which then minimizes my next target. So it means that instead of looking for a full-on reversal, I'm only looking for maximum, maybe middle of the range. So let's say 79. So rather than a bigger move, it then becomes a smaller move because it's a range-bound trade. So I still think that has a chance of happening. Negative delta might put a wrench in the works, obviously, and it is an equity index. It just keeps going up and up and up. But we'll see
Does
what
it
happens.
ever?
That's why I don't like equities. Said it many times before. It's a very one-sided market.
Yes, it is. As we see a 500 lot sitting at 50.87 and 3/4, 50.87. JD's trolling me right now. Yes, seeing that. JD's trolling me right now. 50.87 and 3/4, 500 lot sitting on the offer. There are 350 to the upside at 50.90. Might require some energy to get through that. We are keeping an eye on the market MOC imbalance. MOC market on close imbalance. Initial reading coming in a few seconds.
And I might get stopped out here. So I moved my stop up to 22.5 in the NQ. I'm just a little bit worried about a swift rejection here. Can maybe even get long again if it pulls all the way back. NQ does have the ability to do that. But if we do get filled here, which we should, $854 on the NASDAQ trade.
Wow, look at you.
In my actual trading combine. That's nice. So that's awesome. Ooh, got some news.
Hello.
Eddie?
I was just lonely. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. I got nothing
Seat
to
is
report.
warm. Take a seat, my man.
Actually, early MOC imbalance, 126 million to the buy side.
Oh, I was going to say sell side. 126 mil upside.
Well, it's yesterday. All of a sudden took a 180. Remember that? Took a 180.
Yeah, when we
Yeah,
started, it was short. It was sell side initial, and then it was sell side initial.
Buy side initial.
Buy side initial.
Yeah, it was. And then all of a sudden, a billion sell side. So I'll be watching this.
Thank you, Eddie.
Back to you, Andre.
Very much. Thank you, Eddie. That was good stuff. We'll keep an eye on that. But like Eddie said,
Just to keep one of the theme of power hour, somebody fading someone, I'm short again.
Oh, Deeyana says screw it. Enough. All right, good. What price are you short from?
I'm trying to get long again.
Yeah, so 50.85 quarter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Robert, I hope you caught that. Let me know if you need a repeat on that. We'll pass that along. Thank you for that. All right.
Do you have a TopstepX?
Yeah, here it is.
You do.
I think she was the first trader on TopstepX.
Yeah, if you go to the left-hand side, you'll actually see a series of emojis. Are there any
I did see
emojis over
that.
there that you kind of identify with on a spiritual level? Let's say.
Well, I'm going to say, a lizard, of course.
Oh, there it is.
I like it.
Oh, that one's pretty cool.
My spirit
Dolby
animal,
time.
lizard.
That one is pretty cool. Get the lizard already. Did you already have that one saved? That was pretty quick.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
cool.
because you were talking about the spirit animals, and I was like,
Yeah.
well, what would be mine? Well, obviously,
Yeah.
You
it's
came
gonna be the
prepared.
lizard, right?
Hey,
I came
most
prepared,
well-prepared
huh?
guest ever.
Did my homework.
Power Hour. This is great.
We like when they come prepared. Sometimes they're not, and it's not as
Mm.
easy as just working with Deeyana.
Half the fun. Half the fun,
Yeah, it
man.
is. You never know what you're gonna get.
That was
I'm
good. We're
prepared.
still trying to figure out Andres over here. He might have to go talk to Ginny Cristerna, get in touch with his inner child, and then maybe he'll get the answer for what
You
his spirit emoji
might be
is.
onto
Spirit
something.
animal. Yeah.
You might be onto something. Next time Dr. Ginny's on here, maybe we'll do a little session in front of everyone here, and we'll come to a conclusion as to what my spirit emoji
Get
is.
to the bottom of that.
We'll get to the bottom of my spirit emoji, man.
Be well worth it.
You see this
Yeah,
clip?
you gotta have a spirit emoji.
You got
Come
to.
on.
You got to, man.
Yeah.
I've seen some liquidity. There is liquidity on the upside here, Elvis. Downside's a little thinner. Like I said, we don't play around with that. But I'm not sorry, Miami Marcy. I'm not playing around. We're just trying to figure out what my spirit emoji would be. But I'm definitely no better than play around.
It's a serious thing.
I mean, think about it.
Maybe a pit bull these days after what happened the other day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it might be.
Yo,
You might have a little dog whisper. Maybe your spirit emoji is
Yeah.
actually Caesar Milan.
Dude, Dolby, I tackled a dog. There's no whispering involved here.
We
I had
have,
to tackle.
we have. Well, he tackles dogs as well. To be fair,
That's true.
when needed.
Dolby time.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good.
That was quite the experience.
Do we,
Whoa, all
do
right,
we
I'm
have
long
a
end
Caesar
you.
Milan emoji at all? That would be pretty cool if we do.
We could probably find one that's closed. I bet we could find one that's closed. Well, let me
Dolby just creates
figure out this
monsters.
drink.
Dolby just creates monsters and just throws them in the wild and just lets them go crazy.
I love it.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what am I talking about?
Well, we're going to be
All
calling
right.
the value area pork belly from now on. So,
Thank you.
Man, do what you can do. I'm long 18,005 3/4. I have another one I'm trying to get long at 3.5 with a stop just below 18,000. Sure, why not? Why not? Let's do that. All right, now we are long 2. Oh, buddy, this feels weird.
why does it feel weird?
It feels too fast to the downside.
Hmm.
We'll
see what happens. You never know. NASDAQ hates everybody. So, see how this goes.
Yep. It certainly hates me.
No, come. Power hour D is a little different than fast markets D. I kind of like it.
Yeah,
I like the different sides to you. I like it.
It's funny you say that because usually I'm quite serious and everything, and
Yes,
people
you
who
are.
don't really know me, they are like, "Oh, you're the most serious person that I've ever met." But people who do know me and who happen to be in the conversation, they're just kind of looking at the person saying this and just going.
I was wondering. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you're very you're all about business in the morning, which makes total sense.
Yeah.
First 2 hours of trading.
Yeah, I mean, serious stuff. We have, live accounts and all of that. Like, we have to concentrate. But towards the end of the day, there's a bit of fun, combines, joking around, power hour. It's great. You can make money, but, we get to relax towards the end of the day, right?
Absolutely. Speaking of, let's take a little bit of breather here. Hey, JD, if you're there, I know some people in the chat were wondering about TopQuiz results. If we have them, can we please share?
Well, wonder no longer. Here we are with some winners.
What do we got today?
Topstep won with the top spot. How about that?
That's pretty good. Everyone behaved here. That's good.
Yeah.
No one.
Not everyone.
No, defense.
Middle. Yeah.
I haven't come. Oh, yep. I see it.
Doesn't really strike me as I mean, maybe Jack can enlighten us, but
Deeyana!
Doesn't look
didn't have
that
to say
hairy
the
in
name.
general, so I don't know. I
Yeah,
didn't,
you
I
didn't
didn't
have
read
to say
anything.
Oh shit! Oh, it took me a second. I found the name.
Yeah.
If only Jack were here to comment, I'm sure it'd
Thank
be a
God
real
he's
Yeah,
not.
I
downer.
For his
know. It's
sake.
a shame. Yeah.
Thank God.
Is he in chat?
Thank God. Thank you, JD. You, he threw that grenade in our lap and just ran away.
Yeah. Those NASDAQ
right.
trades actually hang in there. I didn't get stopped out immediately, which is a nice sign. Doesn't mean
Mm.
I won't get stopped out immediately, but you also kind of know where am I long from? It's a great question. I'm long to 18,004.5. So basically, I just bought two at the bottom of this 15-minute range that we got right here.
Mhm.
So hopefully we go to the top of the range again. See if that happens. So kind of the same trade that I did last time, to be honest. But it's
Yeah, it's a
crazy how
range
fast
trade
NASDAQ
on a
went.
small. Oh, it's
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. Absolutely
Yeah.
nuts.
Why?
I mean, I was like
Violently
semi-joking
range
that maybe I could take this trade again, but yeah, sure enough, it went right back down there. But good risk so far. Like we're only going to risk $135, and we have a 2 lot that didn't get stopped out immediately, so that's pretty sweet. Oh, hold on. No, there we go. Maybe add a little gecko or a lizard.
Oh, okay.
Dab up the charts a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. Good.
Pulled pork.
No, guys, I
it's not
don't pass trading combines by pulling pork. Every time I try to do it, it ends up being a disaster every single time. Does not.
Because there's
not
very little
sustainable.
margin for error when
There
you're
is none,
doing
yeah.
that without a good buffer and not a 3K. Like I wouldn't be able to trade very large because of the way that I use my stops and stuff. I would probably need like, I don't know, about 10K of actual loss limit per
Oh
day.
yeah.
Mm.
Like you could maybe try to do it in like a way that you like spread out the 15 lots, like down the ladder.
I don't
so
like
like you have to
doing
get
that.
filled on every
I
single
don't
one.
like doing that.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
the only time I like doing that is when I'm going into profit, and then if I am trading large, let's say it's a private brokerage account, it's better to let's say put 5 lots on different prices because they get filled quicker. Otherwise, if I try and get out, for example, with 20 lots, 30 lots, all in one price, you're at risk of not getting filled. So it will hang, and then the price moves away and then it comes back and then maybe fills again. It just takes a very long time. So sometimes I will actually just partial it, but obviously it depends on the size of the account. So
Right. And I've had, like I said, some success being able to do that because you just get a nice price. And if you end up, you kind of get stopped out pretty fast if you do. But if you are right, your average is pretty insane. But you have to, pick the right levels. So I like doing it for ranges because, if you extend the range a little bit, maybe you can get filled and then it rips back up again. So you kind of have an idea of what your upside could be. But you got to get it right. Got to get it right.
Yeah.
Like everything.
Yeah.
Andre, how you trading? That's a nice shirt. Is that a new shirt you got on? You going
This
out
one?
after this? Yeah, you going out after this or something? That's why you're on.
I had an appointment. It's super hot outside, so I got rid of. Yeah, there it is. No, it's just a T-shirt. What do I got here? Yeah, TopstepTV T-shirt.
Classic.
Yeah, it's hoodie weather is behind us. It appears. So I had to throw a T-shirt on, but when I come into the office, it gets a little chilly, so I threw the button up on over it. But it's a beautiful day today, so no hoodie needed. Even though I do love a good old hoodie. I'm not going out after this. Yeah, what's up, Doe? You got a joke there? You got a joke?
No,
you got a joke
I didn't have
there
anything. Someone in chat said they like these earrings. That's all.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, I've got my my cowboy boots earrings.
Very nice.
Yeah, what is that? Cowboys die at noon or something, Andre? Is that what that is?
Leave me out of this, Doe.
Do you remember
Deeyana, what's he talking about? What's he talking about?
It's some like I don't know. I forgot what it was. Some Topstep had this a slogan for a while.
I believe it was Cowboy
High noon?
Traders die at high noon.
Yes. That's
we might even have some.
Okay.
We might
Now,
even
this is
have
just
some
crude
old
oil.
T-shirts in the swag shop for that.
Yeah, I
we're
think
not
they're
swinging for
they're
the
on sale.
fences.
Definitely.
I like
discount there.
I like the run of follow the effing rules. That was the best line ever.
Oh my gosh. Remember that?
There was a Topstep apparel like that. You had
Yes,
the
there was.
t-shirts and hats and everything. Yeah, I think I have one of those somewhere.
Yes,
not
Mike, we
wrong.
gotta find.
Not wrong.
Down as sluggers or high tops. Oh, hoop. I'm no, those days are behind me. Maybe the summer when the Cubs are playing again, we'll go check out sluggers or high tops over there.
242. Nasdaq's starting to get wiggly in the ladder here, so we should expect to get some movement. I think D, you've mentioned the wiggle before. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
believe, yeah.
Whenever you start getting that kind of flurry of activity, you're going to get a move because it means that more volume is coming into the market, and whichever side it breaks, that's where it goes. I don't like doing breakout trades too often, but on equities, that can actually work in your favor pretty well because it is supported by momentum. In something like crude oil, on most days, that's not going to work in your favor because it's not a market that goes for like a million ticks in one direction. When it does trend, it's slower, it's more choppy always. Like look at today, it kind of went up, but the way it went up, it was like haphazardly sort of staggered upside. So that's a difference in the market. So therefore, I don't really like doing that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. What was this talking about?
We're talking about the wiggle.
It's a long day.
The wiggle. Yeah, the wiggle. Yeah, exactly.
The wiggle.
Yes, but whenever you see a wiggle, you're in a trade, and the fast move comes straight after. Now, obviously, for this time of day, we do have the MOC, and that tends to give that last 10 minutes of the market just going absolutely nuts. Sometimes it's a reversal, sometimes it's a continuation. But whatever you do, once it breaks, just make sure you have a stop loss in place because it's just going to run through you. So if you're wrong, so we're long now.
Nice. And I just got out for one at 18,005 3/4 for $1.55, and we're going to hold this last one for the highs, so 18,025 1/4. So let's see. Covered the trade though on like the initial risk, so my risk is covered on this. That's cool.
Hey, way to get out of that first long there, Dolby, at the upper end of that range. Nice trade.
Yeah, this is something I've picked up from watching a lot of the other NASDAQ traders that we have on. Like they identify a move that they want, but they know NASDAQ is so volatile that they'll just take one off at like the very first like resistance they see it. I might come all the way back down and go all the way back up again. So I just learned to just chip away and take profits here and there in NASDAQ. So it's not like crude oil where I would feel a lot more comfortable holding the trade for maybe half an hour or an hour because I just you have the experience, you just kind of know. And so with NASDAQ, I've tried holding trades for a long time and it doesn't seem to be
it doesn't work.
a super winning idea or strategy. Try to get in with a couple and partial out if you can and be fast. I feel like sometimes I'm not fast enough for NASDAQ. It's just I need a little bit more time to make a decision. You just don't have that luxury.
I'm just too old for NASDAQ.
Quick update on Delta. We're at minus 5,900 in the ES. We are starting to see some of these shorts unwind. We were peaked at high water mark, if you will, minus 8,400 at 2:08 Central Time. So about 40 minutes ago, we saw a minus 8,400. We're now currently at minus 5,900 with 15 extraction at 14 minutes left to go in the trading day. MOC coming here in about 10 minutes there, Ryu. Stay tuned. Hopefully it gets a little bit more exciting. This has been a bit of a snoozer. The trade in general today hasn't all that exciting. There is obviously opportunity.
I'm doing just fine.
Here it is.
I'm doing just fine. Speak for your own cutting out.
Speak for myself. My apologies, Dolby.
We found some stuff.
Yes, we did. Yes, I was trying to be empathetic with those that may have had a difficult day, Dolby. Thank you. But Dolby on top of this, on the mountaintop right now, Dolby, tell us about this long you're in.
Oh, we're just hanging out, man. We're long this NASDAQ 18,000 3.5. We're playing this 15-minute range. This range thing, and we like getting long the bottoms and short the tops, and this is pretty good entry if you're into range trades. Pretty good. So we're feeling it. Yeah, we're feeling it today.
Well, we can tell, Dolby. We can definitely tell today.
Yeah,
it's going great. Nice trade. Range-bound trades are your forte, and surely you're capitalizing on that as well. Deeyana, when we do fast markets, I believe you're on fast markets tomorrow, correct?
Yeah.
You'll be going back. You'll be going back to crude. I hope, right?
I don't trade DS very. Yeah, I don't trade ES very frequently anyway. It's something that I look at every so often towards the end of the day. So the only time that I would look at ES is if nothing else is happening elsewhere and I see a high probability trade developing. But other than that, ES is not the market that I like to trade during fast markets.
What are kind of your like top 2 markets, or top 3 if you had to?
Yeah, so I've actually flirted with platinum recently, so that's a pretty cool
That's
market.
right.
Very quiet, but it moves pretty well. Um, I'm not sure I'm going to be including it all the time, but it's certainly something that I might flip back and forth between. So yeah, but right now, as always, is crude oil and gold. So those are my 2 top markets. I've always gravitated to those 2 in the last 11 years, and they kind of tag team. Sometimes crude oil is the better performer for me. Sometimes it's gold, but it's always between those 2. Bizarrely.
Yeah. What kind of drew you to platinum? Was there something like fundamentally going on in the markets, or do you just throw on a random chart one day?
Not necessarily. It is on a NYMEX exchange, so it's kind of available without adding more data fees. So I figured, well, let's see how that moves. And then I went through a number of products in some of the other instruments. I even looked at natural gas, which I have traded before. Didn't like it, but I figured, hey, maybe it's changed. It hasn't. It's still the Widowmaker. I still don't like it. But with platinum, I looked at it and I did an analysis of the last 3 months. So it's not the biggest sample size, but I kind of ran some of my algorithms and they performed pretty well. So I was like, oh, okay, let's have a look at that. And for the small amount of time that I was focusing on it, it did look like it was doing what it's supposed to do. So all of the setups that I normally use, they were behaving. And it's definitely something that I'll be including at some point. But first, I need to get out of February. So crude oil is still very news sensitive. So I don't want to dilute my focus by adding something else into the mix right now. But yeah, it certainly has potential. All right, here we go.
I just got paid on that NASDAQ one. That was awesome.
Yeah.
We just teleported to the upside. And I got out of that one for 435. Yeah.
All right, shorts are getting squeezed here. John, thank you for that. Minus 3,400. We are seeing a short squeeze in action as we speak. We went from minus 8,400 about 30 minutes ago to now to minus, what was that, John? You just told me the number. Sorry about that. Minus 3,400. Eddie, what do we got there in MOC?
Once again here, MOC in balance, 1.4 billion, but they're going to keep it on the buy side. 1.4 billion buy side. So instead of 1.26 million, they jacked it up to 1.4 billion buy side. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Sorry, so we got some buy pressure. These shorts are going to start feeling the heat here in the next 9 minutes or so, as we've seen. They're just running out of time, and it's an age-old strategy. You learn in the pits. One side of the pit would look at the other side of the pit. They guys would come in and say the pit's not short, not long. And if the market would not go that direction for the majority, the side that was flat, they would be looking to kind of what's called swipe their lean. And you're trying to beat them to the punch. And swipe the lean.
One of the fun things about Power Hour is getting that MOC number.
It is.
Like
it does
a little X factor of volatility that can kind of make the hour interesting.
Bad luck,
working in the pits, and if you did have a large MOC, sell 1,000, you'd be pointing to some of the houses, hey, get a bid, give me a bid. You wouldn't tell them exactly what, but you'd say, give me a bid, get a bid ready, just to get them ready. So it's sort of like what we're seeing here now.
Yeah, I mean, very, very, very fast move. Very fast move. So I'm flat now. We're up $1,438. So that last one we got 435. Yeah, that's solid. That was solid stuff.
Look at Dolby. Now he's trying to play it all cool and stuff.
No, I'm so happy on the inside. I mean, I still got to pass this damn thing. I've had to reset like 4 of them. So
yeah, well,
we got to start Well, you come on and Power Hour, chat gets to you. You start.
Effect.
It really is. I mean, you got to give the people what they want.
You're much more disciplined and focused.
100 ticks. Yeah, he'll blow it up tomorrow. Yeah, that's right.
Come
Thanks,
on,
buddy.
come on.
I know.
That's
Not that many.
vibes,
Actually,
bad-
we did. Yeah, it is. We did good risk management. So first trade was 4, and the second one was 2. So nothing insane, and we averaged down within the structure of the system. So I don't feel like we overpaid. I think we got pretty good value actually on most of those entries.
Yes, they have been. What we got about here? 6 minutes. 6 minutes left in the game today. Just under 7 minutes, I should say. I don't see D. Are you flat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I'm long from 50.87 half.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
flat in my. By the way, I'm flat. I forgot to update. So I'm flat in my live account. So basically scratch day. So 40 bucks. Like yay. Yeah.
Okay.
So I only traded 2 trades on crude oil today. So yeah. So one of them I was in profit at one point by about 30 ticks, and then the Russian news or the OPEC news came in. It just went straight back to my entry, so I just bailed very quickly. And then since then, we tried doing one more trade for the market stalking segment, and it didn't really do much. So I killed it at break even. So yeah.
Well, forgive me.
Next.
What was the news again? I missed the headline. What was the headline?
Yeah, so I'm going to read it out to you. So it was
Those Russian
OPEC.
headlines. You and those Russian headlines.
Yeah, oil jumps on report that OPEC will consider extending voluntary cuts. Asian demand strong. So, production cuts always means some sort of a problem with supply, worry about supply. We have to still have the Middle East conflict. So obviously all of that is weighing on crude oil supply, which in turn raises.
Uh-oh.
I'm back. Did I bump somebody?
Okay. We lost one and gained one right there.
Oh, I bet.
The island sunk.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, not one.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Wait.
Uh-oh. Dolby
Pardon.
time.
Pardon.
Dolby time.
Give Deeyana my
Do
key.
Dolby.
I think I...
But you can't turn
It's going to be
computer
way
off, too?
easier if you use a different key, Dolby. Hold on.
I leave? Okay. Oh, my
Dolby time.
goodness. So much.
Oh, man. Blame it on Dolby.
So much
Dolby.
drama.
We got 5 minutes. Not even 2. That was liquidity injection. Was no bueno. Less than 5 minutes. Typically, you see some fireworks right about 18 seconds ago. We got nothing here. So keep your hands on your butt. This is a bit of a dud in terms of market action goes. Unless you're going to play the range here, Dolby style. And now it is just me, folks. You and me. So hello, everybody. We lost everyone. It is just you, me, and these markets. We are trading sideways. I think I got Eddie there. Eddie, I got my sidekick somewhere over there.
I'm back.
Dolby's back. If you guys can see what was going on behind the scenes right now. Yeah, if you guys can see what's going on behind the scenes right now, it's
Lassie, go get Andre.
Oh my God, this has been a power
chaos, absolute chaos.
So, finally, Bradley, I agree. Finally, they give me my own segment by myself. How about it? How about it? I've been asking for this the entire time.
Oh yeah,
got
right.
It.
Oh, I'm sure.
I got my own segment. There's nothing more I want to do.
Oh man, you were sweating, bro. You were sweating.
I was, dude, for real. I was sweating. I'm like, don't do this to me, Dolby. Get your ass back here, Dolby. Now.
Back on here.
Do not do this. I'm like, Eddie, are you there? Eddie, please,
I don't know what happened, guys. Got kicked
Deeyana,
out.
thank you. Everyone's back. Oh, I was
so
sweating
sorry.
there for a second.
I
don't know.
Okay, I can. I'll play this.
We know what happened. We know what happened.
Yeah.
So my cat jumped up on my desktop computer and turned it off.
Oh, I see.
So therefore, my computer got turned off. Then I turned it back on and opened up vMix and then joined underneath your name. And then I kicked you out and then I joined. And then James had to give me a new key so you could log back in again. So that's everything that just took place, all because of my cat.
Basically, you became me for about 10 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That was great.
Oh, wow. And I was just, here we go. We've got less than 3 minutes left in this trade. Not seeing a whole lot here. Delta, someone asked for a Delta ring. I think it was my 1700 in the ES. As we continue to go higher here, the shorts are unwinding. This isn't a high pressure short squeeze, but it's most certainly a squeeze. These shorts are taking this market higher.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
We're seeing
gonna
it.
get all
That's
the way
why
back down
power hour
again, yeah.
minus
Going back to
800 now.
18,000. Yeah.
Yeah, creeping up to we're 5090 in the S&Ps, 18,000. What are we chilling? Yeah, above 18,000 in the NASDAQ. My man John Hoagland is keeping us all right. We're about to go neutral here on the Delta. We're at minus 400. The shorts have essentially exhausted themselves, unwound it, covered their shorts. How do they cover their shorts? You got to buy it back, push the market higher, short squeeze. Hopefully, you guys are starting to see this play come in. I think we're 2 for 3 this week. Let's say it's Tuesday. The last 3 trades, that's flat now. Thank you, John. 2 out of the last 3 trading days I can think of that play has worked. So we're starting to stumble upon a successful, profitable trading strategy. If you only do one trade a day, and you let this whole thing set up. If the setup isn't there, you don't trade. Look at this thing. We're just pushing higher here. All right, we got less than 2 minutes here, guys. Deanna, what are we thinking going into tomorrow? What are we thinking about? What are we thinking about price action and crude? Anything you're looking forward to for tomorrow?
Let's have a look at the daily chart. I reckon we might be in for a break of the range that we've been forever. So that's what I'll be looking for, because we already came up to the high here and kind of pulled off a little bit, but it was a bit unconvincing and it happened post-market. So yeah, I'm going to be looking for further longs. The buyers have been really, really strong in crude oil. So that's probably what's going to put me into a bit of a biased position to look for that breakout. Obviously, I'm going to try and find good trading location, and I'm going to keep my eyes open for the other side of the story, just in case we smack back down. But for now, it's looking like we're coming up against that high pretty quickly. Yeah, it's looking good for a break towards the 80s.
80s. Okay, 80s. Here we come. I like that. Finally, see some new prices. Dolby time. We got like 30 seconds left. Also, another awesome power hour with the crew. Deanna, thanks for joining us. Dolby time. Are you? We got you on tomorrow. Yeah, it was Dolby time. Yeah, Dolby time will be joining us. We got power hour, dude. Always got the power hour.
Always.
We got a great day coming up. Bell coming up here. All right, Eddie. What do we got? The bell coming up here, Eddie, in 5 seconds. Eddie, you take it away from here, my man.
I got it. And 1 ringy dingy, 2 ringy dingy. There is the bell, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with us here at TopstepTV. Thank you, Deanna. Thank you. Thanks, Dolby, and thank your kitty cat. And, of course, Andre. Yes, Andre and Dolby. Batman and Batman. Hey, what do we got going on tomorrow? Tomorrow, for our eco numbers, we got a 7:30 number early, folks. So get yourself up and ready. This is going to be a big number. It's our GDP. And that should turn the blender on. Also, we do have retail inventories at 7:30, wholesale inventories, and coming up here at 9:30, don't forget crude oil inventories. And speaking of crude oil, don't forget we got our API coming out here in about a half an hour. So we'll have that. Lots of other things going on here tomorrow. FOMC member Bostic will be speaking at 11 a.m. And I think that might be it. Tomorrow's menu. Yes, our all-star menu here at Topstep TV. Be here early. Tomorrow's going to be Wednesday the 28th. And Hogan and myself will be here for opening call. Get all your levels and all your information ready to go for the day. Fast Markets with Deanna. Deanna's going to be with us. Fast Markets. Andre will be driving that. I will be joining Michael for the Fast Markets. Ben and Hogue for Shoulder Tap. We also got Power Players, Hogan, myself, and a very mysterious special guest will be with us for Power Players Top Quiz. Jack and Alyssa. David Green joining Dolby Time for group coaching. We've got recapping with RIPS. RIPS is going to run out the rest of the day with Hogue, Andre, Dolby, and Danny Trades. I think we got it's tentative. Maybe that would be a one hell of a power hour. And don't forget, folks, after we're done here, actually right now, we do have Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the buzzer in our Discord channel coming up a little later on this evening at 6 p.m. Central. We've got volume profile, supply and demand class with Coach Ray. Coach Vince is going to be talking about bar charts and TPO. Somebody was asking a question, what is TPO? Well, you can find out in our Discord channel, 7 p.m. Central Time in our Discord channel. And, of course, the evening highlight Dakota. Coach Dakota will be doing slow markets at 8 o'clock. So once again, thank you very much for being with us. And for those that did not get the TopstepX, chiming in a little late, we're going to be doing it again Thursday. So get here a little earlier. Don't miss what we got going on. Have yourself a great evening. Get some rest. Get some sleep. Stay healthy. Be safe. And that's going to be it for Topstep TV. I'm Eddie Horn. Have a great night. And remember,
Never give up. Never surrender.
no, don't do that. See you tomorrow.